ended up blocking me and blocking Indio and blocking others. All that's been scrubbed, deleted. Fascinating. So, I don't know what's going on. It looks like McToon helped him organize it, but is McToon wrong? Did Dr. Shiva back out? If he backed out, why didn't he delete the initial open invitation for the November 8th summit? Deleted everything else in his timeline pertaining to this. He even deleted a bunch of individual comments. I find it all very strange, very fascinating. It makes me wonder that if there is a summit, perhaps there is some kind of blackout period. You know, in addition to wanting to dox all the participants coming in order to participate, maybe there's an NDA that the participants had to sign. And maybe that NDA includes a blackout clause. Like, we're not going to discuss this with anybody. It's possible it'll still go on. If it does, and if it's going to be live stream, hopefully somebody will jump the gun and record it. Wherever it's going to be live streamed from, I don't know. I did find one mention of a summit that he's holding at MIT. But the summit that day is on health and wellness. And I found a list of guest speakers, but this was also in a deleted post. So, yeah, it's a mystery. So I caught the wheel doing I caught the moon doing a wagon wheel maneuver today. Normally the terrain features that I call the bunny ears are kind of sitting at the 3 o'clock position. And this morning when I looked out, they were down over by the 5 o'clock position. Thought that was fascinating. And they remained there as the moon set, sun came up. Sometimes I would see them in that position, the 3 o'clock position, 2 o'clock position. When I go into my office in the morning, and then if I come out, take a walk at around 10 o'clock or so in the morning, they'll shift dramatically. But most of the time, they seem to just kind of stay up in that 2 to 3 o'clock position. So the moon does a lot of strange things. There's so many different cycles that are associated with it. You know, it wanders about the ecliptic like a planet does.
I've caught counterclockwise and clockwise rotation of the moon at certain times.
Yeah, that's right. I've seen it go like clockwise and then counterclockwise back, snapping back to its position again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so weird.
Yeah, it does a lot of weird stuff. If you take a picture as soon as it rises, and then take another picture as it's setting, you'll notice it's usually about 180 degrees difference.
I've never seen that. And I pay
Yeah.
attention to this. Like, I've never seen
Yeah,
that much of a dramatic rotation.
yeah, I have a bunch of times. I just posted a little playlist in the chat. Some of my videos I've taken. It's been a few years since I've done it, but
I wonder if part of it's latitude dependent. So I'm at about 42 degrees north latitude.
okay, I'm in Florida in the Panhandle, so
Yeah, so you're way further south.
yeah.
No.
Yeah, check out those videos I posted. They're on my YouTube channel. But,
Yeah, awesome. I can't wait. And I think the mainstream claim is it only does this libration wobble, that it doesn't wag and wheel. And I'm like,
yeah,
what? I mean, yeah, like they say, no, flat earthers claim that it wag and wheels. False. It doesn't. It does a libration. So they say it only pulses. Kind of pulses and twists a little bit, just a few degrees. But
yeah,
nah.
I think they claim it's because a perspective, because the Earth is spinning. That's what they claim.
Yeah.
But I don't. That doesn't work out either, really. Because if that were true, if it was because the Earth's spinning, we wouldn't see it go both ways. We wouldn't see it
Right.
go counterclockwise and clockwise.
Right. Right. I mean, that's almost like a retrograde.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen it. I've caught it. When it's like right now, it's furthest north. I said it's been a few years since I've done it, but as it's rising, you can see it go counterclockwise, and then it will start going clockwise as it goes across the sky.
Yeah, and I think in
But
some larger cycle of the moon's position, I think it is about as close as it gets to the northern regions as possible, and then begins a long 18-year migration south or something.
Yeah.
However many years.
Yeah, I went on Crow 777's show a few years ago, and I was talking to him about this, and he actually, if you look on timeanddate.com, you go to the north and you can see the 360 sun. You can also see the moon do it, according to Time and Date. If you go to a place called Longyearbyen, it's like the furthest north you can easily go to. He offered to send me there, but this was right around the time of COVID, and I didn't want to go up there then. But I've always wanted to go there and try to film the moon up there and watch it go around in a circle and see what it does.
That'd be awesome, dude.
When it never sets, it's my dream to go up there and film that, to see if it cartwheels as it goes around you, see what it actually happens. I don't think anybody's ever done it. But
I think you're right, dude. You need to get your ass up there, because the moon's on my bucket list. South.
Yeah, that's on my bucket list to try to go up there one day and do that. But
might have to wait a couple decades.
Yeah, I want to pay for them. Well, it happens every month.
The northern wandering doesn't happen every month.
Well, the moon travels. The moon does the same thing the sun does. It makes the path in a month. What the sun takes a year to do, the moon does every month.
I think it's more complicated than that, man.
I'm telling you, look on timeanddate.com or or Mooncalc, and you can. It shows that's what it says on there, that a week or two out of every month the moon doesn't set in the north.
Strange. I'm aware that the moon wanders about an extra 4 to 5 degrees more north, like the sublunar point is about 4 to 5 degrees more north than what the sun's extent goes, and 4 to 5 degrees more south than the sun's extent goes. So the Tropic of Cancer plus about 4 degrees, and Tropic of Capricorn plus about 4 degrees. And
go out every.
I was under the
Oh,
I was
no,
under the
go ahead.
impression that like the lunar cycle between these tropics, if you want to call them tropics of the moon, happens over like 9 years or something, 8 years or a long time,
No,
which
no,
means
it happens over a month.
wow. Okay.
Yeah, if you go out, go out tonight and look at where the moon is, and then go out a month from now and look where it's at. It'll be like I looked at it last night as it was setting. It's pretty far north. You got to go out 28 days from now, and you'll look at it. It's pretty far south.
Huh.
Pay
Okay.
attention to it over the course of a month. It goes north and south pretty dramatically over
All
the
right.
course of a month.
Yeah, you're giving me something to do when I get to the office, because about a year ago I yanked a bunch of the data from time and date on the moon and threw it into Excel and then plotted its latitude migration north and south over time. Maybe I did something wrong there.
Yeah. Yeah, I've done well for Flat Earth, and it does wild shifts over the course of a month. I didn't know it either until
Yeah,
I
it really
actually
does.
started observing it. Yeah,
Yeah, it's like it zigzags, and with every zig and zag, it moves further in one direction, and then it goes backwards in the other direction. It zigs and zags and zigs and zags and zigs and zags, and then it zigs and zags and zigs and zags and zigs and zags. Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, it does move far north and south.
You know, it's almost like the first conspiracy theory.
Okay.
But it was like the moon, right? If you paid attention to the moon, you were a lunatic. You're a crazy person. You should be ashamed for noticing these things. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. And then some of the moon phases don't make.
Oh no, they don't make sense. And the moon tilt illusion sometimes way off from what appears to be in accordance with perspective with the heliocentric model.
Yeah. Like when you see the full moon in the daytime, you should never see a full moon and the sun above the horizon at the same time, not regardless of an eclipse or not. I mean, the full moon is supposed to be 180 degrees on the other side of the earth from the sun. So you should never see a full moon in the daytime sky, but we do regularly.
Right, because they shouldn't be.
It should be.
Yeah, right, because they're in syzygy with each other, but not the earth.
Yeah. So, it should be, you shouldn't see the full moon till well after sunset. It should be 6 hours later after dark before you see the full moon even rise. So, there's a lot of anomalies.
The lunatic. Yeah. Yeah. Could the lunatic narrative almost be something that was injected into the mainstream to get people to not look at it too much, because it's so obvious how it breaks the heliocentric paradigm. You know what I mean? It's like one thing that they couldn't mathematically fit into their model with the upside down Stellanellian eclipses and with the sunrise and sunset solar eclipses where the geometry doesn't line up either. You got all these anomalies with the moon, the wagon wheeling that shouldn't be. So it's almost like they said, all right, well, if you pay too much attention to that, you're just crazy. You got better things to do with your life than to keep staring at the moon all day, all night.
Yeah.
Just don't look up, guys.
Do you think the moon is real?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about how real it is, dude. Like, what?
So it's not possible that it's a hologram?
That sounds a bit crazy to me, but so.
I mean, is it possible?
I don't know. I don't know what would make it possible.
We'll see if it qualifies against the laws of logic.
Well, the laws of logic doesn't mean that they adhere to the laws of nature, right?
What does that mean?
Well, what you can come up with as possible may not be possible at all in nature.
Yeah, sure. I'm saying, is it logically
right? There might
possible?
be a contradiction somewhere in nature you haven't discovered yet.
That's fine, but until it is discovered, I've got no good reason to believe that that's the case. But can I also say that me talking about the laws of logic entail them logically speaking. So when I say possibility, I'm referring to like logical possibility, if that makes sense.
Oh, okay. Well, then yeah, I guess it could be possible in that sense. Sure.
Okay.
So why'd you ask me if I thought the moon was real? Like, wouldn't a hologram be real?
Why did I ask you? Oh, because I thought it was going to
Yeah.
be a intriguing question, and I was just generally curious to see what your response / answer was going to be.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah. So like, what do you think about aliens?
Yeah. I mean, if they exist or not, or assuming they do exist, then what kind of attributes do they have? Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, wouldn't it
I doubt a
fair?
lot of claims.
Wouldn't it be fair to call humans and animals on Earth aliens?
In what sense would that make humans aliens?
Yeah.
Like,
So in the sense that if we was
as if
ever
we don't
to
belong here?
go, well, no, okay, so it's kind of like a vice versa point. So for example, like if we was to get in a spaceship and travel to a different planet that actually had life on it, we would then be classified as aliens. No.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. So in the same context, you can easily apply that to us, to humans, in the same context.
So, like, you're saying, what if Earth isn't our origin, our natural origin?
No, that's never entailed. I'm saying that we technically are aliens.
Well, in the same sense as what? That, like, if we went to a place that wasn't of our natural origin,
In the same,
in your
well, yeah,
example?
in that sense, yeah.
Okay, that's what I asked earlier, and you said no.
What do you mean? Restate what your question.
Yeah, I said, well, so as in we're alien, and as in Earth is not of our natural origin, and you said no, but you provided an example earlier of humans going to a place that wasn't of their natural origin, and they'd be considered aliens.
Yeah,
So I'm a
that's
little
what I said.
confused by what you're getting at.
I don't see how you're confused. I said in the same sense that if we was to get in like one of, let's say, Elon Musk's spaceships and go to another planet, and it turns out that that planet actually had life in it, we would then be considered aliens, right?
I would agree if the definition is that that planet was not of human origin.
Yeah,
You know, that our origins was not there. So we were foreigners, right? We're alien to that planet. So, and you're asking me if.
so
I'm
that
asking
would
you
apply
then if Earth is.
universally.
Well, you're saying that what if that's what happened to humans? That Earth is not our place of origin, which would make us alien?
Okay, so Earth is our place of origin, right? But it's not going to be our. It's another. If we go to another planet, that planet's not really going to be our. You know, like. Hello.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
not
it's
our
not gonna
place
be
of
our
origin,
place of
right?
origin. Yeah, it's not.
Right.
gonna
So
be our
we'd
place
be
of origin.
aliens there, but we wouldn't be aliens here unless we were aliens here because this is not our place of origin and we just forgot.
I mean, it's possible that this isn't our place of origin. You know, because like the Earth,
In a logical sense, sure.
essentially. Yeah, like it's the Earth. You know, like formed of rocks. It wasn't like an asteroid or some shit. No, that was where life came from. They said, wasn't it? I'm getting confused. But yeah,
You're quoting something from what's called the stellar nebular hypothesis, which is that basically stars
oh, okay.
arise in nebula and then, you know, belch out planets. And
Yeah, but yeah, it's possible, right? But in the sense that, wait, hang on, wait, no, because Okay, yeah, yeah.
Possible in
No,
your mind,
it would be
yeah.
universal. I was gonna say no, because what I said a minute ago would be universally applied. Because if we can think of like, let's say, aliens that are on another planet, right? That's their planet, and we considered the life forms on that planet to be alien-like, then that would be implied to that would entail that we are aliens as well, and everybody that is a life form on each individual planet is also an alien. That would be entailed universally. Do you not see
Well,
why?
with the life form, well, I'm asking why would the life forms that are natural to that planet consider themselves alien?
Probably not. But that doesn't mean they
Okay.
aren't. Yeah, but that doesn't mean they aren't going to be considered alien to like another, I don't know, like planet with life forms on it.
So does your claim then only pertain to those things that actually go from one place to another, rather than those that stay behind?
Yeah, my claim. Yeah, so obviously we don't consider ourselves aliens, but you could technically say that we are aliens in the sense um, that what I just said is basically universally applied to every life form on each individual planet.
Yeah, well, if you want to define what alien means and to whom it means alien, then yeah, you can pretty much conform any word to fit whatever definition you apply to it. I mean, that's logical, right?
It's more semantics because we're talking about definitions and meanings now.
Well, yeah, I mean, semantics is part of logic, right?
Um, I'm not no, I'm not really sure it is. Oh, okay, so logic is the study of argumentation and reasoning, right?
Yeah, and semantics are
Semantics,
absolutely
yeah,
inherent to that.
semantics have nothing to do with reasoning. It's just like meaning, like words meaning and
Yeah, well, you have to communicate in order to
etc.
exercise logic.
Right, but all words are just linguistic
Necessary, right?
descriptions. Yeah,
A
so would you
necessary
agree that
condition of logic is communication.
yeah, would you agree like languages like English, for example, not only it's how humans communicate and point out what actually exists in the real world, right? So like words are just descriptions. They are just like labels on what actually exists like in the real world. Like me calling my water bottle or a water bottle is just a description of what's actually there, or like a label of what's actually there. Would you agree?
Well, yeah, in the sense that
Yeah.
my experience of a water bottle matches your experience of a water bottle, and we're using the same label that matches both of.
Did I lag out or is that him?
I don't know.
Because you
I'm still
you
here.
stopped talking for me for like 5 minutes, so I was wondering if I lagged out or is that you? or
I,
if
I
you
heard
lagged out.
somebody. I heard somebody ping out and then ping back in again. I don't know if that was you or me.
All right. Well,
But
yeah,
yeah, I
yeah,
mean,
yeah. So
if we both use the same word to refer to the same thing that we understand in the same way, then yeah.
yeah, but then again, that understanding part um would be off of semantics, right?
Well, there are
So
experiences you can have
yeah,
that
so
fail words.
for example, for
You
yeah, so
know,
for
there
example,
are
right?
experiences that fail words. There are many examples of this throughout history.
Um, oh, 100.
You know,
I'm
like
not denying that.
okay,
Yeah,
okay,
but
so
then it would be
you
fair to
can't
say
apply
typically that
semantics.
would be the case.
Yeah.
But well, I mean, it's not just then. If that's the case, it's not just going to be semantics that can be applied. It's going to have to be like words, right? Outside of
Yeah,
meanings.
I mean, well, yeah,
Yeah.
words form from concepts, you know.
Um, I mean,
You know,
like,
and you can imagine
what
a
would you define
concept or
concept as?
well,
Because I would say it's more
a
than that.
thought, yeah, thought image that can pertain to something you imagine or something in the real world that you directly
Okay.
experience with your senses. Yeah.
Yeah, sure then. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So oh yeah. So again, like me, I was just gonna talk about like semantics. Like you could define God as a toothbrush and say, oh well, this toothbrush exists. I'm saying this is God, so then God therefore exists. That's fine, but then if that's the case, we're not going to be talking about the same God. You know. So like semantics can play a part in what people define. We're
Yeah.
not like describing the
Yep.
same thing as in God. Then if you're just gonna define it as a go ahead.
Right. So to bring it back to the alien concept here, I mean, if alien is something that applies to somebody when they go from their place of origin to some place that's not of their origin, and they are considered an alien by the people that it's the new place it's not of their origin, and you're saying that the word alien would apply to that same person by the people back home at the person's place of origin for the person that went to not their place of origin, right? Because then he'd be alien to that other place that's not of his origin.
Oh yeah,
But he wouldn't be alien
But that's-
in his own place of origin.
yeah, but alien can only be applied where there is life forms, obviously, right?
I've never heard of like inanimate objects being called alien in that same sense. I mean, maybe more poetically, in a literary way, like the scene looked very alien.
What do you think of? Yeah, so like, what do you think
surreal.
of like all of these UFOs going on?
I think it's surreal.
And why are most of them, not all of them, obviously not all of them, but why are most of them in the U.S.?
I don't know.
Like, what do you
I
think
don't
of
know if
that?
that's true, but is that true?
Seems like it,
I don't
yeah.
think
Like
that's true.
from prior observations and like video footage, yeah. I mean, seems like it's true.
I don't know what it is, but if you want to think that, okay. And if
Like,
that is the case, then why would it be the case?
going on?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I totally clueless. I mean, there just isn't enough information for me to make a judgment on. Even what's coming out from the people that claim to have directly observed these things seems to be not really corroborative at all.
How so?
Yeah. Well, people claim that they can go out into the desert, right? Like, I don't know, somewhere out in Nevada or Arizona. And they claim that they can summon these things with their thoughts, and lights start to appear in the sky and then disappear. It's like, okay, is that just
I
a
think
cool
that's-
story, or did it really happen? I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's BS.
Is it possible though?
It's 100%. Anyway, logically,
100%, great. It's possible.
yeah, it's possible, but it's very unlikely. You know.
How do you make that determination if it's unlikely?
So you're asking for the standard that I'm using to determine that it's unlikely?
Yeah, is it subjective standard you're using, or is it a universal
pulling
standard?
from?
Yeah.
Well, objective is just going to be not influenced by people or opinions, considering only facts, and then subjective is just going to be the opposite of that.
Right.
So, yeah, I guess. Because it's going to be based off of prior observations and what is known to be possible, like naturally speaking, right?
Have you ever seen an alien?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you've never seen an alien, but doesn't mean it's not possible to see an alien. I think it's very unlikely that anybody will see an alien. But then again,
Oh yeah, like I'd agree with that.
definition
Like
of
in a
alien
statistical
does play a
sense.
part here. Yeah, because you can define like bacteria on like another planet as an alien. But if that's the case, again, like semantics, it's just not. Yeah, if that's the case, then we don't mean the same thing when we say alien. If you're just going to be describing an alien as
some of the largest
bacteria.
lakes in the world. The largest lakes in the world is a Lake Vostok in Antarctica. There's a Russian base there, And this lake is so vast and so deep and so isolated from the rest of the world that you could say there's alien life in there.
How so?
Because there are no known and no reason to expect there to be any communication, any connective terrain, geologic structure that would allow for these creatures to migrate into and out of this lake. It appears to be completely self-contained, and the life forms are so different, they say, from anywhere else on Earth.
Hmm.
If it's true,
Well,
that's
would
pretty
you say
freaking cool.
that? Yeah, well, would
It
you
would be
say
alien
that
to the rest of the world.
if that is the case, would you say that's due to adaptation, which is just an effect? Do you think like adaptation plays a part there?
I think so. Sounds good to me. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, critters that are comfortable in an environment that others would find hostile. I mean, yeah, maybe there's some speciation that takes place
Hmm.
over time.
Yeah, and if they're living, like on the Earth, then obviously, So yeah. So flat Earth. Tell me.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I've been looking for globe evidence for about 5 years now. I'm not impressed.
Mm-hmm. How so? What is some of the evidence that has been put up to you?
High altitude imagery and imagery from satellites. It doesn't impress me because the amount of curvature that's portrayed doesn't match what can be geometrically measured and verified to be measured from the ground.
Right. So, what do you think of like the people that come in here and like I can prove why it's a globe, and then they present satellite imagery. What is your typical response to that?
Oh. I asked them how we know that this image actually captured the Earth. Like how can we compare this to anything that we can experience? Because what we can experience by way of geometry, right, by way of verifiable on the ground measurements, do not match the amount of curvature that's present in these images. How do we reconcile that?
What does that mean?
Well, I mean, it means that what they're presenting is curvature of the Earth from certain vantage points above its surface. It's more curvature than would be present if they thought that Earth was a globe in the first instance, and it betrays physical, real-world measurements that we can do on the ground. Anyone can do.
Yeah, I mean,
so
again,
I mean, I can't reconcile it.
I was gonna say I probably do need to do my research. I definitely need to do my research on this. I'm about to mention, but why do you think it is that we haven't been to the moon or like space trips? Why do you think that is? Would you like be your guess?
Well, specifically for the moon, one of the things that I'd like to see that would validate it, to see at least if it's internally consistent with its own claims, is the telemetry data from the rocket launches, which NASA says that they don't have anymore. Like the dog ate their homework. So, how I would recommend evaluating the globe is to not look for flat Earth claims, but to see how much of the globe claims are internally consistent. And it fails the internal consistency test again and again and again. And then it's like, okay, can we move on from there to external validation of the claims? And we can, and then we do, and it fails that too. So that's the dilemma.
how would it be failing? Like, what is it? What is the? What does it have to meet?
Well, the claims cannot be contradictory with other claims of the same nature. So, for example, if Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then we should be able to calculate how much curvature there would be present from a satellite orbit, like 250 miles up. And what percent of the surface of the Earth is visible from 250 miles up? The answer is just under 3%. And yet we are treated by images that show dramatic curvature, well beyond what you'd expect with 3%, seeing only a 3% blotch on a much bigger ball. So
What do you?
Earth should actually look flat from up there.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think of Einstein?
I think he created a playground box of mathematical tools for just about any cosmology you could dream up of. Relativity is so flexible that you can apply it to pretty much any coordinate reference frame and any coordinate reference schema, because there are no actual dynamics involved. It's all kinematic equations. It's basically math. It's almost like a computer software in a way. He almost like developed a
What do
video
you think
game
about him?
sandbox.
What do you think about him saying the Earth is a globe?
I think that's a philosophical preference.
Do you think that he had any evidence to think that?
I'm not sure. If you read in his
Okay.
book, a booklet he wrote called The Cosmic Religion, you can actually read his own musings on this topic, and for him, this is very much about belief. He called the most religious men in the world scientists. I thought that was fascinating.
I mean, wasn't the Big Bang theory like made by like a Catholic priest?
Yeah.
So,
And Newton's gravitation, he was a Protestant, right? So and Albert Einstein was Jewish. Yeah, all right.
really, I thought he was agnostic.
No, in one of his, it might have actually also been in Cosmic Religion. He talks about how much he's a Zionist.
He was born Jewish.
Yeah, totally. Oh, Einstein's a Jewish surname. Absolutely. He wrote on his musings of Zionism, Grace for Israel. I mean, I guess the state of Israel formed in his lifetime. Pretty excited about it.
Right. Yeah. So, you think we? I was gonna ask a question, but it like slipped away from me. Oh yeah. What is your, I guess, thoughts, opinions on, like, Glober is saying, for example, that, well, the Earth appears flat, like visually speaking, like on a day-to-day basis when we like walk outside, because it's way too big.
I think you cut out again, or I cut out.
Hello.
Yeah, one of
Yeah,
us cut out.
Yeah, I'll say it again. So, I said, like, what's your, I guess, opinions on like when Globers say the reason why you walk outside your house and the Earth like appears to be flat, like visually speaking, is because it's way too big to even notice any like curve.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah, like
consistent with the claims of what the globe ought to be. So I think they're telling the truth as far as being internally consistent with what the globe presents itself to be. Right.
Then what is your opinion on them saying something along the lines of, well, the flat Earth model is just a globe but flattened?
I'd ask them how to rationalize that, because I can show the exact opposite's true by going through history of sailing, the history of plane surveying, history of geodesy,
Yeah.
and the mathematics of geodesy, right? There's a philosophical preference and there's a mathematical process that takes place where physical measurements using Euclidean geometry are then contorted to a mathematical model of a globe called a datum, a reference ellipsoid. That's a datum. It's a mathematical construct. So people are basically taking physical measurements that themselves don't show curvature, and they claim that they're increasing the accuracy by bending those measurements around a ball.
All right. So
And the outcome is it works and it's internally consistent. So everybody believes that this is real.
Okay. What do you think of Dave Explains?
I can't listen to him because I don't like hearing him just hurl insults all the time. It's not my communication style.
Right. What about it's that guy's name David Weiss? Wes?
David Weiss? Yeah, that guy with the flat Earth app thing. I think he's out there, man. I can't get behind most of what he claims for flat Earth. The biggest example is this azimuthal equidistant projection, this flattened globe map, which he claims is a fair representation of flat Earth. Geometrically impossible. Unless, well, I don't know. Unless the distances and scales are found to be conformal to flat Earth. But the azimuthal equidistant map actually has a non-uniform scale. The further away you move from the center of it, you see the radial lines that begin at a point of origin in the middle and spread out like spokes on a bicycle wheel. The distance between on the map itself grows between the angles. But the non-uniform scale corrects for that. If you actually were to measure distance at the furthest extent of the azimuthal equidistant map between lines of longitude, which by that point have spread out almost to their furthest point, that distance between lines of longitude, applying the scale, is going to be the same distance as closer to the center of the map.
Which makes sense if it's on a sphere, right? Right. That math makes sense.
Absolutely. And that's what it came from. And many people in this argument, flat earthers and globe earthers, ignore the non-uniform scale. You got the globe earthers who come in and say, you flat earthers are retarded because the distance in the southern hemisphere on this azimuthal equidistant map wouldn't work on a flat Earth. The flights wouldn't work on a flat Earth, right? So they are not applying the non-uniform scale to the map when they make the claim. So they're immediately out the gate disqualified from entering the discussion. And then the flat earther who takes the azimuthal equidistant map and say, well, no, the distances could be true, failing to take into account the non-uniform scale. If we have these katabatic currents and winds going 300 miles per hour that carries the jet along at a much faster velocity than is recorded.
Right.
They are also failing to apply the non-uniform scale. They're applying distances uniformly across the map.
Do you know
in both cases, when they debate against each other, they're both failing to utilize the map correctly, and it's frustrating as shit.
Yeah. Well, do you know Tom Scott?
No. Don't know the name.
Basically, he made a YouTube video saying showing that if you was to put a camera on a rocket and the rocket goes into space the picture of the Earth would be, I guess, observed, would be like a globe. Like, what do you think of that?
Need a lot more details because I'd say cool claim. Even from 250 miles, you can only see 3% of Earth's surface.
Yeah. So okay. Yeah. So hold on. Yeah.
If Earth is a globe.
What I'm asking is, okay. What I'm really asking is, what do you think of the video that I'm about to put in the chat? Like what do you think of it?
What do I think of what? Sorry, you cut out.
This video that I'm about to put in the chat. Yeah, we sent garlic bread to the edge of space, then ate it.
I would ask, what percent of Earth's surface should be visible from that claimed height? How much dip to the horizon should there be? And if that information can't be presented, very basic information cannot be presented with this, then it's like, okay, so I can interpret.
Did he cut out? Hello, is anybody there?
Yeah, you cut out, so you're good.
You cut out, Yoda. But yeah, the garlic bread in space videos and things like that, just have a closer look at the videos, right? They're just using a wide angle lens. And you'll see that when the horizon's above the center of the frame, it's going to look like a globe. And then when the horizon dips below the center of the frame, it's going to look like it's curving the other direction.
Okay, let's see.
Occasionally, they'll try to be sneaky and they'll actually cut out the footage of when the horizon dips below the center of the frame. But you can still generally see the horizon warping all over the place, regardless. Like these are the kind of videos that even
on a balloon.
Even people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who hates flat Earth, right? He hates videos like this because they're kind of misleading, saying it's us from space, right? When really it's not that high. It's only what would be equivalent to a tiny distance, off the surface of the Earth on a grand scale. And like the Red Bull space jump is an example. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson made a video where he got pissed off. He's like, this is just misleading, misadvertising. He's like, they just used a fisheye lens. He's like, you wouldn't even see the curvature of the Earth from this height, right? Which is like 129,000 feet, which is about the maximum height you can send up one of these little balloons.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah. And then even with like the Virgin Galactic flight, right? That went up to 300,000 feet. And once again, Neil deGrasse Tyson said, look, it's false advertising. It's misleading. And he said he did the calculations and he doesn't think you'd even be able to see the curvature of the Earth from 300,000 feet, right? More than double the height of these balloons that people are sending things up on with fisheye lenses. Then we've had people go up even higher than that, like the Blue Origin. That went up to 350,000 feet. And we've got people from that saying that they're disappointed. Like a trained astronaut, Wally Funk, went up on that. And she did an interview with Fox News afterward and said she was disappointed she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth because they didn't go high enough. And same with William Shatner. He said he's never seen any evidence that the Earth is a globe, and he went up on that.
You know, it must be frustrating to be a Globie and have people pull these stunts and claim that this somehow is the bendy earth when you know better and you know they know better, but it makes clicks for YouTube. So it must be frustrating.
I'd still love to go up in a Blue Origin New Shepard ride. I think it'd be fun.
Yeah, for sure.
So if anybody wants to kick me the $1,000 you need for a ticket, let me know.
Did you ever see the 2005 reality TV show called Space Cadets, Josh?
Or they Truman showed those people?
They tricked a whole bunch of people into thinking that they actually went up into space and were like viewing the globe from space, but they never actually left the Earth. They just faked the whole thing.
Well, I know. I mean, I wouldn't apply that same thing to New Shepard. Like,
no, I'm not. That's just a completely different thing.
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, New Shepard. You know, from a legal perspective, you're going to space. It's a bit of an amusement park ride. Not gonna lie.
What do you think about Neil deGrasse Tyson saying? I think there's multiple clips of different interviews where he's saying from the height of the Virgin Galactic, you wouldn't see the curvature of the Earth, and he did the calculations.
I mean, Virgin Galactic's even lower than Blue, right? They don't even get above the Kármán line.
300,000 foot.
Yeah, I haven't done the math on the altitude versus curvature shenanigans. It's most of my stuff is higher than that.
You think Neil might have buggered up the math?
No, I guess I don't know. I think that like the one thing I need, like I've been thinking about that I need to dig into a little bit is if you're looking nadir, right? Like you can't see the edge of Earth looking straight down. But if you're looking at the horizon, does the horizon begin to curve? Like I feel like those are two different things. So what I would love to do is I saw that you posted that video in the side chat of the graphing calculator in 2-dimensional space, like showing that you shouldn't be able to see the curvature of the Earth from the ISS altitude. But like if you actually like put it on a sphere, right, like a single point above a sphere, and instead of just looking straight down and trying to see the edges of the circle, like if you look towards your apparent horizon, does it curve left to right at all? Right, like because those are two different things.
Yeah, it gets kind of complicated because then you got to take first person view perspective into account, and then like field of view, and then like are you just looking straight forward or are you panning your head? Like there's a bunch more to it. I think like I used to go to this place at the ocean. It was like a big lookout, and you could just see a huge amount of ocean if you panned your head right to left, like a huge amount. And when you pan your head like right to left, it looks like curvature. But when you look a little bit closer, you realize it's just it's like a circle of vision, right? Due to perspective, it kind of looks like a big flat circle in a way, just because you see the same distance in all directions when you're panning your head across. So, I mean, people could easily do that and mistake that as thinking that they saw the curvature of the Earth or the curvature of the horizon.
You also have the throw of light. If you consider it like a conical spread, right? Like a spotlight. The Terminator line on a flat surface would be curving. So you have that, but to your point, Josh, we actually have examples of limb view, not just nadir, but limb view of the horizon from CloudSat. Actually, a bunch from CloudSat in EO infrared. It's public. It's flat.
It seems like there's a lot of conflicting claims about how high you would have to be to see the curvature of the horizon from the mainstream, I mean, and probably from our side as well. Mic check.
Yeah, you're good. I thought
You're good. Sorry, I'm dropping my kid off at daycare.
Yeah, you're good.
Funny little anecdote. I learned yesterday that for the past few months, my son has been saying "aga," and we didn't know what it meant. And apparently, that's how he asks for water. Because when he's at daycare, all of the staff speak Spanish, so he's saying "agua." Hilarious. And I didn't realize I needed to be looking for both English and Spanish words when he's figuring shit out.
That's pretty funny.
Force of the future, right there, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I speak a decent amount of Spanglish at home with him, but I didn't think he would be picking it up outside of the house.
Now, Yoda, are you still here? Who all still hanging around here? Yeah. Yeah, good morning. Yeah, nothing too exciting to report. Just wondered who all was still around here.
Well, I've been making music, and since there's nothing happening, I'll play you some songs.
I've heard the noise of the faithful and the proud, the prayers to change, the shouts to clouds, but facts don't lie and truth don't bend. There's logic written in every end. Energy don't rise from none. It shifts, it hums, it's never done. So if it can't be born in time, it came from somewhere outside the line. Matter needs a maker, law needs a lawgiver's hand. Order don't grow from chaos, it's built into the plan. Call it what you want to, but reason makes it clear. There's mind inside the mechanism and designing what appears. I've looked through the glass of a microscope, and the code in the cell kills blind hope. Patterns nested, turning gears, too fine for random engineers. They say it's just a cycle, some cosmic accident still. But cycles need a center, and laws need a will. Entropy runs downhill, systems break and fade. If we're sliding toward the chaos, someone carve the grave. Information needs an informer. Order starts with thought. You can build reason from nothing, no matter what you're taught. Matter needs a maker, law needs a lawgiver's hand. And the code of life is written in a language we don't command. I don't bow to churches, but I stand where truth appears. There's mind inside the mechanism and designing what endures. Call me stubborn, call me sane. I'll follow logic through the flame. The world's no accident, I've seen its gears turn clear. Matter needs a maker, and the proof is everywhere.
I'm sorry, you wanted to talk?
Nice, Trace. Good to see you, man.
Yeah, I'm working on a new record.
Awesome. Just letting everyone know, I just started an event for you guys, and it's called Boats Over the Horizon? ? So expect some people.
Sounds good. Should I then not play the song so that they don't come in and then get intimidated?
Go ahead, Trace. If you want to play another one.
No problem.
strip illusion till the lines reveal. No need for faith, no need for fame. The truth existed before my name. They argue circles, I draw a line. Not to divide, to define. Every test a quiet vow to see what is not what we allow. The method's the mirror, the clearer you look, the clearer you cook, let truth cook. Ooh, I don't make it true. It speaks for itself. Unafraid, unmade, untouched by help. I don't make it true. Oh, it speaks for itself. Truth resolves and it resolves itself. Ooh. They bend their will to fit belief, patch the holes with borrowed grief. But data don't care who you are. It burns the false, sets the bar. Each era's a door we open wide, a path through pride to the other side. No prophets here, just those who learn to question first and never burn. The method's the mirror, the clearer you look, the clearer you cook, truth cook. I don't make it true. It speaks for itself. Unafraid, unmade, untouched by help. I don't make it true. Oh, it speaks for itself. Truth resolves and it resolves itself. Reality doesn't flinch when named. It doesn't care who's blamed. It waits, patient, unashamed, while we unlearn what we became. The method's the mirror, the clearer you look, the clearer you cook, truth cook. I don't make it true. It speaks for itself. I'm bent on, no need for help. I don't make it true. Oh, it speaks for itself. Truth resolves and it resolves itself. Just let it cook. Ooh. Ooh.
Hey, there you go. That's a good one right there.
I love that one. I think Luke joined us. Welcome, Luke.
Hi.
I have a question for you, Drace.
Sure, shoot.
How difficult would it be for you to take some of your Don Pettit voices and your McLoone voice and such, and just have them come up with, I don't know, answers that are word salad to a few questions?
It wouldn't be very difficult at all. Just take me a little bit of time. Currently, what I'm doing when I'm not messing around, like talking or typing something, I'm basically working on getting one, working on my computer, and trying to make some music videos while I'm at it. But yeah, I'll try to get right on that.
The reason I ask is
More back.
I was thinking it'd be fun to do, say, like a live event and have like 5 or 6 questions or something, and then get 1 or 2 of the cats to just give a couple real nonsensical answers.
Yeah, super easy, barely an inconvenience.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah, I'll message you about it here later on when. But anyway, so how you been?
I've been fine. It's just grandma and mom been going to the hospital a bunch, and then we just discovered, or the new doctor we talked to discovered that the old doctors had prescribed her conflicting medicines, and that was what was killing her, and like 4 or 5 doctors didn't notice that.
Yeah, that shuffle care can be a real pain in the rear end. I have or I should say I had before we moved, I had a client who, she was diagnosed with dementia and everything, and she was, didn't even know her own name and all sorts of stuff. And then she got a new doctor who, was looking at her one day and was like, hell, she's not got dementia. That's just a side effect of this drug here. Took her off of it, and 100% like she's actually FE, and so she's always sending me stuff. And anyway, you would not think that there was any dementia in the slightest involved with any of that. But this doctor doesn't talk to this doctor who gets the drugs come from the one place and then they come from another place, and the nursing home she was in, they just followed the orders.
Yeah, when we finally discovered what was the problem, I was like, God damn, these Glober doctors. Because all of them, none of them checked it, none of them, like, made sure that wasn't the issue. They just threw their hands up in the air and said, well, we don't know what to do. For years.
Damn, man. It's even that much more frustrating with your own family.
Yeah. Yeah, but shit happens, man. It's life.
¿Qué pasó?
Hey, Josh, I got a question for you. Welcome back.
Howdy, howdy.
Hey, so one of the things that we notice is that there's very few Globies who will correct their own side. So, like, for instance, earlier we were talking about the baguette sent to the supposed edge of space in a weather balloon. How comfortable are you with telling those people, you know, this is making us look like idiots?
Oh, super comfortable. I rag on folks that come in here, crashing out, defending the globe just as much as I rag on folks that claim the earth is flat. You get a lot of Dunning-Kruger folks coming in. I tend to be pretty comfortable with my worldview. So I have no issue with dishing it to both sides.
Yeah. I don't hang around in here long enough to always get a feel for how certain people handle certain things. I'm just curious because, like, we've had Globies in here who have, like, been adamant that, say, for instance, science proves things. And then another one will say, well, science doesn't prove things. And then we stop and say, okay, well, maybe your side should come to a conclusion. And why don't you two talk privately, do whatever, come up with a how you reconcile a reconciliation between the two, and then let's go from there. And most seem not to want to do that sort of thing. And to tell you the truth, I don't know that I necessarily blame them. But I just was curious, as far as yourself goes, that I'm comfortable telling both sides where they're wrong. And some
Oh, yeah,
people
100%.
are as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of fucking idiots that roll through here.
Well, you could say that about just about any place.
Agreed.
But for some reason, the idiot globies are definitely attracted to here like moth to a flame.
Well, it's like, it's a low-hanging fruit. It's like, oh, I can feel this catharsis by making myself feel better than this other group. And then they come in and y'all put them in the spin cycle, and they're like, oh, shit. So then they, end up crashing out. But they, moth to a flame, because it's like, this is so dumb. Like, how is this even a conversation? I should be able to go in here and dunk on these people. And, they're not prepared to do that.
Yeah, I think most people on the flat Earth side in the initial stages thought something similar when they heard about it. Like, I thought the same thing when I first heard about it, and then I started watching it, and I was like, I can debunk all this shit.
Oh, same. Yeah. No, I used to get in arguments and freak the fuck out and how are you so dumb? Come on, this is middle school physics, and you just make peace with it. You make peace with it, and then the actual understanding can begin.
I didn't try to argue with people about it. I just thought about it myself to begin with until I got my astrophysicist friends to try to find some evidence or things to substantiate. I needed the experiments, because I'd heard the flat earthers talk, and they were like, we need evidence. You can't just show us a diagram and claim that's how it works. And so that's basically what I sought, and I didn't get a satisfying answer.
You might have heard me yesterday. I don't think you were here, Grace, but you might have been here, Josh, when I was talking about this yesterday, that a flat earth friend of mine who's I know very well in person, he spent Memorial Day of 2024 at our house. His wife's car was not working, and et cetera, et cetera. He asked if he could come look at it at our place, and they ended up staying the whole day with us. So we were very fortunate that they were close by, so she wasn't. So anyway, my point of all that is, so he made a post yesterday or day before in relation to the unfortunate crash of the UPS plane, where the mayor misspoke and said there was 280,000 gallons on board when he meant to say there was 280,000 pounds. And then so my friend shows a picture of a 200,000 gallon tank and says, how's this on the airplane? And so he's a big subscriber in the fact that jet planes don't have fuel on board, supposedly. It's a big hoax. And so...
Well, that's a new one. Oh, holy shit, I haven't heard that before.
It's pretty old. We've been shooting it down for years.
Yeah, it's one of these TikTok things, TikTok mush brains usually fall for it. But anyway, so my point is I started responding to him and saying no, and going through this with him, explaining to him that a gallon is 213 or 231 cubic inches, which is more or less 6 inches cube. So, then I realized that, he's never actually been up close and personal to a plane that has a 180-foot wingspan. And so ultimately, at the end of it, he's prognosticating on something he doesn't know. And I think he just kind of thought I'd give him a pass because we're quote unquote on the same side. And, then he's sending me AI diagrams and such. And he's not actually sending me the MD-11. He's sending me like pictures of Boeing 777s and such like this with different fuel tank configurations and such. So
oh, that's sick. Wait, I need to learn more about this theory because I love airplanes. I done a ton of work on actually on the GE9X engine, which is on the 777ER. Ah, that's so cool.
Yeah, so here's the best way to describe it is they don't understand how it's possible that these planes have between a 1 and 200 mile per passenger fuel utilization. That on 1 gallon of fuel, you can move a passenger 100 to 200 miles. So they think that there must be some sort of magical stuff going, even though I've sit and showed them. Even though I've sit and showed them, okay. The Chicago airport has,
What next?
I recall right, 6 oil terminals surrounding it from different providers. And
Hey, Ro, here you're hot micing.
So they hook this up.
Can you prove what?
So you would have to believe that they do all of this and they spend the millions of dollars on these terminals and they hook up hoses to the airplane for show. And I realized that this friend of mine, he just has no idea the scale and magnitude of aviation. And so I just wonder, because I find it embarrassing, frankly, that there's people out there that claim to be flat earthers and the next thing you know, they're saying stuff like that. And I just wonder, how do you find it with the Globies? Like when they're telling us, in one voice, they're telling us that you can't see curvature of the earth because an airplane's not high enough. And then in the next section, they're telling us that they can see it from Stone Mountain, Georgia.
Yeah, I have no idea. It's
the same person.
It's rough. Yeah, I know. It's like they're just grasping at straws. Like they don't have a lot of first-person observations, which is also like one of the reasons that I pop into these conversations is because the space industry, like I think, is too elitist and like cordoned off. And so they come in and, you guys all talk about them regurgitating the same script because that's what's been given to the public. But yeah, no, it's grasping at straws and wanting to be right. And it feeds back into that, low hanging fruit, that drive for catharsis to dunk on people. So they'll cling on to any sort of, easy fact or claim that they can make to try and, dunk on y'all, even if it might not be correct.
Yeah, man. And that's all we can do as best we can.
100%.
Yeah, to explain the airplanes don't use fuel conspiracy a little bit more, they don't have any mechanism for how that works, but they have speculations about maybe they use a little bit of fuel just to start the engines, and then the engines run on air. That's what they say.
I mean, to be fair, they're air-breathing engines, but you...
Yes, they utilize and push off air, and they compress air, but it's not that they don't use fuel once they're in flight, and they just use air as fuel. That's not how that works.
Well, I mean, honestly, they only do use a little bit of fuel. Like, they do like tiny injectors in the combustion chamber in the center of the engine, and it basically like there's a fuel-air ratio that they have to hit.
Yes, but that's continuously as the engine's running. It's not just one time when the engine starts. But yeah, so I think what you're actually highlighting here is probably where this delusion came from. Is just a basic misunderstanding of this.
Yeah, because see, the one thing that I know from the world of automotive is that it's been assumed for 100 or so years that gas burning is what makes the engine in the car move, but that's entirely and completely untrue. The gas, more or less, is just the catalyst, and it's the oxygen in the air that's burning. That is what makes the car move, or in this case, the GE turbines on the 777. You know,
I can just imagine some Dunning-Kruger listening to an explanation about how this functions, and then being like, "Oh my God! So the secret is air is the fuel, and we only need the fuel to start the engine." And then he tells some other guy that, and then it builds on itself like a telephone game.
Yeah, no, I mean, and even jet engines are even way more efficient than your engine in your car, because like the thrust from a jet engine actually comes from the change of momentum of the air. Like the air going in, it actually gets pushed out the back at a slightly higher velocity, because what they do is they compress it. They inject fuel, combust to like increase that's called enthalpy, but it increases the temperature and pressure of the gas, and then it moves out through the turbine on the back end, and then out the back of the engine. And the turbine actually powers the compressor on the front end. It does, it increases efficiency, like the work you're doing to the turbine on the way out is causing the compressor to get the air coming in up to a high enough pressure to make the combustion more efficient. So it's like it's a super efficient machine. Like that's how you're able to get like each passenger like 100 miles on 1 gallon of gas, because you have this huge amount of air coming into the front of the engine. That is, you're able to use that momentum. You're able to use that incoming momentum to actually make the whole system more efficient. That's cool.
Yeah, that's a brilliant piece of engineering.
Oh yeah, and they get like crazy shit too, like a high bypass turbofan. They actually what I just described was just a turbofan engine, like where all of the air is going into the compressor. But if you have a high bypass turbofan, which is what these newer engines are doing, like the GE9X, and there's a couple of new Rolls-Royce ones that are like that, but they have an entire like section of air around the outside of the engine that doesn't even go into the compressor, and it just cools the entire engine down so that you're getting less waste heat. It's increases the fuel efficiency even higher. So that's how you're able to get the 747 used to have 4 engines on it, and now all of these next generation aircraft only have 2, because they only need 2, because they're the thrust they're getting per fuel is way higher. Yeah, before I got into space shit, that was my first couple internships, and my research was on turbofan engines.
Yeah, so are you familiar with the direct injection engine?
Direct inject. Are we talking like automobiles or like automotive at this point?
Exactly.
Not nearly as much as I am with planes, but understand that you're doing work on a piston by compressing gas, igniting fuel that's been ejected, and then it goes in through a four-stroke cycle.
So here's what's fascinating is the direct injection engine is really it's a mechanical marvel because they have a high pressure fuel pump inside the fuel tank, and more or less that directly injects into the cylinders, to the side of the cylinders, the fuel. And it was built based on the principle that it's not the fuel burning that moves the car, but the oxygen burning. And because of that, then it works a lot like a diesel car or a truck, where the colder the fuel is and the hotter the engine is, the more efficient that it gets. So I often wonder about the Dunning-Kruger effect, what people would think. Like, oh, this car is actually running on air. This car is actually you just use the fuel to get it started, and then it runs on momentum from there or some shit.
Oh man, if you think that's cool, you should really look into like full flow expansion cycle engines, like rocket engines. Because it's all the same principles, right? You end up with propellant, and you can burn things at the right ratios, and you end up with some sort of exhaust. But the rocket engines operate in very, very similar ways, where you have like turbines and compressors that are able to change the gas, change the oxygen, the liquid oxygen, and the liquid propellant to the right pressure and temperature that you want before you inject it into the combustion chamber. Like they even there's like certain times where you want your fuel to get hotter. There's like a pre-burner, and so what they actually do, but you want your nozzle to remain cold for efficiency, and so they actually like have these like little tiny tubes that go all the way around the nozzle, and they actually run the cold fuel through the nozzle before it goes all the way down to the edge of the nozzle and then back up into the combustion chamber, because it makes the whole system more efficient. You're cooling down the nozzle while warming up the fuel before it gets combusted. It's sick. Man, rocket engine cycles are really, really cool.
Yeah. And do you know what I love most about rocket engines?
What do you love most about rocket engines?
That they can't work in a vacuum.
Shit. No, there we go. I would love. I feel like if you end up doing a decent amount of analysis on it, operating at sea level or operating, independent of a vacuum, like if you draw your control volume at the edge of the nozzle, you can do the math. It ends up working out quite nicely.
See, and actually you have an out there, and this is also education for the listener, is that now that NASA and other scientists have redefined where the atmosphere ends, you do have the latitude then to speculate, to stipulate that, of course, rockets are operating in some sort of air and not a vacuum, because now that they say that the atmosphere goes way beyond the moon, you do have some latitude there to say that there's a middle ground for however you want to say that. So I'll give you that piece. But I do wonder if I do think it would be really cool if rockets can enter commercial service. Imagine being able to get from like some part of the U.S. to some part of Europe in an hour or whatever. That would be really cool.
Yeah. I heard Starship is. I heard Elon Musk wants to do that with Starship.
And point to
Once
point,
like it's
we'll get
viable.
there.
Yeah.
Why do we need to go up? It's a longer distance. Just make something underground that reaches all the way.
No, but if something like Starship were used, then you can go from like one place to another in like half an hour. Like from like I think you can get from like North America to like Australia like less than an hour, I think.
Yeah. Put the rocket
it's
in
like
a
2
tube.
minutes.
It's gonna be faster.
I mean, the reason that you go up is that the air gets thinner and thinner, so there's less friction, so you're able to go faster and faster without.
You can evacuate the tube, buddy.
Oh yeah. No, I mean you're talking about Hyperloop. I mean, you can artificially create a vacuum that low underground, but then it's, I don't know. Hyperloop is super complex, whereas you can just use the natural decrease in air pressure at certain altitudes.
Yeah. I mean, I still want my flying car, so I get it.
Go talk to the FAA about that one.
I know, right? Tiny little hovercraft, you're like, oh, I gotta deal with the FAA now. What the fuck? I'm sorry for swearing. I need to get my etiquette back for voice.
Nah, fuck that. The rule in my house is as long as you're not directing it at somebody, everything is fair game. So there's a difference between saying "fuck you" and "what the fuck."
Yeah. It's more like you're exclaiming an emotion or a frustration. It's a verbal exclamation mark.
Well, Drace, would you like to get a selection going? Like, would you like to play one of the episodes or something else?
I can play you a song, but that's about it. And then I gotta be heading out soon because we gotta go
whatever. I was
to
just
the
making
pharmacy and stuff.
Doesn't matter. And I got to start working anyway. I've been sick the last 3 days, so I've got like nothing done this week.
I guess I'll play myself up then.
You can quote your books and masters, wear your medals, raise your hands, but your words don't weigh like metal. They melt when I test the sea and land. You talk about faith and consensus, I talk about what I can prove. You hide in your halls of agreement, I go where the evidence moves. I trust the world, not men. It never lies, it just waits again. Steel and sunlight don't pretend. They break or bend, but they don't. You preach belief, I seek the end. I trust the world, Lord, not men. They said repeat, don't reason. Remember names, not why. Now they kneel to the towers they build, but they can't look the truth in the eye. They call me lost in question, but I'm the one who's free. They're chained to the words of their teacher, while I test what I can see. I trust the world, not men. It never lies, it just waits again. I've seen the light twist in the wind, and still come home to what's real within. I don't need a priest in the lab coat, or a crowd to say amen. I've got dirt beneath my fingers, and the sky to prove again. Keep your thrones of certainty, keep your saints with paper pens. I'll be here with the questions till the answers break or mend. I trust the world, not men.
And I'm out.
That's good, my friend. Always good to see you, sir. Or more accurately, hear you.
Always good to be here.
Up, Matthew?
Hey, I'm doing okay. How are you?
Good. So weird. I just saw your profile picture pop up, right? Then I just clicked a random tab because I had Facebook open, and there's Matthews pops up.
Oh, nice.
Like,
What?
yeah, yeah. Did you have a little meetup with Nathan Thompson and
Oh, yeah.
Angels of Light?
No, that was Angels of Light, Nathan Thompson, and then but most interesting was Jonathan, who was part of the TFE. He was the videographer, or like he's the one making the documentary, so he was there too.
Oh, okay.
But I don't think I had ever met anybody in person who has actually been to Australia, or I mean, like talked to somebody. So I mean, Antarctica.
True. Yeah. Okay.
But
What happened? Like, what did you guys do?
oh, we just hung out at the beach for a while. Talked about stuff. Like Jonathan told everybody about what it was like to be there in Antarctica. Showed us some pictures on his phone, stuff like that. I mean, he said, look, I know that I saw the sun 24 hours going from right to left, but even if you believe me, that's still just hearsay for you. So he acknowledged that him being there doesn't prove it for anybody else. But you know, he seemed like a trustworthy guy, so I think he actually saw the sun for 24 hours.
Yeah, yeah. I don't doubt that it's something that happens.
I think Angels of Light was doubting that is something that happens, but it was hard to. I mean, but then here's a guy saying that he was actually there, so that's hard to dispute.
Yeah, yeah. No, I wasn't surprised at all when when the footage came out. I mean, there was already footage that I couldn't really find any faults with, right? Like the time lapse footage and whatnot.
Right. Yeah, I've seen that too.
Yeah.
But it was suspicious footage.
That image that you posted in the side chat, DJ, is hilarious.
No. It is.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So funny.
I didn't notice that he had posted it on his Facebook page. Yeah, in fact, we stood in the right order to make a sentence, right? Or fake NASA lies, Earth is flat. We didn't like line up any way on purpose, but that's kind of fine.
Yeah. The good thing is that it was a coincidence. Sometimes truth shows itself in a weird way.
Yeah. We mainly hung out. We weren't arguing about stuff, but I was teasing them some, like, "Oh, look, the sun is setting. Where is it going?" Or, "Oh, there's the full moon," or, "There's the moon. How come it's staying the same size all night long?" Stuff like that. But so we weren't debating necessarily.
What do you think about Witsit? Do you think that he still have the same energy?
The same energy?
Yeah, as before the expedition to Antarctica. I feel that he lost the energy that he had.
You think so?
Yeah. I don't see him debating anymore. When I jump into Earth's Awakening from time to time, he's there and he's silent, completely silent. And if he talks, he would talk about religion and some completely different topics. I don't understand. I don't want to assume something.
Maybe his focus has changed some. I don't know. I would have a hard time judging that. It seems like he's still interested in the topic, but maybe you're right. He's not as talkative as before. I don't know.
Sup, Bruce? I hope you're good, brother.
Yeah, good, bro. Long time no see.
I've seen you sometimes in here, but I didn't hear you talking, so.
Yeah, to be fair, I've seen you about the last few days, but I don't think I saw you for a good few weeks. You been away? You been busy?
A little bit, just a little bit. Sometime I jump for just a couple minutes and I go away.
Yeah, family life, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, good to see you, bro.
Good to see you, brother.
So what's the topic then? What are we going to talk about? Is it ships over the horizon still, DJ? Have we touched
That
on
was
it yet?
the name of the event, but we haven't really had any globe earthers come in. Worth talking to anyway. Except for Matthew.
And I was just talking about the Flat Earth meetup I went to on Sunday with Nathan Thompson and Angels of Light and Jonathan, who is at the Antarctica with Witsit.
No way, you went to a Flat Earth meetup. That's cool.
It's a picture in the side chat.
So, Matthew, have you been in here while Josh Ingersoll has been in here?
I don't recognize that name, no.
Yeah, gents, what do you think? Do you think that'd be an interesting conversation?
No. Do you?
Maybe.
Interesting how?
Well, it would be interesting because Matthew and Josh, they're both believers in the globe. And Matthew admits that it's a belief. Josh doesn't admit it's a belief. And so it'd be interesting to see the two of them discuss whether it's a belief or not a belief and see if we can get some uniformity out of the globe side.
We probably agree about the globe. It's probably more a disagreement about those words like knowledge, belief, evidence, those kinds of things. Because I think that belief and knowledge can overlap. They're not mutually exclusive.
Okay, it begs the question, do you believe that or know that?
I know that because that's a definition of, that's just a tautology from the definition of words.
That was meant humorous. That was meant in jest. That wasn't meant seriously.
Okay, got it. Yeah, right.
Well, for better or for worse, when Josh is here, it does seem like the conversations always end up with him talking about himself the whole time. So maybe that wouldn't be very interesting.
Yeah, well, hopefully I'll run into him at some point.
My question for you, and I asked this to Josh earlier, though I know you don't know who he is, so you don't know the context for certain, but, earlier there was a conversation in here where they were talking about sending some sort of baguette to the edge of space on a weather balloon, and they brought it back down and ate it. And so my question for you as a Globie How do you feel when you see such stuff? It's obviously TikTok mush brain clickbait, but then it gets passed off as it's the real thing.
Well, look, I mean, those kinds of things are stunts, right? I mean, sending a bagel up there, you could, it'd be better to send a thermometer to see how hot it was or something like that. But I don't know, it could be entertaining, I suppose.
That came about, I believe, because there was somebody in here just before I came in who had cited that as proof of the Earth being a big spinny ball. That oh look, there's curvature. So the baguette got to go up to the see the curvature and come back, and then we ate it after it saw the curvature.
Yeah, those type of observations, I think you'd have to have a camera that doesn't have any barrel distortion, or that you would put like some kind of piece of glass in front of it with a grid, so you could compare it against the grid or something like that. So I don't know if that's going to help either side that much.
No, certainly not.
I mean, don't get me wrong, it's cool that weather balloons can go really high, and it's cool that we have cameras that can take pictures and see what it's like up there, but I don't think it's convincing anybody either way.
What do you think about those who claim that they saw with their own eyes the curvature of the Earth from an airplane, and those who claim that they saw the curvature of the Earth from a mountain?
I think they're confusing the fact that it's a circle, like you can stand in the middle of a dinner plate and look all the way around, and it's all the way around you, and it's circular in that sense. But I don't think you're going to be able to see the difference between that and I don't think you can see horizontal curvature with your eyes without comparing it against some kind of standard. So I don't believe them. Well, I'd say they may be thinking they see it, but they aren't really seeing it.
About what you said, that they think they are on a dinner plate, and I can understand that, and they see that it's circular all around them. That will be happening on a surface too, like from 1 foot elevation. That will be the same exact explanation. They can say that I can see the curvature of the Earth from 1 foot elevation. So because they think that they are like on a dinner plate, they wouldn't claim that they went high to an airplane or the top of a mountain to be able to see the curvature. Because in my opinion, they claim that they see the curvature of the horizon. That's why they say that, and you know that it's a claim about the curvature of the horizon, thinking that it's a circular horizon around.
Right. Yeah.
So what I want to know, do you think that it's on purpose? It's just like some cognitive dissonance symptoms that they have to defend their belief, and they have even to just throw some bullshit like that? On
no,
purpose?
I don't think it's on purpose. I think they're just like confusing what they're seeing and interpreting it incorrectly.
Oh, but many people didn't see that. Many people never went on an airplane and never saw that curving horizon, but they just claim it. And I can bet on now money that people who go to the top of a mountain, they won't see the curvature of that horizon. They won't see the curvature of the Earth at all from that elevation, the top of a mountain. So it means that it is on purpose. They use that to just defend the idea that that's what I think, because they don't see that. I can accept misunderstanding, being like on an airplane, in the window of the airplane, let them see that horizon being. They interpret that curvature that they see due to the window effect, and they claim that the Earth's curvature. I can accept that. I can say that, oh, it's just a some external effects and external things that made them say that. But for some people who never see that curvature, but still claim they saw it with their own eyes, and they stick to that opinion because they want to make you believe that they saw the curvature of the earth from the top of a mountain. You know that you don't see it.
Yeah, you don't see it from the top of a mountain.
Yeah, you know that you will never see it there.
Yeah, they don't see it
can-
from the top of a mountain.
You can just mistake it, and if you have a presupposition that you think the Earth's a globe, and you can see the same distance in every direction, when you pan your head, it looks like it curves. I used to notice that when I would go to a big headland on the ocean and pan my head across the horizon, and it looks like a big sort of flat circle. But if you didn't understand that that's the way your vision works, you could definitely think that you're seeing the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, and that's why I think it's not intentional. They're just misinterpreting what they're seeing.
I think as well, a lot of the globers who use that argument haven't taken the time to listen to flat earthers. It's easy to say, oh, you don't understand optics, or how we see, but we're not really taught that. But if you take the time to speak to a flat earther and actually listen to what they're saying, we talk about this all the time. Do you know what I mean? This is something that gave us sort of ammunition against them. So I don't know. I just think a lot of them don't bother or don't want to know what flat earthers are saying in the first place.
And to respond to what you said, DJ, my problem with that is that if it is about the effect that circle around us when you look at the horizon, you turn around yourself and make a 360-degree rotation around yourself, you will see that horizon like being like a hula hoop at your eye level, and you see that horizontal line. But you wouldn't claim that you have to go to high altitude to be able to see that, because and just I can just take a small boat or jet ski and go to the ocean and can have that effect on 1 foot elevation, 1 centimeter elevation above the sea level. I can have effect. I don't need to claim that, you just have to go to an airplane and you can see the curvature of the... No, it's not logic. It's not even logic. Only if I want to claim that the horizon would curve. It's not that circular horizon that you were talking about that I can see when I'm in the ocean on a boat. I can see that horizon being circular around me. I'm not even 10 meters above sea level. I'm just me. It's just me. 1 meter, 87 centimeter.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But when it looked prominent to me, like where I could definitely see, like it looked like curvature, even though, once you do it a few more times, you can tell it just looks like looking at a flat circle kind of thing. It was at like probably at least 30 meters altitude, right? Like up on like a headland. But when I'm just out on a boat in the ocean, you still get the same thing, but you don't really notice it. You don't really think about it. But I don't know. From a bit higher altitude, that's when I noticed it more. And maybe because there's a lot more distance as you go higher, like you can see more of the horizon. I'm not sure. But it's definitely it's not curvature, but I mean, it does look like curvature just because of the way that your perspective works.
So the point of my question in the beginning, it was just to take Matthew's opinion about that response, that argument that they give us. Is it just a coping mechanism like that? And they claim that they could see the curvature of the earth from the top of a mountain or an airplane. Or it's just legitimate confusion and misunderstanding or something.
It's legitimate confusing and misunderstanding.
With some
I
of them.
agree.
Some of them are just blatantly lying as well. Some of them heard that argument and they're just parroting an argument they heard. So it depends on the person. But from an airplane, if someone thinks that they see a curve from an airplane, that's bullshit. Right? I've flown on tons of planes. It's the horizon looks so flat because you can't really pan your head to get that, to really get that effect to happen, right? You can just see out a window.
Yeah, because also I've seen many observations from airplanes. Just like little example, Jay Toland, he have many observations that have been done from an airplane. I don't see that effect. So, meaning that every footage of someone making a video from the window of an airplane, I have to see what people see, that the Earth is curved. They can see the curvature from an airplane, even if I'm never flew on an airplane. I have to see that on every footage because the Earth is curved from.
Yeah, look, every time I've flown, I'm just blown away how flat the horizon looks. And then sometimes I've filmed it, I'm like, I'm going to film this. And then when I look back at the footage of filming it, when I get home, I'm like, it looks like it's curving all of a sudden just because of the lens.
So let me interrupt here real quick because I was on an airplane week before last, I think it was, twice, and that's the first time I flew on a Airbus A320. So I'm typically used to flying on a 727 or 737 wide body that have a little bigger windows than the A320. And I realized just how small the windows were. And as I was looking out, the thing I realized was just how little of a view I really truly got. And so as I got to really thinking about it and really noticing, I really couldn't see squat. You could tell it was humid, especially off to the distance. And then I realized from that point, your brain fills in all the little other details unless you're cognizant of that.
This was from a window seat?
Correct. So on an A320 anyway, the windows, they're pretty small. And so where your head is, you would have to really truly bend down a pretty good distance to get a real good look out. So just, barring the effects of curved glass and things of that nature, just setting all that to the side, I mean, what do you guys think? I mean, do you guys not think that we don't get a real good view of what's on the outside from those windows, or do you think we get a good enough view to really tell? I really truly don't think we get a good enough view to tell.
Oh yeah, those windows are small, so we're not seeing a big angle. But I don't think it's distorting what we see that much, like the glass or whatever. I would say that maybe the pilots sitting up front with the big windows have a better view. But also, in my experience, most times the horizon's pretty fuzzy when you're up that high.
Yeah, so here's my point is so if you want to see a bendy ball Earth, then your brain's going to let you see that. So if you want to see curvature, because I don't think you really truly have enough view out to really know. So I think when we hear from people talking about seeing the bendy ball from an airplane, that it's just wishful thinking, pure and simple. Now that's a separate argument from whether it's actually a bendy ball or not. Would you disagree or agree with that, DJ?
That sounds right to me too.
Yeah, I think it looks completely flat from the limited field of view we have on a plane, and because it is flat as well, that's another reason. And I think some people just claim it's curved because they heard that argument. Quite often they come in here after reading like a top 10 how to debunk flat earthers or something like that, and they just heard that and they're just parroting that, or yeah, like you said, sometimes they just, it's like you like the human brain is so weak when it comes to like how easy it is to trick it. So if you have like a preconceived notion the Earth's a globe and you see a horizon, like you might think you can see some curvature. I think that happens even with flat earthers. Like I've seen pictures of a horizon, people say, look how flat it is. I'm like, it looks like it's curving a little bit, and then I'll draw like a perfect line across it and it goes straight across the image. It's just like a programming thing. Just look at optical illusions, how easy it is to trick a person. It's pretty easy. And I think we can just trick ourselves.
And I love how you say that we were at the boys' school Monday for some of their evaluations, and one of the evaluators, because this is, we've changed states, so they're getting evaluated as far as like how making sure that their curriculum's right for them, et cetera, et cetera. And so one of the evaluators noted that one of the boys, that when he would make a mistake and she would point it out, he would say, "Silly me, I tricked myself."
Yeah.
And
my wife keeps sending me like just random videos of like little tricks that trick the human brain. Like the one I just posted in the side chat. It plays a sound and there's two words on the screen. One of them says green needle and the other one says brainstorm. But there's only one sound, and whichever one of those two words you think about, you hear that word. It's freaking weird. Like the more of these little optical illusions and brain like tricks that I watch, I'm like, damn, we're so easy to trick.
That's the point that I talk every time I talk about when people claim that our senses, you can't rely 100% on your senses, so our senses can fool us. I just respond that it's not correct. Your senses gives you the 100% correct information that they detect. So your eyes will just detect light, and that light will enter the lens inside your eye and hit the retina, and it will give you that information. So the flaw comes from the interpretation from your brain, and what the ref said. So his friend said is true. He tricked himself. In reality, you're tricking yourself. It's your brain that is creating those illusions. So the interpretation is formed inside your brain, not your eyes. So your eyes gives you the data. If you are hallucinating, it's not your eyes, it's just your brain. If you hear someone calling you and it's a hallucination, ears detecting a sound wave and fooling you by that wave detected by the others. No, it's just your brain giving you something that is not there. But your ears detect the sound waves, and if there is none, you won't hear anything using your ears. But if you hear something, it's just your brain creating that illusion inside your mind. So you're tricking yourself, like you said.
Yeah.
If two people are standing in the desert and both of them see a mirage, so both of their eyes, if they don't have medical issues, so if they go to an optician and they say that, you see very well, you don't need glasses and your eyes work very well. So if they stand in the desert and they see that mirage, and one of them interpret it as being a pond of water, and rush to that water because he thirsty, it's just his brain tricking him. If you interpret the information very as it have to be, you won't rush to that like the second person, and you will say, "Oh, stop! It's just a mirage," and it worked like this because of this, because the temperature and the density of the air, and he will just explain the interpretation, give it some explanation, reasoning.
Yeah, I mean, the way that I was always, the way they sort of say mirages are, like when you're a kid and you see, like in the movies, and they give the example of the people lost in the desert and things like that, they make out like a mirage is like seeing something that's not real.
And it's in reality a fact, because it happens to us. Since I turned flat earther, I started noticing mirages very often when the conditions are permitting to see the mirages. And my wife too. And sometimes it confuses us. We see the mirage on the road when riding our bike or driving, and we see the mirage and we don't know. She asks me sometimes, is it just a mirage, or the road is wet, is really wet at that place? So I just wait till I see. Sometimes it just appears to you like if it is water on the road, if the road is really wet.
Yeah, it's pretty trippy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hey, here's a bit of a mind bender. This is AI Overlord. He went to a lake the other week, and this is a picture taken from a few foot height. And then when he gets down low to the water, this is the same thing, the same rock. What do you think's going on here? Do you think the bottom of the rock is missing, or do you think that there's something else going on?
I would say that the image in the top, that bottom of the rock, is it reflection? Is it mirroring or something?
Well, we can see some mirroring on the water, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the actual rock.
No, I'm talking about the actual rock. That I'm not talking about. There is like two mirrorings there. There is a mirroring below the rock. That's due to, I think, a mirage or something like that. And there is the other mirror, which is on the surface of.
I think the top image is just what the rock looks like.
So if the top image is
wow, I never considered what you just suggested. That's interesting.
And I'm not saying that it's actually what's happening. I'm just giving an interpretation to what I think it's happening. So the second image, I see that that bottom part being squished so much.
That's my conclusion. That there's like a stooping effect going on with the bottom portion of the rock, because if you think of it like a boot, right? That's what we're calling it, like the boot rock. But you can see like a heel on the back of the boot popping out in the top image, and then first we thought that the due to perspective, like it was actually looking like the rock was hidden bottom up. But
no,
if that was the case, you wouldn't have that little bit of heel sticking out. You know what I mean by heel?
Correct.
Like, yeah, but it's still there. I think it's just compressed.
From the beginning, it didn't appear to me in the bottom image that it is being obscured bottom up, because I see that line just underneath the rock is just bending and following the shape of that rock. So it means that it is just a squished image. So the bottom of that rock is squished so much vertically, so it appears that it is completely missing. But it is there. You see the entire bottom part of the rock, but it's squished so much. It's pressed so much.
Yeah, that's what I thought the same thing.
If you draw 2 lines, one in the bottom of the rock and one in that squished part, it will be just like 2 pixels or 3 maximum. So that entire part in the top image is just squished to 2 pixels compared to that part in the top image, which is like, I think, 10 to 15 pixels.
What do you think about the argument that quite a lot of flat earthers use, that perspective will make it look like things are disappearing bottom up in the distance? Personally, I don't like it.
I don't know.
They'll say like ships disappearing bottom up is due to perspective, due to you not being able to resolve the bottom part of the ship. I think it could have maybe a tiny little effect, but I've not seen much evidence of it. Usually I think it could only be physical obstruction, or like a, varying miraging effect, like sinking or inferior mirage.
DJ, I think you're right. I think when it comes to everyday observations, bottom-up disappearance is usually an atmospheric effect. But if you're just talking about what happens at the vanishing point to things that are above the horizon, there is something called a diffraction line that goes into your vanishing point, which would cause the bottom of the ship to merge, compress, and squish basically into your vanishing point, giving the appearance of, a shrinking effect at the bottom half of the boat. So that is technically what happens. Do you know what I mean?
Most of the time, the bottom-up obstruction will happen if there is some magnification there, that like the object, the angular resolution of that object is not shrinking the same way that it have to be, like if there is no some magnification. And that image that's being magnified, sure, bottom part of that image that is bigger than the that will create a bigger image than the floor that is opaque, or the surface of water if you that object behind the horizon on the surface of water. So bottom part, because it's just an image that is getting magnified, sure, it will just merge with that water and be appear to be obstructed, and you will just see the upper part, like the remember that building that is like a spiral. They showed us some images.
Yeah, turning torso.
Getting farther of that building, and you can see that magnification. You can see that the bottom part of that building, near the half of the building is missing there, and there is.
I agree that when you use a Fresnel lens or a magnifying glass or something like that, and you move things away horizontally over a flat surface, it looks like they're sinking and disappearing bottom up. But I haven't seen confirmation that can happen with the atmosphere as the medium, right? That's the only thing there. Definitely, it can happen with a Fresnel lens or a magnifying glass and that kind of thing. That's undeniable. But can that same thing happen just purely with the atmosphere to create such a huge, drastic effect, like we see with the Fresnel lens or with the magnifying glass?
Yeah, I see. And also, we can see that effect on the sun during the different sunsets. and you can see the different sunsets and different effects. There is low humidity in the air. You can see the sun and the angular size of changing drastically, and you can see the sun when it's going further distance. It's just shrinking till it fade out. You can see also there is some mirages there, and you can see the sun like setting on itself and squishing on itself.
I think quite often though, when we like that footage, which I've used this argument so much over the years, and I wish I hadn't, but quite often when we see like the shrinking sun footage, usually it's because the person's using like a low focal length lens, and when you look at the sun or the moon through a low focal length lens, it looks tiny. It looks like a tiny little dot in the sky. And when the sun is higher in the sky, there's less atmosphere to block the intensity of the sun, and it looks like it's giant because of the glare, because the sensor in the camera is making it look huge because of the glare. And as it moves into more and more atmosphere between you and the light source, it kind of acts a bit like a solar filter, and it looks like it's shrinking into this little dot. But I think I don't think it's a very good argument to say that that's proof that like the sun is actually shrinking. I think it's misused. Because that's not what happens if you hook up a solar filter. It might look like it shrinks a tiny little bit, but that's probably for the same reason that there's, you're looking through a solar filter, but as the sun gets lower, there's just more atmosphere. So even with a solar filter, there's even less light as it goes down further.
Yeah,
I don't think it really changes in angular size as it moves away, but I don't think that validates a globe or anything like that.
Correct. But what I take in consideration that even if the lens is making the sun appear a little bit smaller than it should, if the sun really is that big, and if it really is going down and it's obscured by that horizon, the lens wouldn't just create a different image than what you see. So sun being cut off by the horizon, and you see just half of that sphere or that circle, and you see the quarter of that circle till you don't see at all when it sets completely. So the lens wouldn't create a different image, a completely different image, which is the complete circle of the sun getting smaller and smaller, fading. Distance.
I think quite often, like, this is my new little theory that I'm thinking about, is that quite often, like, there's ocean swells, and due to perspective and due to physical obstruction, it can make it look like things are being cut off bottom up. So when we see more cleaner looking footage of the sun appearing to set bottom up, we need to know exactly what the ocean swells were on that particular day for that particular image, and at what height the footage was taken from. Because quite often, like, I speculate that if you don't have any waves, right, any ocean swell, which is pretty rare, then what you see is something more like what I just posted in the side chat, where the sun will kind of sort of squish into the horizon and just fade off. But from a distance, because most people don't carry P900s around, from a distance it just looks normal. It just looks like a normal sunset. But as you can see when you zoom right in with a crazy super zoom camera, it's not quite what it looks like. It's like kind of squishing in, and something's happening with the bottom of the sun that doesn't match with disappearing behind a geometric horizon. But with this same image here, if you added waves into the scene, right, bigger waves, then it might look like it's more cleanly being obstructed bottom up, purely because of the waves. And when you have waves, it's called a local horizon, not a apparent horizon.
Say that again, DJ. That last bit. It's called a what? Not an
A
apparent
local horizon. Like if you're looking out at a horizon, just say there's mountain ranges in the distance, or waves in the distance, or a city skyline in the distance. That's technically defined as a local horizon, right? Even if you hold your hand out in front of your face, where your hand appears to meet the sky, that would be considered a local horizon. It's when you have a physical object that's obstructing your view of where the actual apparent horizon would be. It would be sort of defined as a local horizon.
Gotcha. I've never heard it called that. I just called it.
Yeah, I looked up. I was digging into American Meteorological Society. It's kind of like it's meant to be like sort of like the pinnacle of meteorological terminology and definitions and things like that. And it's been slowly getting updated over the last 60 years. And apparently every update is like peer reviewed by a bunch of like meteorologists and people in the field and that kind of thing. So they have like more comprehensive definitions of things like horizon and things like that. I'll post a link to it in the side chat.
The silly word game that I don't like to go with, because since the beginning I always say that if you see the sky meeting the ground on the top of an obstruction, that's not there is no other definition for the horizon for me, just that optical effect that is due to perspective and weather conditions. That's the horizon in my understanding. It's the optical limit size and also plus.
Well, what about this though? What about this? Like a horizon in, say, architecture or art would be defined as the maximum distance you can see due to the angle of view, right? Due to perspective.
Yes.
So a straight line between vanishing points. Now, if there was something blocking your view of that perspective-based horizon, then that would be considered a local horizon. It would actually technically be something is blocking the actual horizon. And if you were to take that object away, then there would be a horizon behind the local horizon.
So technically it will be called physical obstruction. If you have a building in front of you 1 meter, and you see the sky meeting ground on the top of the building that is like a skyscraper, that horizon that is high above your head up to see that the top of that skyscraper, no, that's not a horizon. That's a skyscraper. You can't call it technically the word that is obscuring your view to the limit of your vision. So your vision, you can't see the limit of vision. For me, I don't use only that word that, like you explained it earlier, with the artistical drawing that we draw plane.
Straight line between vanishing points.
Yep. Nice, that one. That's the horizon for me. Something else, so the curvature of the Earth. So when they claim that both are obscured by the horizon and they are globe earthers, for me that's wrong, because it's the curvature of the Earth that's blocking the boat distance, not the horizon. The horizon would be the limit of your vision without any obstruction. And if you have a curvature, that will be a curvature, physical obstruction, obscuring the limit of your eyes.
You know what's interesting about that? Because most often we have ocean swells in the ocean. And that would mean that whenever you even have, like, say you've got a 1 foot ocean swell, when you look out over vast distances, you can't see that, right? It just looks uniform. It looks completely flat. And then you would think that you're looking at the actual horizon. But by your own standards of what a horizon is, you wouldn't be able to see the actual horizon. It would be completely obstructed behind a physical obstruction, which would be quite a big section would be hidden because of the way perspective works, depending how low you are to the surface of the water as well. Like if you've just got a 1 foot ocean swell, right? Because everything on the water is ramping up. So you can't actually see where the proper horizon is, like the perspective horizon, whatever you want to call it, because of the ocean swell. And I think
because we consider that because we know that surface that we live in is not perfectly even, so it's just flat. So it have topography and it have the ripples on the surface.
But look at what obvious it be just posted a good example of what I was just talking about. Like you can see there's like 2-foot waves or something like that there. But when you look out beyond the waves, it looks like it's completely flat. And if there was a boat out there, just say there was a fishing boat, and then someone zoomed in on it, it could look like it was obstructed bottom up. And it would just purely be because of the physical obstruction.
The physical obstruction of those created by those waves. The swells.
Yeah, the swells.
And you call that a local horizon?
Well, that's what this American Meteorological Society defines a local horizon as.
It means that there is no horizon.
I used to call it a false horizon.
So,
and it can happen in other ways as well. It can happen in reverse when you go up in altitude, because quite often people will say, look, it looks like the horizon's dropped quite drastically as you go up in altitude. But when you go up in altitude, you're looking through huge amounts more atmosphere between you and the vanishing point. And that becomes like, for lack of better terms, like a atmospheric deck of opacity. And because the horizon's so far away, it can look like the horizon's actually much lower. Because you're looking so far, it will kind of look like a distinct horizon line. But once again, there's something obstructing your view of the proper vanishing point horizon. You can't see it. It will look like the actual horizon's lower, but it's not.
Do you know what doesn't help? That the sea's blue and the sky's blue. That definitely doesn't help.
Yep.
So, DJ, for that, it means that the horizon that we see, it will always be a local horizon, no matter what, because we don't have an even, perfect even surface that doesn't have any ripple obscure that limit to our vision. So what would the horizon only constitute?
Well, that's why it's called an apparent. The apparent, that's where, like, it's in the definition, the word apparent's there.
Yes.
I guess. I don't know. But yeah, no, I get what you mean. Like, technically, you know, you don't get perfectly flat water. I mean, you can kind of, but over the ocean, probably not.
Yeah, but because we consider that, and that's why we the only horizon that we call horizon is on surface of water, because we are considering that there is ripples and there is ocean, but it's not that significant. It's not like when you're talking about geography on dry land. So that's
yeah. You know what else is a big problem there, Cross, is quite often, and people don't really realize this, is quite often in the vast distance there's total internal reflection right at the horizon line, and you can't even tell that it's there.
Correct.
Until you zoom right in like crazy, and then all of a sudden you'll notice that it's there. If there's an object that happens to be there, like that GIF with the jumping dolphins that look like they're jumping in the air or that kind of thing. But if there's nothing out there, quite often you can't even tell that you're just seeing a completely false horizon once again.
Very recently, and I hope, Ruth, do you still know people on Earth's Awakening server?
Yeah.
Nice. So there was a very, very nice presentation about horizon perspective, why things appear to ramp up when you are standing like a 6-foot observer, and things like a boat or an RC car they appear to ramp up toward your eyes, or to ramp up in distance, like to reach the level of your eyes or nearly that. So it was a nice presentation, and he showed some observation done with his friend. There was he had two friends, one with the boat and another one the other side of I think lake, and the boat went from the first observer to the other, and the horizon was the line perfectly cutting between those two people when when the boat reached the maximum possibility to be able to. The other person couldn't see it anymore, so when it fades for the person, the second person starts to see the boat, and you can see the boat start to appear, and it wasn't appearing from the hard cut that is the surface of water to the horizon, but it was like there is a thin line, like a mirage line, where there is that boat that goes and fades on itself and starts fishing, like that image that you posted with the sun and those compared to those cars. It did the same exact thing on that line of the horizon. And for the second person, it appears just the opposite. The boats start to appear from that mirror, start to appear from itself, bottom part and an upper part, start to appear and get bigger and bigger, and descend, ramp down. So it descends surface water because that surface water is ramping perspective. So it appears to descend toward that second observer. And when it goes away, it ramps up, will go up on that ramp that is created by perspective toward the top of that ramp. It will squish on itself on that line of mirage and start to appear for the first person again. There was many observations that he've done, and I think they recorded that. It was live stream. I just don't have the link to the channel. I want to take some clips, some good clips from that, from the videos he showed. So I understand what you said about that line. Sometimes in some videos they call it the empty horizon.
Yeah. Some examples in the side chat there. Like if you look on the flatearth.ws site, under horizon dip, how have they confirmed in any of these images that we don't have a completely false horizon due to a miraging effect taking place, or the maximum visibility on that day isn't that far, right? So the maximum distance you can see that water is basically around the maximum visibility of the air on that particular day. And from that distance, it just makes it look like it's lower because you can't really see further than that distance because of the opacity of the air or the miraging effect that could be creating a completely false horizon.
Just like in that same image, the one in the bottom left, do you see the range of mountains that are fading in distance? So there is mountains there. It means that there's still be a surface of water that you just don't see because it's fading like that. Those mountains.
How do you explain the magnetic pull of Earth if it's flat?
Magnetic pull?
Yeah.
What do you mean by a magnetic pull?
Yeah.
Earth is magnetic field.
You don't need a globe to have a magnet, like a magnetic field or a magnet, right? It's pointing towards the north. It's not flat. The magnetic field's not pulling things. But
how does it work if it's flat?
Well, you can get a magnetic field on a flat surface. Just go put a magnet on a table, right? And the compass is going to point towards the magnet.
Yeah, well, then Earth is inside, it's going to fall out, isn't it?
Well, go stick a bar magnet in the ground. it's going to have, you're not going to be able to see it, obviously, but it's going to have a magnetic field. It's going to have a north and a south.
So you agree
pole
that it pulls towards the center, so it can't be flat.
No, it doesn't pull towards the center. You're talking about a magnetic field. I think you're mistaking gravity with a magnetic field for some reason, right? Because magnets just... Okay, so think about this, right?
No, the magnetic field
Compasses don't point towards the center of the Earth, do they? Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Outside Earth, it's called magnetic field.
Dude,
but
Hold on, my friend. Hold on. He was mid-sentence.
hold on a
Also, it
second.
sounds like your microphone's in your mouth. Maybe something's obstructing it.
It does, yeah. Take the mic out of your mouth.
It's a bit close. It's a bit close.
Yeah, so they say gravity is what pulls things towards the center of the Earth, not the magnetic field.
Yeah, gravity
Right, the
is
magnetic
what's
field.
inside
Hold on,
Earth.
let me finish
Magnetic
talking,
field is
bro.
outside
What's wrong
Earth.
with you? What's wrong with you?
No, you're saying what I'm saying.
Hold
No,
on.
I'm
Let
not.
him finish, please, and then you can have the floor.
Okay.
Yeah, like let's have a normal conversation. Okay, so on the globe, they say gravity pulls everything towards the center of the Earth. That's got nothing to do with the magnetic field. Do you agree?
No.
Go ahead, bro.
Now it's your turn.
What was you trying to say?
Gravity is what's from inside Earth. What's outside Earth is the magnetic field. But you said that gravity pulls towards the center, so it can't be flat. How do you explain that?
No. It does. That's on a globe. That's what would happen if the Earth were a globe.
Well, how does it happen?
How does what happen? The Earth's not a globe.
Where does it pull if not towards the center?
Well, why were
Does
you
it pull
bringing up a
down?
magnetic field? And now did you mean gravity? Is that what you meant?
Okay, let's forget about magnetic fields now. Let's talk about gravity.
Yeah, so that's why it was confusing.
Yeah, no,
when you
because
came
when
in
I
and
brought
your
it up,
argument
you
was
started
magnetic
talking about
fields.
gravity. You know, you're trying to flip it on me. When I brought up magnetic fields, you
Okay,
talked
well,
about gravity.
Okay,
We
so
can
let's
stay on
continue
magnetic
with.
fields.
Yeah, let's stay on magnetic fields. You said magnetic fields pulls things towards the center of the Earth. Is that what you said?
No, that's what you said.
That's not what I said. Okay,
You said
continue
it
with your
pulled it
argument.
down.
This is
No, you
recorded,
said
by the
that-
way.
You said it
This is
pulled it
recorded.
down. You said it pulled it down. I said towards the center because I thought that you mistook it for
Towards
gravity.
the center. What? Okay, so explain your magnetic. Say what you said when you first came in.
I said, how do you explain magnetic fields of Earth or the magnetic field of Earth if it's flat?
But you
Where
also
did it
said
go
that
wrong?
it
He
pulls
answered
things
that. He
towards the
answered that.
center.
He answered
No,
that.
he didn't. He said it pulls towards the ground, and he's talking about
No, I
gravity.
didn't.
That's gravity. It's not
YTB,
magnetic field.
YTB. That's not what he said. He said you can have a magnetic field on a flat Earth.
Yeah.
No, you can't.
Yeah, you know how we know? Because we measure it flat.
What do you?
So how can you explain it on a globe when it measures flat?
You can't. No. Hey.
Yeah, so I thought you said that the magnetic field would be pulling things towards the center of the Earth, and how would that work if the Earth were flat? Because that would require the Earth to
you
be a
said it
globe.
pulls you said it pulls down. I said towards the center because I thought that you mistook magnetic fields for gravity.
Okay, so what's being pulled towards the center?
Everything.
What do you mean by center, by the way? Are you talking about the center of a globe?
Yeah.
Okay, well that's not where
As in
that's
Earth's
not where
core.
compasses point. Compasses
As
point
in
towards the
Earth's
north.
core. What does it have anything to do with compasses?
Okay, well you're talking about a magnetic field, right?
Yeah, no, you asked me what does it pull. I said Earth is everything, which is the core.
Okay, so
And
what
now
does it
you
pull? What does the magnetic field pull?
Towards directions.
Like what? What's your observed phenomena there? Like what's it pulling?
Well, you got 4 directions. You know them?
Yeah, so north isn't okay. So a compass doesn't point towards it doesn't point towards the ground, which would be the center of the globe.
Yeah.
It points towards the north.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. So not towards the center, right? The north would be the top of the globe, right? Not the center.
What?
Not the center. The center is the middle of the globe. Yeah, the core.
Yeah, so you buy a
That's not
compass.
where
and
that's
it-
not
it
where
shoots
compasses
upward,
point
right?
to.
Okay, so you buy a compass and it shoots upward. Great compass.
Yeah, not towards the center, like you said.
What compass shoots up? What are you talking about?
It points towards the north. It doesn't point like if if you're
you said
standing
it
on the
points
equator,
upwards.
compass isn't north.
You said
Isn't
it
pointing
points
towards
to the
your
top of the
feet.
globe. If it points towards the top of the globe, then it points up. It doesn't
Not the
point up.
center. Then, like you said, center.
I
Top's not center, is it? It's because
I didn't say anything about compasses.
You just said that then.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
but you
saw
were talking about magnetic field. So if you talk about magnetic field, and why don't you want to talk about compasses that are the tools that we use to just point to the source of that magnetic
No,
field?
it's not that I don't want to talk about it. You're just shifting subjects. I was just talking about Earth's core being pulled towards itself, and then you said compasses, and that's gravity. This is magnetic field. It's two different
You
things.
are confused.
Towards the south? What?
That you're talking about gravity.
I think you're just flipping words. That's what's going on here. Very fun.
No,
Very
your
fun.
argument's bricked. That's what's going on here.
He's gone.
He shit himself.
Yeah.
He's confused. He want to talk about magnetic field, and then he want to merge magnetic gravity, which is not the same. Gravity is not related to magnetic field. You can have or not have a magnetic field on that sphere, and it still have gravity. So like that, those balls that they claim they used on Cavendish experiment, do you think that those balls have magnetic field around them?
Wow, all that time waiting for a globe earther to come in. What a letdown.
By the way, he did say the magnetic field pulls to the center. He did use that term.
Yeah, I know.
I heard him because he's confused. He thinks that magnetic field is gravity. By the way, you can't
I
explain
think
how you
maybe
can
he
have
realized
about magnetic field. You can't explain if you want to
track and then say,
Steelman them.
yeah.
If you want to Steelman them, you can't explain to me how you can have magnetic field, generate a magnetic field on the globe Earth. The explanation that they give, it doesn't work at all because you can't have a dynamo without a magnet. So you need a magnetic and a rotating a second solid, the lava that is inside the Earth, but it does have to move inside or around the magnetic field. Already, you need a magnet to make a dynamo. You can't make a dynamo with just a moving piece at all. It's not imaginable. So you can't explain to me how you can have magnetic field on the globe Earth if you don't use that lava. They claim that it's generated by that lava that is rotating around the center. Okay? It's just a dynamo with the moving piece then. There is no magnet. To have a dynamo, you need a magnet. You can have magnet, this just permanent magnet, or you can use also electromagnet around the moving piece, and you can create a dynamo. Does work. Doesn't work without a magnetic field. So you want to create a magnetic field with the magnetic field on the Earth. So from where you have the first one to create the second one. If there is a glober who can still man them and explain that to us, I'd be glad to hear it.
I like how Yoda was lurking in the background going, tell me more about magnetic fields. I think he sensed the danger.
And ladies and gentlemen, that's the best the globe side has to offer.
A brick is the best they have to offer.
No, but they are the bricks.
What's up, Yoki? Or Yuki, maybe. Did anyone? I wanted to ask Matthew a question, but he's gone now, and the conversation moved on, and I took a call. Did anyone ask him why he goes to these events? What his motivations are?
I've asked him before what his motivations are.
And what does he say?
He says that he's here because it's fair that the Globe has someone to represent the arguments fairly as well. So when someone comes in, they get the opportunity to hear both sides of the story.
Oh, right. Okay.
Is that
He's like, yeah, Matthew. Yeah.
Yeah, he can present the deep belief, blind belief that he have. Yeah, it's the only thing that he have.
Yep.
I don't know why I had a vision of him turning up with a sword and shield.
Well, I still maintain he's a closeted flat earther. I think it would be really bad for him career-wise if he were to come out of the closet, so to speak.
I do wonder sometimes. That's why I asked the question. You know, why is he going still? Why is he still in this? If he's so sure.
Matthew presenting the globe Earth would be just like if you talk about measurements of the surface and the surface doesn't measure any curvature, that it is flat, it would just say, oh, we believe that it is curved. That's all what he have. They believe that it is. Not like that. They believe that it is curved. They believe that it is spinning. They believe that.
No, his main argument is sunsets, and that the moon doesn't change size.
Yeah, that was another question I wanted to put to him, which maybe you guys have spoken to him about it, but the whole conversation earlier, especially when we were talking about curved visual space or non-Euclidean depth perception, I've never really heard him address that. Have you spoke to him about that?
Mm-mm. Nope.
I'd like to hear his opinion there, because if that's his best argument, we already addressed this. You know what I mean? We address it regularly. Don't worry, I'll get him next time.
What do you think about the shrinking sun argument? I used to always make the argument that if you go to really dry conditions, like the Afghanistan desert or something like that, then as the sun moves away, it looks like it shrinks into a little dot. I don't use that anymore. I think that maybe that's a terrible argument. What do you guys think? Because in the footage that we have, you can always see that there's a ton of glare. And if the lens that was used was a wide-angle lens, which is most lenses, right, like phone lenses and things like that, it's going to look like a tiny dot. Like when I used my camcorder, I used to have a crazy camcorder that could zoom so far into the sun that all you could see is the sun in the frame. And it looks like you're sort of zooming into the center of the sun. But when you zoom completely out, the sun looks like a tiny dot. And it's because of the focal length of the camera. It doesn't look like that when you look at it with your eyes. And I think a lot of the footage that where people say the sun looks like it's shrinking, it's just glare in combination with the focal length of the camera being used, not actually a shrinking sun.
I don't really like getting into that one too much because I know it sounds cliche, but we don't know what the sun is.
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
There's so many things that, I mean, if the sun's some sort of transformer excitation of some sort, then we're not dealing with an object. Plus, it's at extremely high altitude, and like you alluded to earlier, when you're looking down at the horizon, looking up, it's going to be different to the effects you see looking across. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. I don't address it.
Imagine if it is an arc, like the arc that you use on those giant projectors, that like that one that they use to call Batman. So there is an arc inside it. So, yeah, in those giant projectors, they use arcs, an anode, cathode, and high voltage. So it creates like a small sun. If you see it, it's just a light. It's nothing, just a light. So gas is being ionized at so high energy. We don't know what is the sun. You can assume.
Yeah,
anything.
I just think that one of the main arguments from the globe side is, why does the sun look like it disappears from the bottom up and completely disappears over the horizon? It's very logical for the globe earther to assume that that's because of the curvature of the earth. So I think it's pretty important to have a good response to that question.
The very interesting thing that the sun does to me is the change of the spectrum that you get from the sun during the sunrise or sunset compared to the rest of the day. So it changed from the full spectrum that you get in noon. You can see the full things being illuminated and the full brightness, and the colors are the natural colors of the things because it's full spectrum. But compared to during the sunrise, or you get reddish light. What make that happen? If you claim that it is the medium, because the light does have to go through more medium, I should see that if I go underneath the water. So more medium, the sunlight should turn to red, and I'm going underneath the water, but doesn't. The sun just start to fade a little by little till it's completely dark.
But if you have a very hazy day, like when we had the bushfires in Australia, all day long, the sun in the sky was just like blood red anywhere it was in the sky, and you didn't even need sunglasses. You could just stare at the sun.
Yeah, but that red is not from the sun. That red is coming from the that is burning. There is miles or kilometers of bushes and forests that are burning, and the light or the.
But it happens when, I think it also happens when you don't have bushfires and you have it happened when I was in Sydney once. I woke up one day, there was no bushfires or anything, but there was like a dust storm had like rolled in over Sydney, and it looked like an apocalyptic scene. It was crazy. It was like waking up in the apocalypse or something like that. And yeah, the sun looked red as well.
Yeah, I agree. And also that it's because the illumination of the light that is projected on those dust particles that are not white or something. That they are yellowish or orangish where you are standing. So the dust or the sand, you can have that also in the desert. So because of that sand that is hovering and flying around you, it's being illuminated by that light, and it's giving that reddish color that you see on the scene. So every time you see that, if you want to imagine something, a medium that doesn't give up different color like reddish color, imagine a foggy day or clouds. Do you see the sun turn to red when it's want to start to rain, and there is thick clouds that are starting to cover the sun? No, the sun doesn't turn to red. It starts to fade, and the atmosphere start to turn gray because of that less light that is entering from those clouds, but it's not turning red. Also during foggy day, you can see it on the sun or cars when it's foggy, because that it's just humidity, which is vapor, which is water, gas, vapor, water particles there. So they don't give up any specific color, so it will just attenuate the light without changing its color. But it's not the exact same thing that happened during the sunset. You still have the same exact medium around. It's not fire, it's not dust around you during a sandstorm, like during a sandstorm. The atmospheres turn red like if it is hell. But this is just because of that sand, that particle. So during sunset, there is no sand, there is no fire. Have to change the light and turn it to red. The only explanation I find, because of the source of the light, so the light spectrum, that what reaches us is the one that can move further, that can propagate further, which is the red spectrum. Because the red spectrum, it propagates further than the blue. The blue is the other side of the spectrum. So what reaches us is that red spectrum, and you can see it even on the clouds. The clouds, when they are projected to that light coming from the sun, they turn red.
Yeah.
Meaning that the light
that's kind of what I was getting at. Like isn't that the same as the mainstream explanation? The red wavelength can push further through the medium, so when you get more of the medium, the shorter wavelength can't push as far through it.
Yeah, and it's and it's the blue shifting that you see during the morning, during the sunrise. The light that is coming from the sun, it's starting from the reddish yellowish colors to the full spectrum and the near to your head, near noon.
So it says, so in short, the sun looks red at sunset because light travels through a long stretch of air that scatters away the shorter blue wavelengths, leaving the longer red ones to reach your eyes.
Yep. That's the explanation, but what that doesn't, we can't see that when there is thicker air, like clouds. It's a thicker air. So the light is scattering more, so the sun, you don't see even the sun. You can't see the sun at all behind the clouds, when it's thick cloud. So why that cloud, when it's during those gradient of clouds, you don't see the sun turning to red, or the light coming from the sun turning to red before it's completely obscured. No, because the thicker atmosphere doesn't do that. thicker medium doesn't do that. Also with water, when you are going deeper in the water, there is more water that scatters the light from coming from the sun. That's why the light from when you are looking at the sun, you see it starting to fade bit by bit till you can't see it anymore, because the light have been scattered by those water particles. But doesn't turn red. The reddish part, it's not explained in the mainstream science that it is because of a thicker medium. The reddish spectrum is explained in reality by the movement of the object. The object is moving farther from you, so it's redshift. It's blue shift when it's getting closer to you, like Doppler effect.
This is what it says when I looked it up. It says, I was asking it why it doesn't happen when there's when the sun is higher up in the sky and there's clouds. So it says here, at first glance, it seems logical that if the sunlight turns red near the horizon because of scattering through the air, then light passing through the clouds in the sky should also look red, yet most of the time it doesn't. And then it says that the medium matters, right? The reddish tint at sunset comes primarily from molecular and aerosol scattering within the air itself, not from the clouds. The air near the horizon is long, dense corridor filled with dust, vapor, and fine aerosols. Each particle is tiny compared to the wavelength of light, which makes it ideal for Rayleigh scattering, where shorter wavelengths, blue, are scattered away. Clouds, however, are not fine molecular scatterers. They consist of large water droplets and ice crystals, which are much bigger than the wavelength of light. These scatter all wavelengths roughly equally. That's why that's called MIE scattering, and it produces white light, not red.
That's bullshit, because people on the plane can see the same exact thing, and they are far away from that layer where you have that humidity and those dust particles.
You mean like this picture?
Yeah, a little bit like that one, or even higher in the sky. So you are farther from that layer where you have that density of what humidity, water droplets, dust particles.
But you're still looking like horizontally through the medium. It's still a lot. Whereas it decreases exponentially as you go, like you're looking up through it rather than looking horizontally through it. I don't know. Just trying to work out.
I can take that explanation if I'm standing on the surface. So I will consider that the light coming from the sun is going through that layer of dust particles that are hovering above the surface, like let's say a couple 100 meters above, or let's give it a kilometer high or 2 kilometers high in the sky. You will have those dust particles hovering there. You can have also water droplets accumulated in those that surface layer near the clouds, not above, because they are as dense as that layer of the clouds, that they can't go up because it's a less dense area. Airline planes fly high above that. Like some planes fly high above those second layer of clouds that you see in your picture. So in that layer, when you see that sun like there in front of you in the horizon, the light coming from the sun is not going through those particles of dust, water, and there is so much less scattering because of that area where there is so much less pressure compared to the surface. I understand that less pressure means less air, so less water vapor, less particles of air.
You need a new GPT-5 to continue.
Yo, Master Yoda, in the side chat, if you can talk, I don't know if you can talk. Just tell me if that explanation that the Globers give about that light we get from the sun and it's turning red, that it's because of light going through more medium. If it is a valid explanation, like I said, I don't consider it to be valid because, like I explained earlier, if you heard me.
So how has the action been today, fellers?
Bricked.
Bricked? Nothing? Or are there
Yeah,
bricked?
just one guy came in, just completely bricked, all cocky, saying that the magnetic field pulls things towards the center of the Earth.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And he rage quit a few minutes later.
I bet he did.
After being called out on that. That's about it. started an event, but not many people came in. Just the Bricked guy and Matthew.
Oh, Matthew was here, huh? Was he contentious at all, or was he just quiet?
No, he's been to a flat Earth meetup with Nathan Thompson and Angels of Light.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting that he goes to that stuff. I find it very fascinating. He's a fascinating character. I don't know. I don't even know if the word NPC really encapsulates Matthew Learns. He's an interesting guy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
To hang around this topic and be as involved in it as he is, even to go to things like flat Earth meetups and stuff, and he went down to Santa Barbara and did that observation, and it's just like, well, you're obviously invested, but you, at least in a public forum, are not going to discuss or at least pretend that you are still of the mind that the Earth is an apple or a pear. So it's just bizarre.
Yeah, I agree. I swear some of these Nathan Thompson posts have to be satire. Like, look at what I just posted in the side chat. I'm scrolling down his Facebook right now. Yeah, here we go. Here's Matthew in this next picture. Crew. There's Matthew right in the center.
Oh, wow. I wonder where this is. Arizona? Arizona.
But since I was concentrating on something when you asked, I mentioned to DJ a bit ago that I still hold that Matthew was a closet flat earther. I think it would be career suicide for him to indicate such, but I think that's why he kind of gives like a weak performance to the Globetrotters.
I suppose it could be a possibility. I guess we probably won't ever know. At least until his professional career is done.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
Look at this picture. Come on, man. Flat gang.
Which one is Matthew in it?
Oh, he's in the second picture, the picture above it.
Okay, I recognize him there. What picture did they want to do? The ones where they're holding their hands vertical? I mean horizontal? Yeah, no doubt, Yoder. I've always wondered what the point of why they feel like they must do that, like it's some sort of compulsion to have a pose like that. It makes no sense to me.
Hello, hello. Hello.
How are you?
Like, is this VC real thing? Like, is this the troll VC or is this VC real?
It's about as real as you are. I mean, it is a VC that we discussed the flat Earth. Yeah.
Oh, I have a question though. Like, I'm not gonna debate. Like, I just wanna ask question and just listen. Like, I'm not gonna say like this is bad, this is wrong, or something like that. I'm gonna ask question and listen.
Okay.
It is okay.
Yep.
First question of mine is like, why do you guys don't believe the Earth is round?
Well, because the Earth is measured flat. Nobody has ever measured any Earth curvature at any time. All major industries, building, navigating, you name it, surveying, everybody measures the Earth to be flat. So, we spent most of our lives believing that the Earth was a globe. And so then we discovered, with some just simple observations, that there is no Earth curve, and that's kind of the end of it. It doesn't have to be more complicated than that.
Okay, another question. So about NASA, all these NASA? Do you know NASA?
Yeah, I've heard of them.
Is that a fake propaganda or something spread by government?
Well, if the Earth is measured to be flat, and the idea of space and the celestials, as we've been told, would violate natural law, then I can only imagine that it is indeed state-sponsored or state propaganda, right? It's just an illusion. It's just a fiction. Just something for people to believe.
Law.
Say again.
You mentioned the word natural law. What do you mean by natural law?
Like second law of thermodynamics. So entropy. So in physics, there's natural laws. The first law states that matter essentially cannot be created or destroyed. Second law of thermodynamics states that high energy goes to low pressure, or low energy, high pressure to low pressure. So those are natural laws. So space.
Yeah, low energy can be we need power to convert low energy to high energy or something like that, right?
Say that again.
Second law of thermodynamics is about we need power to convert from low energy to high energy or something like that.
Well, entropy essentially deals with the flow of energy. So, you would need to borrow from another energy state to increase energy state in a system. But in this case, we're talking about the direction of flow of the energy. So high energy to low energy, high pressure to low pressure. So if the Earth is in a system of high pressure, right? So the Earth is supposed to be a high pressure system, and it's supposed to be adjacent to an extremely low pressure system or a vacuum, a high vacuum, then there is no reason why we would have 14.7 psi air pressure on the Earth. You must have containment for air pressure to exist. So the idea of the ever-expanding vacuous region called space is absurd because it violates natural law.
Okay, what do you mean by space? If we look into the sky, does that mean space or not? If we look into the sky, we see sun, star, and the moon.
Yeah.
Are they space? Do they lie in space or space? What?
The idea of space that you've been given, that it is an ever-expanding vacuous region of extremely low pressure, is entirely false, based on just the simple laws of entropy. So now, as to what the sky is, as far as the stars, don't have any idea what the stars are or their distance. Same with the sun or the moon. We don't know how far away they are. We don't know what they're comprised of or composed of. We don't know pretty much anything about them other than they are lights in the sky. So what's the sky? I don't know. Space, but the idea of space that you've been given is a farce. It's a lie.
Okay. Do you believe in moon? A moon is situated nearer than other stars?
Yeah, the moon is the moon. I don't know what it's made of. I don't know if it's made of dirt, plasma. Some people think it's plasma. There was a guy that came out around the time of the moon landings and said no one's going to the moon because the moon is just made of plasma. Who knows how he came up with that idea, but nobody really knows what the moon is. It's just, we give it a name. It's the light in the sky at night. It's called the moon. Of course, we do see it during the day as well.
Okay. Good luck.
All right.
Oh, okay. One question that pop up in my head, like, how do you think, like, we see GPS system, like, how do you think it works? Like, on what principle does it works? Like, if there is no, like, no space or something like that, how does this thing work? Like GPS system, the location system that you use for car and various things, mobile, to like in Google Maps, globe or something like that. Oh, not globe. I mean Apple Maps or something like that.
Well, so when it comes to navigation or the
How do you
being
think
able
like
to,
GPS works? The location works.
well, the technology for what we call GPS today, ground positioning systems, is at least 50 to 60 years old. There was an old military technology called, I think it's CORS, C-O-R-S, and that was just tower-based navigation where they would ping radio signals and they would quadrilaterate or trilaterate your position using something as simple as radio towers, and the time it takes between pings between the transmitter and the receiver, that being whatever handheld device or whatever you're using, will send a signal, and then however long it takes to ping between the towers will triangulate your location with pretty good accuracy. There is no need for there to be some kind of piece of machinery falling around the earth at some absurd speed to give you your location. Of course, that would also have to mean that, I mean, that begs the question in a few different ways. If there are satellites that are orbiting the Earth, and that orbit around that sphere, well, the Earth would have to be a sphere. Then you would also have to have some kind of force of gravity. Well, there is no force of gravity because the gravity would be the thing that essentially tethers the satellite, you know, to the Earth's gravitational field, which does not exist. So there's a lot of different ways that you could triangulate someone's position. Shoot, these days they're using Wi-Fi to do it. They don't even need towers in some situations. They know exactly where you are based on Wi-Fi pings. So satellites are unnecessary and, quite frankly, are an impossibility. Is that it? Did they leave? Mic check?
Did I? What the hell? I click on one thing.
So what was the discussion about so far? I just joined.
Oh, this guy just had multiple questions about, you know, the Earth, GPS, outer space, the moon, what is the moon, stuff like that.
Yeah, I heard that. I asked a question earlier. I think it was like most technologies, like they say GPS requires satellites, right? Like someone listed like 19 different technologies that like can function as like GPS systems that don't need satellites.
Yep.
Is that related to this?
Yeah, but I didn't bring that up. But I did mention one technology.
Wait, so how does Google Earth work? Like if it's not done by satellites?
high resolution photographs of the Earth's surface. You just have something in the air.
Is this who's just roboting for me?
Yeah, he cut off just now.
Yeah.
My bad. Is it any better now?
It's better now, man. Yeah.
Yeah. So you don't need anything like a satellite to take pictures of the Earth. All you need is something in the air, like, you know, a plane or a balloon or a drone. And you can take high-resolution photographs of the Earth's surface using that. In fact, it would be better if you were closer to get high-resolution photographs of the Earth's surface instead of, you know, hundreds of kilometers away. It would make more sense to be closer than it would to be farther away. And then you just take those photographs and you overlay them, you know, over the map or the projection that you've created. And there you go. You have Google Earth. It's not that difficult.
So like Google just has like a fleet of planes that go around taking pictures.
Yeah. So does the United States military. I mean, there's even a project called Google Loon, something like that. And they have a really huge balloon drone style program where they just take high resolution photographs of the Earth's surface using high altitude balloons.
And the street view is like what, like 3D cameras all over like the world or something.
They drive around with those cars that have the big camera setups on top of the car, and they drive everywhere.
Oh.
Yeah, they've been doing that for decades. There's cars. Well, the guy I saw him come through my neighborhood a couple of times. They were like Subarus, and they said Google right on the side of them, and there was a big camera on top of the car, and it was taking 360-degree real-time, I would guess, photographs or video of everywhere they went, and they would just catalog all the addresses, every feature that they could pick up 360 degrees.
I see.
Yeah, it's basically like a big computer program where they just compile all of their data and then they just put it all into a big giant coordinate system, right, into like a Web Mercator projection or what. Yeah, I think that's what they use. And it's kind of like a mixture of CGI. Like when you zoom out a bit, you can see it's like a mixture of photographs kind of blended in with a bunch of CGI. And then once you zoom out to a certain distance, it's just purely CGI at that point. It looks obviously just purely CGI. But the street view and stuff, yeah, that's from the cars, right? And then from certain altitudes, it's from whatever they use from higher altitude, whether it be planes or drones, or there's even stratosphere balloons and things like that exist, right? Strataloons, high altitude balloons. You know, there's tons of ways they could easily get that footage, so just compile it together. It's pretty cool.
Also, I had a chance to visit the place that says who mentioned yesterday that marina in Singapore. There's like a fence there that I don't think I can go across, but if I'm probably gonna return there, but what equipment do I need, like, to actually make the observations? Like, do I need to get a camera?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, a high zoom camera would be ideal, but you know, if it's cheaper to get yourself some kind of telescope, do it that way. Now, I don't know what kind of access you have. I don't know how hard it is to go past that checkpoint over into Malaysia, but if you can get over there, I mean,
I can't get into Malaysia. I can't get into Malaysia. It's a different country. I need to go through immigration. There's like Navy over there, patrolling over there.
Okay. Well, anyways, you know, wherever you end up going, anywhere along those areas, but that was 15 kilometers. That's about 10 miles or so. Yeah. That's a perfect distance to make that observation. So.
Yeah, but what kind of camera do I need? Like you said, high distance camera, right? Like, how What brand do I need? A specific brand or like any will suffice?
Well, anything with an optical zoom instead of a digital zoom would be best, especially if the magnification is on the high side. So, I mean, a lot of people, the camera that was made famous by the flat Earth quote unquote movement was the Nikon P900. Now, not everybody can afford a Nikon P900. I understand that. It's just not in your budget. But that would be the easiest way to do it because I think it has an 83x optical zoom. It's got a really good zoom on it, and it's a one-piece unit. You don't have to have interchangeable lenses. It's all there. And you can get great high-resolution photographs at long distances with that particular camera. But, telescope will do too.
How about binoculars? Like really good professional binoculars, because I have those.
Well, it depends. Most binoculars don't have much more than 10x magnification. Some are a little higher than that. But binoculars will not probably get you the range that you're looking for. I'm not saying it's impossible, but something higher than 10x you might need, because the angular size of the targets that you're looking at are going to be quite small, and they may not be very well resolved through something with that small of magnification. So, weakness of magnification. I think it's about power. They always call it power. So that low power magnification is probably not going to make things in the distance large enough for you to resolve within the binoculars. On top of that, when you magnify anything at distance, and anybody who shoots a rifle knows this, anybody who uses telescopes knows this, and cameras, you're going to need a tripod. So something to affix to a tripod, or at least something steady to set your optic on top of, so that it's not moving, shaking, or whatever. You're going to need that.
Yeah. Then is this like the only thing I can really do, like make long distance observations? Like I heard like there's people who I can use like I don't know, there was this show that I watched where like the flat earthers used like I don't know, a device to measure like, I think it was a seismo meter or something. I'm not sure, but like, is there anything I can do other than making long distance observations?
Well, that's up to you. I mean, whatever your level of or standard of evidence that you need for yourself, that's up to you. I mean, some people can do it across the bay. If the bay is, let's say, 5 miles across, they can use a mirror, right? They can just use a mirror flash test where you got one person on one side of the bay and another person on the other side, and they just reflect the sunlight. They'll put the mirror, like a Walmart mirror, just a decent sized, 1 foot by 4 foot mirror, and shine sunlight across that distance. If your mirror is right there on the sand or the shoreline, people have done that too. There has to be within 5 miles, I think, I don't know, there's like 8, 10, 12 feet of drop that should be occulting the mirror flash or the sunlight flash. So that's another thing that you can do. But it's kind of up to you, man. At this point, I've kind of, because I know most people won't do it, I don't even talk about what they could or could not do. Some people do, but it's very few. Go check this for themselves. And they don't really need to, because your experience of the Earth every day is of a flat, stationary, enclosed realm. So, you've lived an entire life where the Earth has not moved at all, unless there was an earthquake. But outside of that, the Earth hasn't moved. Up and down has always been perpendicular to the horizontal that you're standing on. So people already know the Earth is flat, but for whatever reason, they need to see something, and I understand that. So, long distance observations are great. They're fairly easy.
Yeah. In the heliospheric model of the solar system, right? It says that like the Earth goes at like 1,600. I mean 1,000 miles per hour, right? So if the Earth was actually going at that pace, what would we observe? Like if it was actually going at 1,000 miles per hour theoretically.
Well, I'm going to correct your terminology just a little bit. So there is no heliocentric model. There never has been, nor will there be. All you have are claims about a fictitious idea. Okay, so one of the claims is yes, that the rim velocity or the angular velocity of the Earth at the equator, right, because it has to be at the equator, would be 1,000, I think it's 1,029 miles per hour, something like that. So that means that if you were standing on the equator, that you would experience a 1,029 mile per hour wind. Because apparently, according to the globe fiction story, another claim is that there's some kind of Coriolis effect. Well, that means that anything not attached to the non-inertial spinning reference frame, there's going to be a deflection. An apparent deflection, if you witness it from your spinning non-inertial reference frame into the inertial reference frame, but I digress. If the air is stationary and the Earth is spinning underneath it because they are not attached, the air is not velcroed to the surface, then that means you would have a wind of 1,029 miles per hour. Nobody has that. Nobody has that at any latitude or longitude. Yeah, latitude. So there's a consequence to the claims that they make. One of them is that there is a spinning globe totally detached from the air and anything else above it. So it must deflect. It must not, it can't stick to it. And so I tell people this all the time. It's the same as you being in a car and going down the highway and sticking your hand out the window, right? The car is moving, the air is stationary or a slight breeze or whatever it might be, but it's stationary. Well, stick your hand out the window because the air isn't attached to the car. So when it hits your hand, you've got a 60 mile per hour wind. That's what it feels like. So at the equator, we should have 1,029 mile per hour wind. Pretty simple.
I see.
Plus, all wind speeds, this is interesting for people to remember. All wind speeds are measured as the Earth being stationary. So the Earth is stationary, and the wind moving across the surface is however many miles per hour the wind is. So even with wind speed, they measure the Earth to be stationary. That's the reference. The reference is a stationary Earth, and the wind moving across the surface has a speed. I tell you what, DJ, when people do that frickin' that flat Earth gang sign where they stick their forearm out all horizontal, I don't think there's anything more cringy than that. These pictures that you're showing of this meetup. Oh, is DJ gone? He's not even in here. Anyway, it's retarded. Flat earthers don't do it.
Yeah, it looks like something that the Flat Earth Society would have come up with.
Yeah, we've got a pretty bad rep as it is. We don't need to be doing stupid shit like that. I'm even kind of iffy on the whole apparel thing too. However, years ago I did buy a Black Swan hoodie. I won't lie.
Whose merch was that?
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hello, welcome. You're welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Experience. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Okay.
Tell us a little bit about yourself. Go ahead. Okay,
So
great.
what's the conversation about? What were you talking about?
Typically, people will talk about why it is necessary that the Earth is flat in order to make any measurements whatsoever. How about you?
Haven't thought about it actually.
Okay. Do you know how to measure things?
What
Do
things
you know
are we talking about?
any things like an object? Anything?
Yeah.
Okay. Is orientation a relevant? Is orientation like a relevant part of measuring?
Depends on what you mean by orientation.
What do you think I mean by orientation? Maybe I mean like the definition of it. You think?
I don't understand what you mean exactly. Give me like a concrete example.
Okay, I'm going to measure up and down. Is up and down an orientation?
Up and down. You can
Yeah, is that,
measure up and down.
yeah.
You can measure the height, but direction doesn't really matter, does it?
Doesn't it? Yeah. You think it does not matter if you're measuring the height of something?
No. If you start from the bottom or the top, it doesn't really
Yeah,
matter.
the bottom and the top. How do you know which is the bottom or the top? In what orientation?
I'm saying it doesn't matter.
Okay, so you don't. So to begin, like if you're going to say I'm going to begin at the bottom, how do you know where that is?
It's the one closer to the center of the earth.
Yeah. Okay, and how do you know that? How do you know where the center is?
Because it's pulling me down. I'm standing.
Okay, so now you're back to orientation: down, up, down. How do you know? How do you know your orientation?
Like I just said.
Yeah, you're saying because you know where down is because you know where down is. How do you know where that is?
Because I'm standing on it. It's pulling me down.
And what orientation are you
Like
standing?
gravity works in a certain direction.
Yeah, you made the statement that orientation is not relevant, and now all you're appealing to is orientation.
No, I'm saying that because you asked about orientation, but I'm saying that when you talked about measurement, I said that orientation didn't really matter.
Okay, you're going to measure
when it comes to measurement.
So you're going to get a thing, anything, pick a thing, anything, and you're going to measure left to right, top to bottom. Those are all
You
denoting
don't measure left or
orientation.
right.
How do you measure?
You measure like the length and the height and the thickness of something.
Yeah, is that like an orientation, like a height? Pause.
Height is not an orientation. It doesn't have a direction.
Oh, it doesn't. Okay. Can you show me?
What do you mean? Can you show me?
Like if I were to buy, let's say I was about to buy some kitchen cabinets, right? And they're like, well, these
Okay.
kitchen cabinets, right? They're 30 inches by 34.5 inches.
Mm-hmm.
Is that in the specific orientation of height and width, or no?
No.
No.
Like if I hold this pen in my hand and I measure its height or its length, if I hold it in any other direction or orientation, it's not going to change. The measurement is always.
Well, you're going to change it. You're going to change it from saying its width to its height. They're going to switch places. If you change the orientation of the pen, you'll be then saying, well, it's this tall, or no, it's 6 inches wide. Or then you change its orientation again. Now you're going to say, no, now it's 6 inches tall.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So, I mean, that's just a basic thing you should agree on. I don't know. You say no, but you should. So when you say you're going to, earlier you said you were going to, you said you know how tall you are because of the measurement to, what did you say, to the center of the earth or something?
Yeah. No,
Okay, what
I didn't say. I wasn't talking about measurements there. I was talking about bottom, and you said, how do you know bottom and top?
Yeah, that would be an orientation, right?
Orientation. You keep using the word orientation, which
You don't like it. Why don't you like it? Why don't you like it?
I think you mean direction more than orientation.
Well, so our that's kind of can play into our directions relative to something else.
I don't know.
Like a vector is it relative?
Thought about it that much.
Okay, yeah. So in order to say, right? So I guess you could just go right to the crux. Now that we have all these little parts, we can try to get to like the whole, right? So now there's a claim on the table, right? That the Earth is curved, like you said, like the center of Earth. It has a center, so it has like a circumference, specific radius, etc. So there's a claim there that the Earth drops away from the horizontal at 8 inches per mile squared. So what orientation do you have to establish to measure the drop or the Earth curve? in that
I
scenario.
guess it matters when you're measuring something that is like big, that it would be affected, I guess.
Yeah, like if you're going to measure the Earth to be curving downward, right? Then that would be a measurement from the horizontal.
Yeah.
Yeah, in that orientation. Yeah. So how do you establish a horizontal orientation?
I mean, it's horizontal based on our perspective. If you think in big, if you're talking about the bigger scale, it's like you're measuring an arch. Does that make sense?
You're going to need a straight line to measure an arch.
What do you mean?
If you're going to measure, like, I don't know, like a circumference, it's going to be like a ratio between a straight line and an arch. You need this. That's how you'll know it's an arch.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, if I don't know, you're saying that that's the case somehow. So what tool did you use to establish a straight horizontal line so
No,
that you can measure the arch?
it doesn't really matter in small measurements, right?
Yeah, what about like 1 mile? So they say that the Earth drops away from the horizontal at 8 inches per mile squared. So that'd be 8 inches over 1 mile.
Yeah, is that so big of a? Is that gonna make a difference?
Yeah, it's going to be a measurement. Yeah.
I mean, in precise scientific measurements, I suppose they do put that into consideration, but in like every day-to-day life, you don't really need that much complicated.
I mean, in day-to-day life, right? I mean, if that's the truth, whatever the day-to-day life is the truth. Under the day-to-day life, level is just a straight line, and when I'm standing still, I'm not in motion. So in everyday life, the Earth is flat and motionless. Does that mean that it's flat and motionless?
No.
Okay. So then what would I use to establish flatness or motionlessness?
I don't know. I don't think you can actually.
You know, would flat be like if there was a flat line? Would that be a line of equal elevation or like no change in elevation? A flat line.
And that's the definition of a flat line.
Okay. And then in the horizontal, would that be an orientation of the flat line?
Can you repeat the question?
Would horizontal, like, because there's lines, right? There's flat line, there's flat vertical lines and diagonal lines. So horizontal would be an orientation of a line of equal elevation, no change in elevation. Is that what horizontal would be?
Struggling with your question. I haven't studied math in English.
Oh yeah, I mean, just everybody. I mean, I would imagine it's pretty common. Like, no change in elevation would be that all of the points, right, are lay on a straight line. Yeah, no change in elevation.
Yeah. Wait, are you talking about a line or a plane?
Oh, both. You can do both.
No, they're very different.
Or you can do both. Right now, I was talking about line.
Okay, yeah, I understand what you mean. So what's the point?
Well, I mean, so I've been told that that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane, and it's been practically used every day to show that it's perpendicular to vertical, always, everywhere.
Okay, and what does that prove?
That proves that a water level, or the surface of water at rest, forms a horizontal plane of reference that's perpendicular to vertical.
Okay.
Yeah, so now if I lay, let's say now if I lay a 1 mile by 1 mile, surface of water, which forms a horizontal plane of reference, If I lay that on top of a ball, there would be a change in elevation from the water to the ball.
Yeah, logically.
Yeah. So that's what we're looking for. We're looking for this ball, right? You say center of Earth. I heard you say earlier, which would be a ball, I guess, right?
Yeah.
So we're looking for where the water that's on the surface of the ball is creating a horizontal plane when you measure down to the ball.
Okay. Can you walk me through the process of measurement?
Yes. Yeah. At any point along the level surface, you establish a vertical using a plumb bob or a weight, which is the direction that like objects would fall, would be vertical, like the plumb bob. And then from there, you can make a measurement in the vertical datum.
Yeah, wait.
Yeah.
But that's still depending on gravity, right?
That's just weight. Yeah.
No. If you if you define the vertical based on something falling, it's gonna fall directly towards the center of the Earth.
What we can show is that it falls perpendicular to level everywhere, always.
Yeah, because it changes the same way water, like the sea level.
Well, that's the claim, right? That like we see that there's a vertical and there's a horizontal, right? And when we
but they're
when we drop a plumb, that's vertical to the horizontal, right?
vertical to the horizon. Yeah.
Right. And so you're claiming that it's pulling inward towards the center of the Earth, which means that the Earth is curving, right?
Yeah.
So then we need to establish the size of the Earth, which means we need like a circumference or a radius. We need at least one of those direct measurements. We can calculate the other as long as we have one direct measurement. Do you have any direct measurement of either of those?
Mhm. Wait, are you asking me?
Yeah. Like I can't. Can you? Let me ask you this. You know what C equals 2 pi r is, right?
C equals 2?
C, the letter C, equals 2 pi r. It's the formula for circumference.
Uh-huh.
You understand how that formula works?
Yeah, wait. I'm gonna need to.
C
Is that in
equals 2 pi.
Arabic? Like you can learn a new language, but when it comes to math, it's
Here, I wrote it in the side chat for you. Or you can say C equals pi times d, which is a diameter.
wait, just a sec. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
You understand that formula?
Yeah, what's the
In order to get the circumference, you multiply pi times 2 times the radius.
I'm with you.
So can you solve for C without knowing R?
No.
Can you solve for R without knowing C?
No.
Okay, so then can you give me a measurement of one of those variables? That way we can move forward for the curvature.
No. Me personally, I don't.
Fair enough. So if nobody's ever measured the circumference of the radius, how do we even derive curvature to begin with?
I mean, that's a good question. I'm gonna need to look into it because I'm really not knowledgeable about the whole subject, to be honest.
stories. And with that being said, once you establish what the circumference or the radius is, right? Like they tell us, whoever they are, they tell us that the Earth is a certain size, it has a certain circumference, which means it has a certain rate of curvature over a distance. And so as things move further and further away, they sink lower and lower in your vision and lower behind the curve.
Yes, they do.
Right. So that means the horizon is a geometric observation, not an apparent observation, which means it's at a specific location based on the size of the ball.
Wait, repeat that?
The horizon, if the Earth is a sphere, becomes a geometric observation and not an apparent observation.
What do you mean a geometric observation?
Well, a sphere is geometry, right?
Yeah.
And the curve of the ball and not being able to see behind it, that's the consequence of the geometry of a thing, right?
Yes.
So if that's the case, then the geometry of the globe is at a specific location. Only problem is when we actually go out and make those observations, it's never anywhere near that location. It's always much, much, much further. And that then begins to beg the question, okay, then who measured the curvature in the first place? Because all apparent observations show a flat surface, and that the reason things shrink and disappear into the horizon is due to an optical effect based off of how vision works in your perspective, not the geometry of the curve of your Earth. The optics and how your vision works due to perspective. Perspective is not just some word that like, oh, from your point of view or my point of view. Like it's literally like how we see things in the world around us.
Like for instance, like tell me, is this right? Like I'm looking at the clouds right now, and it appears like the clouds in the distance are going down. Are they going down? Are they changing in elevation?
Are you asking me?
No, but what about you first? What do you think?
No, I don't think so.
Why do they appear like they're going down?
Because the Earth is round?
Okay, so then they are changing in elevation?
No, it's the same elevation, but
they are going down or not?
No, they're not going down. They're still the same distance from the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, from where I'm standing, I see the clouds. They look like they're going down, down, down.
Yeah. Because the Earth is going down, down, down.
Okay, so they are dropping and changing in elevation.
With
like the one
Earth.
like the one cloud. Here, like imagine 4 clouds in a straight row in front of me. If I were to draw a straight line through them, they would not intersect. One would be lower than the next one. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so they are going down.
But no tanks.
No, they're not.
If the clouds are going down with the curvature of the Earth, why does it look like the ground is going up?
How does the ground is going up? If it's going up, there would be no horizon line.
Well, it certainly appears to be going upward to me. I mean, if I go to a long corridor, like a hallway, the ceiling seems to be falling, right? It seems to, in the distance, get lower and lower, but the floor seems to go up, 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 upward. It's appearing that way. But you and I both know that that hallway is straight and flat and level.
Oh, this might be that perspective thing the other guy was talking about.
Yeah. It's not. We're talking about like in plane, like when you're looking at the at an ocean or something, but when it's a corridor or
See, you're
I don't know what
confusing
your
your
example
vision.
was. That's different.
You're
That's very different.
you're confusing your vision and your perspective, and you're trying to ascribe a orthogonal view to Earth when you can only look in perspective. It doesn't.
Yeah, that's.
They don't correlate.
That's related
But
to
that's like a way advanced
how
conversation.
the human eye works. It's not
Right.
doesn't have any.
What you need to figure out is whether or not the Earth is curving. You need to figure out what the size of the Earth is. You need to figure out how far away the horizon's supposed to be. And then you got to figure out, like, okay, let me go out and make an observation. Let me go out and make some kind of a measured observation where I have like a known distance to something that should be hidden by the curve of the Earth.
Like one picture that DJ posted earlier that about the clouds. So the clouds appear to ramp down just because you're below them. When you reach the same elevation as the cloud, just one straight line from left to right of your eyes. There will be no ramping down or up. And if you continue to go up higher than the clouds, that deck of clouds that you see, it will be the opposite that you were seeing when you were at the bottom. Then, at that moment, the clouds start ramping up, not down.
That's because you're above them, not below them.
Yeah, but like I have these clouds. Like I can't send you the picture in the chat for some reason, but right now I'm looking at the clouds right in front of me, and as I look forward, right, they look like they're going down. But the ones that are to my left and right, they look like they're all just about the same elevation. I could draw a straight line across the ones left to right. Then the ones that forward to backward, they appear to be going down.
Yeah. So, sometimes when you are flying on a plane or sending a camera at high altitude, and it reaches that elevation when you are in between two decks of cloud, one in the top and the one in the bottom, you see it like if you are in giant corridor but without the walls. The ceiling is going down.
Yeah, that's due to perspective.
Exactly.
That's not due to the curve of the Earth.
I get it now, but it's easy to mistake because I even heard peasant or or whatever. He even said they're going down to Earth curve, but here I am getting a side view of it, and the ones left to right aren't going down. Yeah, it's an easy mistake to make, peasant. Oh, I lost him.
Here,
I could tell we were losing.
I got the video.
I tried to grab him.
I posted the video if he ever comes back. It's right there. The change in elevation argument, no change. You got to be careful with that because, like, if the Earth was a ball, it would be level, right? Like that's just what level would be. It wouldn't. One side wouldn't be more elevated than the other side. So they're for an example, the Suez Canal argument. There's no channel locks in the Suez Canal, so therefore the Earth can't be a ball. Like that's exactly what we would expect on a ball. No different. The only thing that you can say about the Suez Canal is you go up to an elevation where you can see from one end to the other. That z-axis from you all the way to the horizon has no apparent curvature involved. There's no distortion of a hump of curve. Or anything. Does that make sense?
The change in elevation would be from some kind of straight line. That would just be the case. There would be a distinction between the two. If they define elevation as a line, right, from the center of a ball, that's okay. But there would still be a change.
Well, the way they define elevation is the distance, like increasing distance from the center of a sphere.
Yeah, I know, but there's no dimension to that. It's a infinitesimally small. There's no dimension to it. So when you go into the change in elevation,
if you had a 2-inch circle, right, and then a concentric 3-inch circle around that 2-inch circle, that 3-inch circle would have a 1-inch change in elevation.
Yeah, that's what they would call it. So now just put a straight line anywhere.
Right.
There's going to be a change in an actual on either model.
It would be a deviation from the tangent, but not a change in elevation.
Or would they? If that's what they want to call it, though.
No, I know. It just I'd hate for you to straw man their argument, and then they're like, "Oh, see, these are what stupid flirts say." It's better if you steel man it and use the correct wordage, because honestly, you're drawing a tangent, you're measuring for a deviation in tangent. It's not an elevation change. It's just a deviation in tangent.
Well, I might take issue with this because elevation and altitude are described and measured from horizontal, not from the center of the Earth, even in their paradigm.
And local altitude change would just be the distance from the center. That's how they'll always describe it.
I don't care how they describe it. It's not defined that way.
Like Notens was talking earlier, the way he was talking about the clouds, his question if the clouds are losing elevation or dropping elevation, he was talking about way from a horizontal line. So that is what he meant, because it didn't mean that if they got closer to the floor or to the ground of that curving ball, he wanted to say if they dropped away from a horizontal.
Thank you. Yeah, I did say that. I did. Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate that, Sheep. But yeah, I don't. I appreciate.
Do you have
what you're saying?
Do either of y'all have the quote that states what you're saying? Because I can't find it. Like everything I see online is like the Google AI overview, the difference in height between 2 points above a reference level.
Yeah, I love them. Not having no part higher or lower than another. And that would be on that line, not from the center of any sphere.
Right, but at the same time, when they say that it's like, so when you say that there's drop over distance, and then you say it's not level, so therefore, what, like water should be falling off of a ball? That's kind of a straw man.
What do you mean? Well, hold on, say that again.
So what are you getting at when you say like clouds are changing in elevation due to perspective based off of a globetrotting?
No one's claiming they're changing altitude. They appear to be dropping according to perspective. That's the apparent.
Right.
Yeah.
And then when things go over the curve, are they? And I'm just using this as the globetrot argument. The things going over the curve and dropping behind the curve are changing in elevation due to a globetrot. So, like, what is expected to happen against like what we know in physics, based off of that change in elevation going around a ball?
There is no change in elevation. You have to, if you say that there's something going down, you would have to measure that from a horizontal datum. That would be where your feet are. So there's a horizontal there, and so from that horizontal, they would have to be descending or, losing altitude according to that particular line.
Okay.
In regards to physics, it would be a slope. Physics, like you mean like would like a ball roll down a slope? Yeah. Is that what you mean, or something else?
Well, I mean, it's just kind of a straw man, because if their gravity is true and correct and their curvature is true and correct, that's exactly how it would work on a ball. But the problem is like the thing I always try to lean towards is like, okay, I'll give you your gravity. Let's get the measured curvature. And they can't produce it.
Yeah, well, they can't produce anything, right? Which is kind of, if they're going to make a claim, that's why I don't go down the trail with them, because if they just say, well, it's reference from the center of the Earth, I would say, well, how was that determined, right? I mean, there's a lot of different ways to get to where you're trying to go, But you know, if like the last guy, he claimed gravity, but he doesn't know what that is. He's just repeating the rhetoric. So
right. No, that's fine. I just wanted to know where the argument went and everything like that. Because I mean, I agree it's a deviation from the tangent. I just like the word elevation. Like that's weird. Like if the Earth was a ball, right, and if space was real, for whatever fucking reason, Baltard existed. If you drew a reference point, a tangent, all the way out to outer space, now you're in outer space. You go on one side of the tangent, you're now below the below elevation. It just like when you're the idea of that in free space is just like weird. I don't know. Like I can still put myself in a Globetard's shoes. That's the only way I'm ever going to defeat this thing head on is by doing that and steelmanning their side. It just like when it feels like a straw man. So I'm just trying to figure out where you're coming from for that argument.
At some point, they're straw manning themselves because these terms are defined in very precise ways. Because we have to have geometry so we can build stuff, you know. So level is level always, and there's two definitions if you look it up. One of them is having no point higher or lower than another, and then the other one is equidistant, or what is it? Water. Oh gosh, I'm going to look it up. The second definition is one of those lawyer speak definitions where you'll read into it unless you're paying attention, right? You'll just kind of assume that they're talking about one thing when they're really not. Let me look it up real quick.
And I appreciate it, man. I just, for me, it always felt like the Suez Canal argument always felt like a straw man. And I agree, they are straw manning themselves. Like as soon as you say, okay, the circumference is 24,901 miles, like that's a straw man. I'm like, that's your number, bro. Like there's no way around that.
Yeah.
Using the first definition that says who gave us that, which is the definition of level, that having no point higher or lower than the other, means that line is straight. That line is composed of multiple infinite amount of points, and no point is higher and or lower than the other. So it's a perfect straight line. So meaning that level is straight and horizontal.
I can't find
it. If you go down that walk with them, you got to make sure you complete that thought for them. Then, just so that way it doesn't feel like a straw man. Even if they seem confused, it's important to complete the thought.
Well, if they have a definition of level in their own mind, which is, equidistant from the center of a sphere, then they themselves are straw manning themselves because they don't know the true definition. We all know what they're talking about, but I don't really give them that because if they don't know even the definition of the terms that they're using, everyone's going to be confused. They need to be, as far as I'm concerned, corrected when they say equidistant from the center of a ball, because that's just not the definition. Now, if then we present them with the citation that it is indeed level having no point higher or lower than another, so we have to go from that position. If they don't agree with that, then they're just essentially obfuscating or denying the definition of the term. And at that point, I don't know how we can have a conversation with them. But that's just me.
Yeah, true. They have to throw that definition from the window to be able to agree with their new definition that they have to get from their asses. Because having no points, because we are not talking about just 2 points. We are talking about a distance, a line, a level. level line. So it's not a point level, it's never a point, a line. And it's multitude of points, infinite amount of points inside that line that you can put. So those points, no point is higher than the other. Just draw it in your head. That line is a perfect straight line. Plus it's horizontal.
Actually, might be a good idea for a meme is drawing drawing 2 points in 2 different spots, right? And then one drawing 2 points on a flat and level line, right? But make the points like really like obtuse looking, so that way you can't mistake them. And then draw a curved line where one point is lower than the other point, and then say, hey, which of these is level? Which of these two points are level?
Point. In the curved line, there's not just one point that is higher than the other. So the first point, so you have the line, and you have 2 points that you will have in the extremity of the lines, A and B, and one at the start of the line, and the other at the end of the line. Still, inside that line, you have points. You have A plus 1, which is just next to A, and it's higher than A. The other is higher. And you have to reach the peak of that arc. And then the next point will be lower. Then another one will be lower till you reach B, which will be B plus 2, or B minus 1, B minus 2, till you reach B. So all those points are inside that arc, which is the line, because when we talk about level, it's not a point, it's a line.
Well, that's what I'm saying, like, doing a curved line, but doing several points on it, or whatever the case may be, just giving the observation, right? That way they can get, I mean, y'all have seen my meme, right? Which line is curving and which one's straight. Like, it really doesn't get any more simpler than that. I'll see if I can find it real quick. But like some of these discussions, like, you just need to go in a little bit further detail. Like, if they're following the logic but they're not but they're stuck on globetard, you got to break it down to them in dumb terms and let them see it for themselves. And unfortunately, memes are like really the only way to explain it. Trying to find. Yeah.
And about the definition is talking about free space also. So it's not tangible to a center of gravity and everything is pulled into the center. No. When you read the definition, it's not talking about in relation to the surface of the Earth, but in relation to free space, talking about in general geometry. What is level? So it is line where you have no point higher than or lower than in free space.
I understand. It's different when it pertains to the surface of the Earth, based off of what they've defined it as. Because they've defined sea level as the mean level at which the sea is all the way around the balltard. It's like, okay, if that's the case, then that means water bends around the ball. Okay, how big is the ball? How far away is the horizon? And then you get to go straight into that.
Yeah.
That's why I'll give them the gravity. I'm like, okay, I'll agree with you. I know it seems counterproductive. Like, okay, I'll agree with you. So then who measured the circumference? You know, you can't solve for C without R. Can't solve for R without C. So who measured that? Oh, I don't know. Eratosthenes?
In reality, no one. Eratosthenes didn't. It will be a stupid claim if you claim that Eratosthenes measured something. He didn't. Measured shadow.
He didn't.
Measured angle of shadow. Yeah. Calculated the circumference based on multiple assumptions. Also, yeah. But the measurement wasn't a measurement of the circumference of the Earth or even a radius.
Well, so here's the big thing, right? Like the observation, if it would have had any weight, should have been made on the same meridian line, whether it's longitude or latitude. It should have been like in the exact same location, right? But it wasn't. If you look at Kyrene and Alexandria, they're like 500 miles apart, 480 miles apart, but they're neither on the same latitude or the same longitude. They're just two beach towns off of the Mediterranean. That's it. So, like, you're begging the question on a lot of things in that conversation. Some stories even say that Eratosthenes never left Alexandria and sent somebody else to Kyrene. And Alexandria is where the sun was directly overhead, but Kyrene wasn't.
It's Cyan.
Apparently online, it's pronounced Kyrene, not Cyrene.
Real quick, chat. You guys able to look at the side chat real fast? I just need somebody with some sense to maybe help me make sense of this.
Is that a butt?
Are you able to? Are you able to?
It's a deuce thing. Oh, geez.
Can you guys see the side chat or no?
Yeah.
Okay, so right here we're trying to talk about what percentage of the sky you can see. So in this first drawing here I've posted, we split the Earth in half if it's a globe, of course. And then anything, can I share my screen? Let me see. Maybe I can just share my screen. So anything above this zone would be, anything above this zone here would be 50% of the sky, right? So what the question was, let me repost it. This one. God damn it. Piece of shit. Well, I'm just going to post another picture here, chat, in a sec. This is the question here. What percentage of the sky, like let's say you're standing on the surface, right, and you're looking up, what percentage of the sky, I don't even agree that you really see this much, but if we give him this, what percentage of the sky is this? He's saying that this zone is 50%. And then, well, what would all of this zone be then? How is this 50% up here? And then this is also equal to 50%. That does not make any sense whatsoever. If we split the line down the middle again, and then you have this zone being half, and then this zone being half, how would, here, I'll post a third picture. This is actually probably more helpful. So again, if we split the Earth in half here, this zone would be 50% here.
Could you explain how that line works in 3D? Because in reality, the Earth is not 2D. So, like, what is the, like, it's a sphere. So that line, what is it actually?
Look, if you could see all sides of the ball, it would be 100%. He drew the ball in half. No matter how you slice it, you're looking at one side versus the other side's directly behind you. So you're looking at 50% of your view in front of you is what he's saying.
Yeah, but as I said, we're on a spherical Earth. What you are explaining is inside the Earth, you can see 50% of the Earth and 50% of the Earth, of course. But we're talking about
Look, dude. Obviously, it's drawn in 2D, but I'm trying to have you view it as a 3D object here.
And here's the fact, though: those lines, are they parallel to each other? Are they parallel to each other? Can that maybe give you a hint?
Holy fuck, dude! Listen
Are
to
they
what
maybe like parallel to each other? Like, do you imagine that the sky is like a physical?
This guy.
Dude,
you're just gonna steamroll it?
It's about
You're just
point
gonna
of
steamroll it? Is that what you're gonna do?
Yeah, okay, I'll ask simply, what does the line represent if you take a 3D representation of this drawing? Where are you?
Daytime versus nighttime. Daytime versus nighttime, bro.
It says you right here. What do you mean?
So why do you keep going back to the line in the center? It's irrelevant.
Here, let me explain. You understand that we split the Earth in half.
Which has no bearing.
This zone would represent half.
Of what?
Of the sky. Of the sky.
Of Earth. You said it yourself. It's through the Earth. We split the Earth. So why do you say it's
Dude, are you looking at my screen? I'm sharing my screen.
I am literally right now, yeah.
Okay, good. So we have the line that's split. This is basically don't worry about
it. What is it? Basically what?
Daytime versus nighttime. That's what you're looking at, bro.
And then what is that on the right where it says you? That's wrong?
What I'm saying is that if we split the Earth in half, you can take the line away. It doesn't matter if it's there or not. We're saying if we split the Earth in half, this zone here would be 50% of the sky.
Okay, if we split the Earth in half, then we don't have 2 parts of the Earth, actually.
This zone inside would be the Earth. This zone outside would be the sky. Here.
Yes, and the sky is a direction you look to, and because the line is parallel, you still have it split, my man. It's a parallel line, goddamn.
Hold on.
Yeah.
This zone would be 50% of the sky, and then this would be the other 50% of the sky over here. But if you're standing on the surface, and then you're saying this is your tangent line, or your line of sight, and you're seeing above this line, this is not 50% of the sky, dude. This is. So what we're trying to get you to understand is like, we're asking you what percentage of the sky do you think this is that you're seeing? He's saying it's 50%. No, this would be 50%. This would be 50%. You're not seeing 50%. Oh, he left? Wow.
So I've never seen someone spiral so hard, man.
So he was acting. I wanted to jump on that, but I stopped myself. He was acting like he never see Earth and day and night with some two-dimensional drawings in book. Or all the time he studies day and night about Earth on 3D in the screen. What? So now he doesn't understand a circle that is showing the Earth, globe Earth, and the line splitting that, which is just showing the day part and the night part. Or
it really doesn't have anything to do with day and night, guys. It doesn't have anything to do with day or night at all. It's just trying to help him understand. Because the question is, he's asking, why can't I see like stars over there? It's like, well, it's good to get them to understand that you're not really, like, when you look up into the sky, you're not really seeing a large chunk of the sky. You're seeing a rather small area. And I would say it's not even close to this. What I drew here is giving him, I don't even know, what would that be, like 10%? I don't even know. It's definitely not 50%. But I think you see a small chunk. So it's not very reasonable for them to say, well, I should be able to look up and then see 100% of the sky. I should be able to see the stars in Australia. I should be able to see the stars in China and this and that from the UK or whatever. You only see a small chunk. So that's what I'm trying to debunk with this example here. Even in his worldview, you're not seeing that much of the sky. But for some reason, he thought that this was 50%. Incredible.
In reality, we see a big chunk of the sky. Even
No, I think so.
flat, we see in reality a big giant chunk of the sky. I would say it's nearly 50%.
No way. No way. I don't agree with that.
I'll give you the example. Directly, you won't be able to say no. Think about elevation angle, and when you are at the equator and you are able to take near the equator, you are able to take the elevation angle of Polaris, which is, where it is in the sky?
I'm going to start a poll. I'm going to get a poll going because I don't agree with that at all, Necros.
It's up to you. I'm not pushing anything.
Just for clarity, approximate what percentage do you think that we see?
I'd say it's like less than 5%.
Oh my God. No.
You're saying out of first of all,
see
what 100% is, I don't think, because the Earth is very large. So, to say that you see 50% of the Earth's sky when you look up from any position, I don't think so, dude.
Yeah, if just think about what I'm saying. Just think a little bit of what about I'm saying. If you claim that you can see only a little bit more than 10% or let's say 20% of the sky, you wouldn't be able to see Polaris in south of US. In south of the US, you wouldn't be able to see Polaris at all in the sky because you see just 10% of the sky. And imagine that Polaris is arcing around the north celestial pole. So if you go to the equator, that will be near 50%, or let's say 50% if you are at the equator.
AI says from a single location on Earth, you can see about half the night sky at any given moment.
Stop the cap.
That's what AI says.
So, what do you think, Jedi? Am I wrong? Even on a flat Earth, you see a little bit 50 or less than 50%. Let's say 40% if it is minimum possible, or is it like CB said, 10% near 20%? What do you think?
If you guys want to cast your vote, go cast your vote. Jovi, your hot king.
It's an app.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a poll going on in the chat, guys. If you want to cast your vote, so we can kind of get some data. Go cast your vote. Go cast your vote. Go ahead, Jedi.
I don't know how much of the night sky there actually is and how much we actually see of it, but of the known stars and the ones that we do observe, it is approximately about 50% based on one observer's location. Necros kind of pointed it out, right? If you stand on the equator, you can't see the north celestial rotation or the southern celestial rotation because they're like on the horizon. So you're halfway between these 2 points. So I think it's about 50%, dude. I think when you said about, what was it, 5-10%, I think that's a bit low.
Yeah.
But so you guys are talking about seeing the stars. I'm talking about the sky.
What do you mean where the clouds are?
I mean that. What am I supposed to call that?
Well, if you're talking about where the clouds are, then that's going to depend on how high the clouds are on that day.
Yeah, correct. And you would be correct.
We don't know where the stars are, what stars are. So I'm not really including that in my argument that, like, you should
50% of the stars or whatever. I'm
Yeah.
saying that, like, the portion of area that you look up, what portion of this area
Well,
of field of view is
goes out like a cone, doesn't it?
Yeah, I know. It's like a
Field of view. Yeah.
yeah, yes, of course. So you're saying that you're seeing 50% of the
No,
No,
not now.
You were maybe correct in what you said. If you are talking about something like the clouds, yeah, you would be correct. Like 10%, 15%.
Probably not even that.
Yeah, maybe.
We might be talking single digits.
Super small. That's what I'm trying to say. And
Oh, yeah. Sorry, then, dude. I do apologise. I thought we were talking about stars. That's my bad.
The answer should be the same as more or less what you can see from the fake station, I would think. That you could see at most, at absolute most, you could see 3%. So I would say on a normal day, you can probably see about 1%. On a really nice, clear day, maybe up to 3%. But I think even that's a stretch.
Yeah.
That's all I'm trying to argue is that you only see like such a small amount of the sky, and we don't even know what 100% is. So to say I see 50% is crazy. I'm like looking, I see mountains here, the ocean there, but like they're way bigger than just this little area that I'm in, and then what's above that,
Yeah.
So, being in South Florida, what are give me some examples, if you can imagine, and if you don't have an answer, that's okay. It's an open question for anybody. But being in South Florida, if I went onto the beach or was at sea on the, a couple miles out at sea, what should be the southernmost stars I would see on a good clear night? I mean, would I see any southern hemisphere-ish stars?
You should do.
What I do know is from where we did live,
South Florida. It's quite close to the Tropic of Cancer, right?
Yeah.
So what, like
we're in the, this is considered the subtropics. It's below 33. I think this is more like about 25.
You might get to see the Southern Cross. I don't know. Again, if you're at the similar southern latitude, south of the equator, which northern stars would you see? I would have thought that south of the equator, you wouldn't be able to see Polaris, but you probably get to see the Big Dipper, because that's a celestial star that's close to that center point of rotation. So you might get to see that. But conversely, you might get to see the Southern Cross from your location, north of the equator. I don't exactly know.
Yeah, and CB, you and I, we spent quite a bit of time, pretty much, an hour and 10-minute drive apart. And so, do you recall like the southernmost stars that you could see from there? And I was nearly directly west of you.
I'm not sure.
I looked it up and I don't remember what we were looking at, but I don't remember now. What I do know is that that's about the 38th parallel where we were living, and I'm about 25 now. So, but what I do know is the night looks nearly entirely different between the two places. It's a world of difference in those 13-ish degrees.
According to our Overlord AI, you can see the Southern Cross from the Florida Keys. If you're a little bit further, it's too low on the horizon for you to see it. specifically visible around May, apparently.
Yeah, I'm a good distance from the Keys.
Yeah, quite possibly not then.
It's just so annoying. I was gonna go to the gym, but I was like, this guy's like, okay, go ahead and explain it to me. And then we get 5 seconds in, and he leaves immediately. It's like, dude, sometimes it's not worth your effort, guys.
It's never worth it.
Almost never. I mean, almost never. Sometimes it is. Like, okay, so he asked me to flip the drawing where I have 2. I'll repost it. So we created 2 observers now, and he's saying, okay, so he's saying that above the blue dotted line is 50%, and then above or to the left of the red dotted line is 50%. So what is that in the middle then? Come on, man. This is like so basic. I don't know how they don't get it.
I swear I knew that it wasn't worth it. That's why he tagged me multiple times with his stupid questions, and I didn't even bother to consider it at all. So I didn't respond to him neither in chat or VC. I knew that he was that bricked. So now you saw that. You tested him. Means I was correct by not considering him.
Well, he was saying that like the sky is a direction and not like a soup. And what I'm saying it is like a soup.
What?
Well, yeah. What's wrong with that?
I don't know. I want you to explain what you mean.
Yeah, like it's kind of like think of it like an ocean, right? Like above us, but instead of being liquid, it's air.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah. Well, you said the word soup, so I'm just like kind of referencing that. But yeah, it's like if I jump into the ocean, you know, what percentage of the ocean can I see that's around me, like visibly? Well, it's going to be a small amount, right? You're not going to be able to see the entire of the ocean from within it.
Yeah, right.
Or even above it, even, you know, so I think it works kind of the same for the sky. You're essentially, it's like being inside of it. And so you're only seeing like a little bubble around you. And I would say it's a small bubble. And he's 50%.
This is why I brought up the cloud layer earlier. That depending on how high those clouds are is going to tell you where the sky, the cloud layer, appears to meet the surface of the Earth. If you're a 6-foot observer, that horizon of the surface of the Earth is going to be at sea 3 miles away. Those clouds might be 4 miles above you. They might be 20 miles away. I don't know. Maybe not even that. You hardly see. It depends on what you're talking about when you say you see this percentage of the sky. Not a lot if you're talking about where the clouds are.
Yeah, I mean, you guys can add on the stars details. I mean, is it true? Is it true you can see 50% of the stars from wherever you are?
Yeah, so the way it got broken down is the amount of stars that we see. I can't remember the number, I've lost the page now. So we'll call it 8,000 stars that we can see from one location. You can see about 4,000 of them. So that breaks it down.
Okay.
obviously depending on light pollution and shit like that. I'm lucky if I can see about 30 stars sometimes.
I'm going to rethink my answer here. When you say about how much of the sky you can see, I'm going to go back and say that as far as the sky goes, I don't even think you could see fractions of a percent.
Yeah, maybe not.
That's what I'm saying. But the chat, we had 2 votes for 0 to 5% and 4 votes for 25 to 50%.
Yeah.
And that's when I think they were
I thought you were talking about stars.
Yeah, I didn't say. If I was talking about the stars, I'd say what percentage of the stars can you see? We're talking about the sky, bros.
Yeah, we figured that out after we voted, dude.
You're correct, Derev. If we don't consider the unknown night sky, or the unknown part of the sky where we see the stars, so we are talking about the known stars that we already know. So when we say 50%, we are talking about that known sky to us, to a human being. Though that sky that we all see, we see 50% of it.
Yeah, but I don't see the weather system over the town that's 20 miles down the road when it's raining over there. I see the clouds that are over here raining over me. I don't see the weather system over there, do I? So it all depends on what we're talking about when we say the sky. Yeah, we might be able to see Polaris a few degrees or whatever above the horizon, but I can't see the weather system that's over the town 20 miles away.
Yeah, and you can test that with some plane that is visible to you in the sky. You can track what plane it is if you have the proper apps or systems in your PC. You can track from where it went to where it went following the GPS of the ground, and you can pinpoint that to its altitude. So it will just follow that parallel line with the ground. So you know what portion of the sky that you could see following just that plane from since it started to appear to you, to be visible to your binoculars or your camera or your telescope if you want, and you follow it, arcing your telescope in the sky till it sets at the end, the other part of the sky, and you can track how much portion. I bet, like you said, it will be like near 5 to 10%, 12% maximum if the weather is good. It's clear and you can see very far. Also, the altitude counts. Your altitude counts too. You will see more portion of the sky if you are near the high altitude. So if you are high in a mountain, so that sky is a little bit higher than that 8 or 5%. It will be near 12%, 13, 14% because of that angle of view that you took.
Wait, Almanator? What the fuck?
Thinking about it a second, I also don't think that during the day, especially, it's as bidirectional as it is unidirectional. So there's a really busy airway from South Florida that more or less goes right over the middle of Florida. And so when you're on the plane, you can see the ocean. But when you're on the ground, and even in a real clear area, you cannot see the planes. We've tried before with binoculars, watching FlightAware, etc., and so I'm not sure if it's as that you can see as much of it as you look up versus when you look down. If that makes any sense.
It will have a difference because when you look down, you will just look at an area. Compared when you look at something in the sky, like a plane, a point in the sky, due to its angular resolution and how far is the plane and how big also is the plane. So dependent to if it is resolvable or not. When you are on that plane, I don't think you would be able to resolve something as big as the plane that is on the surface, like a boat that is as big as that plane that you can't see in the sky. If someone in that plane is looking at the ocean, I don't think he will resolve that boat. He will see the ocean, he will see islands, he will see the dry land, he will see California, Miami or something like that. But a boat that the size of a plane, I don't think it will be resolvable if the plane is not resolvable for you on the surface.
Yeah, that's a good question as well. Because I do know back in 2010, it was a really good clear day, and I could see where we lived, which was very close to the coast, when I was on one of the planes on that route. And I could see the cars and things like that. But here's the key to it that I really got to realizing as I was in the air the week before last. I was in an Airbus A320, and I realized how small the windows are. And so the problem is even if you think you're resolving boats and things like that, some of that may be more of your mind's eye than your actual vision of your eyes. So you do raise a good point there, but I do tend to think that maybe there's something about how the humidity works that it's easier to see down than up. Maybe not.
All right, Alminator's here. We can clear this up. Thank God. So, Jedi, you're still here. We can talk about this. So, what I'm referring to, Alminator, is, well, we can take it in two directions, but I'm saying that the amount of your field of view, like what you can see comparative to the entirety of the Earth, is rather small. You know, so I'm only able to see like the air above my little town that I'm in right now. And that's not seeing 50% of the Earth. I mean, okay, let's ask this question then, Alminator. What percentage of the Earth are you seeing when you look around in like a 360 view? Would you say that's 50% of the Earth you're seeing from like your house or whatever?
Hey. First of all, good evening.
Thank you.
Hi.
So I'm not sure. Are we talking about Earth or the sky?
Well, let's start with the Earth. So yeah, I'm on the balcony right now.
The sky when we chatted.
I know. But it wasn't the stars either. But so let's just start with the Earth and see if we can kind of come to an agreement. I'm on a balcony. Maybe I could go on my phone and like show you on video. But I'm on a balcony. I can see some mountains in the distance. You know, buildings for maybe a mile, 2 miles, whatever. Would you say I'm seeing 50% of the Earth?
I'm also not seeing 50% of the Earth. So when I look out of my window or my balcony, I just see some houses surrounding me.
Yeah.
Which is maybe 500 meters away from me, and that's it.
So you would say that's a rather small percentage of this of the Earth, right? Like probably not 50%, not even close. Okay. Right. Now let's just go up from the ground and just look up. And so that bubble of the sky that you're seeing above you, You're saying that that's 50%?
It's definitely more percent than what I see the ground, because when I look over a house that is blocking my view to see further on the earth, I see some lights in the sky which are definitely further away than the house below that.
Yeah, so would you say that that's 50% now, or it's just slightly larger than the amount of ground?
I said it's just geometrically, it's a bit lower than 50%, assuming that I do not have any blocking buildings in my view. So I'm sitting on a boat with an open ocean surrounding me, then I would say I see close to 50% of the sky.
Really?
But
Really? Wait, really?
Yeah, why not?
You need to make the distinction between what you mean about the sky, dude. Because when anybody ever said sky, we automatically think of stars, don't we? But that's not necessarily what you're talking about. Weather systems.
So he asked me what part of the sky I see, and according to my understanding, I see 50% of all the sky that is available or existing.
No, I don't agree with that. Remember, like, okay, so let's say you're on your boat. No, let's just go back to your town, right? You're in your town and it's clear, but then like a town over or 2 towns over, it's raining. You know, you're not seeing all the weather that's all around you that could be different in other towns and stuff. What I'm
talking about foggy weather, I think.
I'm talking about the bubble of your like cone of view when you look up. That's not 50% of the whole sky, bro. And pointing out how small it is with the land that's around you, the air that's above that you can see is not going to increase to 50% of the earth. Like, if I'm seeing, I would say I'm probably seeing like a fraction of 1% of the earth when I look at the earth itself. So then the air that happens to be right above it, the little bubble of air that I can see, is going to also be rather small. We equated it to like being in an ocean. If you're in that boat on the ocean and then you just fall off the boat, you go into the water. What percentage of that entire ocean do you think you can see that around you? Did you say 50%?
No.
What percent would you say that you could see?
Maybe 0.5%.
There you go. So that's what I'm saying, that it's like for you and then the sky, that little bubble that you're in is going to be small. You're not seeing that much of it.
My point is, I cannot see the ground because maybe you know I'm not a flat earther, I'm a glober. So the part of the ground that I see is limited by how far I can see on a curved surface. But the sky has a infinite, doesn't block anything. So if a star is 90 degrees above me on the zenith, I can see it much further away.
It doesn't matter whether you think it's a globe or not. We're just pointing out, just like if you're in an ocean, you're seeing a fraction of a percent, this little bubble around you. It doesn't work any differently for when you're on the Earth. You're only going to...
It doesn't have a distance limit.
What do you mean? Yes, it does.
So I can...
Depends on the size of the object.
Prevents me from seeing a object in the sky which is 1,000 miles away from me.
Depends on the size of the object. That fly could be 1,000 miles away from. Dude, it's like I let you talk, and now you just start rumbling through me.
Yeah.
You understand the point that I'm trying to point out? It's going to depend on the size of the object, right? Good. Fucking cut it short.
So let's assume the object is big enough.
Then if it's big enough, you can see it then.
Right. But if it's 1,000 miles away and it's big enough, do I also see that?
Yeah, if it's up in the sky. Yeah.
Yeah, but if it's on the ground?
No.
Right, that's my point. Because
Yeah, we
on the
know.
ground, something is blocking you.
No, that's due to the angle across the surface. You have a surface that's involved. Now, you might be able to only resolve 3 miles of that surface that is 1,000 miles long with an object that's, what, 1,000 miles wide on it? You're not going to be able to resolve the surface beyond the horizon and that object. Because of angular reduction with distance, it's obviously going to appear smaller to you than it was when you were standing next to it. Because it's on a flat surface, though, depending on whatever weather conditions are going on, that light might get distorted a bit.
Was the angular reduction different in the sky than on the ground?
Demonstrably so, yeah. You can make things disappear from the bottom up on flat surfaces.
So I think
We've got loads of
topic was
demonstrations.
angular resolution.
Sorry, dude, we could probably just show you it happening. We can argue about why it's happening later, but the demonstration of things disappearing up on a flat surface, we can start there. I can go and get those. If that's really where you want to go with this.
Topic is a distance to an object with a certain size on the ground and
How
in the
big is the
sky.
distance with an object of a certain size?
My
What?
point is, in the sky you can see the object, on the ground you can't.
Depends what. If you're looking vertically, or depends if you're looking vertically up at an object like a balloon that is raising an altitude, reducing an angular size, or an aircraft that is going away from you towards the horizon. Eventually, the horizon is going to be a limitation of your view of that surface. This object, according to the Rayleigh criterion, will appear to get closer to the surface. Eventually, they'll merge. You won't be able to see one differentiated from the other because you've got two angles that are getting closer together, the surface and the jet. As the jet moves away from you, it appears to get closer to the surface. The angle is reduced. Eventually, you're not going to be able to resolve the object above the horizon because it's within the horizon now, the angle that you can't resolve. It's the Rayleigh criterion.
So that means we cannot see stars are impossible because they all apply to the Rayleigh criterion.
Say that first bit again. Say that first bit again.
See, at the moment, it's evening where I live. And if I look at the sky, I can see stars. They have nothing to do with the Rayleigh criterion. I can see it from...
Okay, do you notice that the ones close to the horizon? Do you not understand what the Rayleigh criterion is? Can you give me a brief example?
No, I'm just trying to understand what you are talking about.
Do you understand what the Rayleigh criterion is?
Yes, I absolutely
Okay, can you give me a brief example?
When an object which has a certain size is too far away from you, you cannot resolve it. So it
pretty much.
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much. We can also say that down the road at night, there's one light, and as it gets closer towards me, that one light separates into two lights. It's actually a car, looked like a motorbike. That angle between the two lights, with distance, got closer and closer and closer together until they merged into the one light. We've got a surface and we've got an object above that surface. We'll call that a star or an aircraft. As these two angles get closer together, the surface and the thing above the surface, they'll merge, won't they?
When you look at the surface, at street lights or car lights, yeah.
Yeah, anything that's above that surface, understanding that surface is one side of that angle that's getting close with distance to your view with the street light that's above it, or the aircraft that's above it, or the clouds that are above it. It's the Rayleigh criterion. Now, we're talking about one object moving with altitude away from you, like a balloon, or that star in the sky when I look up. This isn't invoking the second part of the angle. You just got the one object reducing an angular size. When you're talking about a surface, it's disappearing over, quotation marks, that angle gets closer together. Like when you look down a corridor and the floor and the ceiling and the walls appear to get closer together, that phenomenon.
So again, the topic was whether I think if I can see further in the sky than on the ground. And I'm still saying yes. Because in the sky,
No, I'd agree with you.
a star is visible.
Yeah, I'd agree with you.
Definitely the star is further away than the furthest streetlight that you can see on the ground.
Yeah, we took the conversations about our field of view. When we're talking about just standing on the Earth, we have a circle of, say, 3 miles field of view of the surface. When we look up, we have a larger field of view. Depending on the height of the cloud layers, how far away that aeroplane is, or the stars in the sky, with altitude, that field of view increases.
Yeah, that's exactly my point.
It's not 50% though.
So how much is it?
A fraction, just like the ocean you talked about.
So I think I said the number 0.5%.
Yeah, I would probably say, yeah, I'll go with that.
Okay. So I don't agree, but
well, like
opinion.
let's say there's a trillion clouds above the Earth right now. How many clouds do you see above you currently?
So maybe 1%. It's a bit more because it's not on the ground. And I can see.
I say exactly. You're not seeing 50% of the clouds above you right now, bro.
No, because the higher the objects are in the sky, actually in physical reality, the further I can see them. Clouds are maybe 2 or 3 kilometers above the surface. So I can see clouds that are 3 miles away, but I can only see a house that is 500 meters away. And if you have an object that is 10 kilometers away, I can see it even maybe 20 or 30 kilometers.
I feel like the point has been made already several times now. I don't know what else to say. If you're not seeing 50% of the clouds, that kind of is my point. You're not able to see 50% above you. I'm not talking about stars as well. I'm just talking about the bubble of area around you compared to the entirety of the Earth. It's not that large. It's rather small.
It's tiny. It's tiny. Like I can actually have a diagram that India made, and it shows the radius of vision, like how far you would see the horizon all the way around you from the height of a plane and from the height of the ISS, etc. It's not very much. I'll just find it.
Yeah, you can share it.
Yeah, so it's like if you, like CB said, like if you went out into the ocean on a canoe and all you could see was water, right? You could just see the horizon like allegedly 3 miles away if the Earth were a globe, right? All directions. So you'd have a 3-mile radius.
Yeah, but if you are in a boat at night on the ocean, you see stars that are definitely further away than 3 miles.
Yeah, but you don't know exactly what you're seeing. Like the way the celestial sphere explains it is that you're seeing the celestial bodies kind of like projected into your field of view from above. Okay, and like that's how everyone sees, and it's going to be different depending on where you're standing on the Earth. And it has like a. I'll find the diagrams that I'm talking about. So that radius, like, will expand out as you go higher and higher.
Yes.
But at no point will you be seeing 50% of the Earth. Just a tiny percentage of the Earth, even from the height of the ISS.
Well, that's a different thing. On the ISS, you are not on the ground. So I thought the topic was we are standing on the ground and we are looking up in the sky.
Yeah, but that's not the Earth, that's the sky. I thought you were talking about how much of the Earth you can see.
But even still, right? Even still, let's say you're very high up in a plane, you're looking down, and your little field of vision is going to capture a small portion of the Earth, kind of like, or the sky, like the clouds. You're only going to see maybe, out of the trillions of clouds, you might see, I don't know, a couple hundred or whatever. But that's seeing, wouldn't that be seeing more as you go up? So if you're on the ground, how are you seeing, you're saying you see more being down there? I don't think that really works, dude.
So I mean, if you just posted the picture again, the drawing, if you look at the dashed lines, and I'm just looking at the left side, so there's one HV or HL label and a dashed line on it. So on a globe, which I think you were drawing, you can only see a small amount of this surface. But if you look at the left side in the sky, you see definitely more than the small part that you see on the surface.
Look, this is just me being generous and trying to point out that even with that huge line of sight, which I don't think you actually have, I'm just trying to be generous by with the dashed line. That even that is not 50%.
Okay, so if I take your picture, your argument would be you see 25%. Or a bit less than 20.
Probably a little less than that, but because if you look at the most recent drawing and you have 4 observers and the lines above them would be the line of sight, then you have the gaps in between the observers. So if it's 25, 25, 25, 25, then what are those gaps? So I'd say it's probably under 20% if we're being generous by giving you this huge line of sight, which I don't actually think one has.
Yeah. Okay,
So,
let's be generous and say it's 20%, but 20% is still much more than you see from the surface.
That's fine. More just, dude.
There is no fucking flex.
You don't see 20%. Are you telling me that the US is like more than 20%? Because if you take your telescopes and everything, you can't track the planes or airplanes through the area that the US is occupying. So that's not
yes, because
20%
close
at
to the
all.
surface.
That's not 20% at all. What you're doing, the highest plane that you can track, that's not 20%.
Well, I know you don't agree with me when I say that, but if I think what is drawn is a globe, and planes don't fly like 1,000 or 2,000 miles above the surface, they are flying 10,000 feet.
Are you talking about how much of the Earth you can see or how much of the sky you can see?
I'm trying to explain that the sky is not where the planes fly.
What?
Planes fly at 40,000 feet.
That's the sky.
Much higher.
Everything's in the sky that's above you.
Do we have to define what sky means? We're talking about the air bubble that's above you. That's we're not talking about
everything in the sky has the same distance from the surface.
Planes don't fly.
What's his argument? Like, I thought it was talking about how much percentage of the surface of the Earth can you see?
No, we were talking about the sky, but I used the Earth to show them that it's rather small. And so, but I think they're confusing the stars with the sky. We're trying to have them show them how much of the sky you can see.
Yeah, like with the clouds, only a tiny percentage of the clouds in the sky fit into your range of vision. But when it comes to the stars, right, that's when you're getting into speculation territory. You have to make a whole bunch of assumptions about what you're seeing when it comes to the stars.
Just posted a picture with 2 X's on top of the picture that was posted by Chris. So the X that is closer to the surface is representing an airplane, which is not visible because it's below our horizon view. But the other X on the very left hand of the picture is a star, which has the same geographical position, but this one is visible because it's higher. That's my point. So the sky doesn't mean everything that we see in the sky is the same. We have to consider altitude, elevation.
Yeah, and when it comes to the stars, you have no idea what you're looking at.
Right. I agree with that.
So my point is, it depends on the elevation. So the sky
No one is
is
disagreeing
not
with
everything in the sky is the same.
No one is disagreeing with that. We already talked about that point before you come here.
Okay, I didn't hear that because I wasn't here.
I'm telling you now, no one is disagreeing with that. That you can see more dependent to the elevation of the object that you are watching in the sky, or dependent to you. So the more you are higher you are, the more surface area you will be able to see.
Wait, that's a different topic. I think we are talking about we observing the sky from the ground. What you are talking about, we are observing Earth from some point in the sky.
Now I'm talking about we observing the sky. I told you that we didn't disagree with that. We are already agreeing with the point that the higher the thing in the sky, you can see more from that sky.
Yep.
Yeah, we already agree with that, and it does work on a flat surface.
So maybe I misunderstood, but I heard someone saying we can only see 3 miles on the surface, and therefore we can only see 3 miles on the sky. And that's what I don't agree with.
Also, he is correct, because if you don't, like the first question that was asked to you, I think it was by Jedi, just to clarify, when you're talking about the sky, because it depends to the altitude. When you are talking about clouds, that would be like the range. 3 miles in front of you of the deck of clouds, 3 miles like a radius, and if you make a spin around yourself, that would be the deck of clouds that you would be able to see. A 3 mile, like 5 mile, 6 mile distance, a deck of clouds.
Right, but the clouds are even closer to the surface than my closer X in my drawing.
That's correct, because both of you were in that using that word sky, because it's a general word. It's the medium. It's the thing. It's the thing above us. That's called the sky. So 2 meters above you, that's the sky. So 3 meters above you, that's the sky. So because it is a general word, both of you were talking about what you understand from the word and what you want to mean by it without explaining what you want to mean by it. So you were talking about stars, and he was talking about, I think, deck of clouds or a plane, like in the elevation, at the elevation of clouds, or a little bit higher than that. So he was correct, and if you are talking about stars, you are correct too. So you just both have to clarify your ideas, what you are talking about. What do you mean by sky? The closed area of the sky, or the farthest area of the sky?
Yep, I agree. We should agree on the term sky. So for me, sky means everything that I see above me. Whether it's clouds or a plane which is crossing my sky, or the moon or the sun or stars.
Yeah, so you would have to use that
sky.
You would have to use that cone view, like you are on the bottom of the cone, so not the base, but in the point of the cone or the head of the cone, and you are looking like in a cone and above you. So you both have that general idea that that's what you see, because you two on that globe, the clouds that you see are just that small area that is above your head. You don't see that the 10% or 15% or 20% of that part of the sky, which is that cloud part. You don't. And if the deck of cloud is closer, that will be worse. Like in a rainy day, that will be worse. So,
Of me, I can definitely see zero sky, or I can see the clouds in the sky, but I cannot see stars because the clouds are blocking my view.
yeah, correct. So you both. I don't know. That was the question that I was waiting. In reality, I was waiting to ask that question to Jedi, and I hope that Jedi is here too. I don't know why perspective is not a law. Can
totally
someone
agree that
explain to me if perspective works on both paradigms, and it's something that is literally there, that is predictable, verifiable. So why it's not a law? Can you tell me, Jila, why it's not a principle or a law that it's have to be used when you're talking about optics or observations, every type of observation? Why it's not a thing that is like the base? I think it's not here.
So he is in voice, but he's not answering.
So you two, in the globe side, you have to include that effect. So when you are looking at the sky, you see like the ground that is around you. If you are in the ocean, for example, and assume that the surface of water is like there is not very big waves or ocean swells. So when you look at the distance and including the sky, and you make a 360-degree rotation around yourself, the floor literally is making a cone around you. Haven't you noticed that? That when you are standing, and you are taking just an angle, like a 45-degree angle with your head, and you see the sky, and including the horizon and the surface of the water. So, and you make a rotation, that surface of water is literally creating a cone around you. It's ramping up, and it's toward the horizon, and that horizon is circular around you. So included that surface of water, it's a cone. If it's a flipped cone, so the base will be that horizon, and the head of the cone will be your eyes, making the 360-degree.
So when you talk about cone, are you talking about what we see with our eyes? So
yeah, what you see
how
with
far
your
can we
eyes.
look left to right?
What you see with your eyes when you are looking 360-degree around yourself. You are standing in a small boat, and you are looking at the horizon, and you just rotate around yourself, and you keep looking at that horizon that is just like a circle around you, creating a circle around you. So including that surface of water, because the horizon is that edge of that surface of water where the surface of water meets the sky. So it will be that line, that merging line where the sky is merging with that surface of water.
Yeah, so basically
including the surface of water, it will be like a cone. The horizon will be the base of the cone, where the cone is the wider, and the surface of water, it's a surface that is ramping down toward you from the horizon. It's ramping down. Everything that you will put in that surface of water, like small distance markers, like a piece of wood or buoys or boats, small boats, and you will put one after the other, another one, and another one. You will see them ramping one higher than the other, higher than the other, higher than the other, higher than the other, till the last one that will be at the horizon when it will merge with the horizon. So, have you ever think about that effect that you see every time? You can see it every time if you just look around you on a flat surface, like a planar surface, a giant plane. It's the same effect. Everything is ramping up.
I'm aware of that. So what I understood from you talking is, when I look, when I'm sitting on a boat on an open ocean and I look at the horizon, I have a cone of view, and if I rotate myself 360 degrees, I can eventually see every part which is above the ocean in my cone of my view. And the ocean itself is blocking me from having a greater cone to the down direction.
Okay, but if you claim that you understand that point and how what's happening there and why it is happening, if you understand that, why is it still confusion for you? How much portion of the sky a flat earther should see on a flat Earth? And is it dependent also to the altitude of that thing that you are observing in the sky? So you on sea level, and you are observing things in the sky, wouldn't be the same exact thing? Because what I heard, the point of this discussion is your question about that, because you were confused. So wouldn't that explain the thing to you the same way? That perspective, whether it is a ball, whether the Earth is a ball or a flat surface, perspective would work the same, just a little bit different with the inclination of that surface of that floor because of the curved Earth. So the horizon would be physical one, not optical one, due to your view limitation or your eye limitation. It will be caused by a physical obstruction, which is the curvature of the Earth. That would be the difference, the major difference, but still the same thing. The perspective will work on both. So floor will ramp up, things will appear to go up in that surface, that flat surface, and the sky will merge with that flat surface, and things will be.
So I can, if I can answer. So if you look at the street and you are observing street lamps, which are perspectively going down with distance, the street lamps will not disappear bottom first. They just get smaller and smaller until they completely disappear. That's not what we observe, what I personally observed when I stand at the coastline and look at windmill parks in the open ocean. There I can clearly see that there are windmills which are cut off at the bottom. And that cannot be explained just by...
Yeah, that can absolutely be explained on a flat surface, right? Even just using mainstream explanations, like absolute mainstream explanations.
So can I hear Nikros answer?
Yeah, I was about to say the exact same thing. It can happen on a flat surface because it's an optical effect. Like I said, it's not a geometric thing that is obscuring those windmills bottom up, and we don't see the windmills, the entire windmills. Somehow, just due to atmospheric effects. Because we can see that, it's that horizon that is obscuring those windmills. It's just an optical phenomenon that is due to the perspective plus the atmospheric condition. Let's not say atmospheric, but weather condition that would be more accurate. That distance to the horizon will vary. So it's not like I told you earlier. That's the difference between a flat Earth and a globe Earth, the geometric horizon that should obscure those windmills, physically obscure them, and you shouldn't see them at all at any specific condition. But still, we can see those windmills and we can see the horizon behind the windmill.
So my point is, so we were talking about perspective before, and if I just apply perspective without having any refraction or atmospheric effects, then the windmills, by perspective rules, just should get smaller and smaller until we don't see them as a whole. If we now add atmospheric conditions, that's another layer that we can talk about. But what
most often things do get smaller and smaller. Things in the distance are smaller and smaller until you can't resolve them anymore. That's what happens, right? When you have a nice still day with no waves and you don't have any noticeable miraging effects. That's exactly what happens, whether it be windmills or a giant cruise ship. That's exactly what happens.
My point was, if you want to talk about atmospheric conditions, that's a different topic. But why?
No. This is what you said doesn't happen. Is exactly what happens, right? So if you hold on, let me finish. If you have a clear day, okay, really clear conditions, you don't have any waves, you don't have any noticeable miraging effects, you've got very similar water temperature and air temperature, great conditions. That's exactly what happens, right? Things in the distance become too small to resolve as they move away from you. Now, if you cherry pick different conditions where you have waves or you have noticeable distortion or miraging effects or unaccounted for miraging effects, then, right, that's why sometimes they can appear to be cut off from the bottom. And you don't have a single observation that matches up with the globe, and you don't have a single observation that discounts the two factors that I just mentioned, being the weather conditions, right? The miraging conditions, the atmospheric conditions, same thing, or the ocean swells, right? You don't have one observation that negates those two obvious possibilities for what's happening. And then you pick cherry, and then you say the super clear days where we can actually see countless times further than the globe would permit, right? That's the days that you claim the crazy refraction effects are happening. You guys are absolutely twisted it all around, delusional.
What I don't understand is why you guys are allowed to say atmospheric conditions can make it happen, but when we on the globe side say the same thing, that's not allowed at all.
Can make what happen?
Things disappearing bottom first.
That's what the globe earthers say, that as subject matter experts when it comes to atmospheric effects. That's what they say. That's not what we say. That's what the mainstream says.
So Necros just said there can be atmospheric effects on the flat Earth that cause bottom-up.
Yeah, but we're not making hyper-specific claims. We're not claiming Earth curvature. We're claiming an apparent horizon.
Yeah, but
right? Nothing more than that. You're claiming specifically that the horizon. You're claiming specifically that the Earth is curving, and the reason that the things are getting cut off is because of the Earth curvature. You're claiming a geometric horizon and that the Earth's a globe. We're not claiming these things.
So you are claiming Earth is flat.
No.
Nope.
We observe the Earth as flat, right? And we're testing the globe when we make the long-distance observations, and no curvature can be detected. Okay, so it reconfirms what everybody experiences, which is that there's no curvature over the surface area. Okay, so if there's no curvature over the surface area, it's by default flat. And that's the context that we mean flat Earth in.
But that's your that's a claim that you have.
No, it's what everybody observes. It's what everybody observes. It's not a claim. It's not a claim. It's exactly what you observe. Okay, we don't go out and observe curvature and say, oh, actually, it's all completely flat. It just looks curved because of this or that, right? It's the complete opposite. We go to a lake in Canada, an ocean in California, this place, that place, the other place, flat, 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 zero curvature detected. But you guys claim that there is curvature, but you don't have any empirical evidence of it whatsoever.
Well, I do have, but
no, you don't.
It's not based on of looking at water and saying it's not curved.
Yeah. So in relation to the geometric horizon and Earth curvature over distance, you don't have any empirical evidence where you've accounted, because you're making a hyper-specific claim when you're saying that your observation matches the globe. Okay, so you need to account for the obvious things that could skew your results, and that you don't have one observation that does account for those things and that matches up with the globe. Not even close.
Measurements.
No, you don't have any measurements, right? Because when I ask you to present one, you won't show it, because I've been asking people for the last 8 years and nobody has ever presented one. I know for a fact that you don't have anything.
So did you ask me for measurements? Or just people?
I've spoken to you tons of times. We've had heaps of conversations. Go ahead and post what you've got.
So last time I posted one, which is angle to Polaris.
Yeah, what's Polaris?
Matches.
What's Polaris?
An object
what medium is it in? What medium is it in?
Well, don't you tell me. So.
Well, I don't know. I don't make claims about it. You're the one talking about the sky. I'm talking about the ground. I'm talking about the Earth. I'm talking about measurements of the Earth, right? So in this particular context, we're talking about the surface of the Earth. So you don't have any measurements of the surface of the Earth curving, right? You have to make assumptions about the sky, and then say that because of these assumptions, because of this arbitrary celestial sphere, right, you're going to have that somehow inverted into a terrestrial sphere, which is how the globe actually came to be in the first place. That's what you're going to do, right? You're not going to provide any empirical evidence. You're not going to provide any measurements of Earth curvature, right? You're just going to have to take it into the sky where no one can validate anything you're saying.
So I agree that people found out that the Earth is not flat, but a globe by looking at the sky. That's
they didn't find out. They didn't find out.
They applied logic and thought about what is the most easy explanation for what we see in the sky.
No, they didn't do that, right? They thought that because the sky is conceptualized as a perfect half sphere above us, right? And that's the most perfect shape, then that's what the ground must also be, right? It was more of a philosophical decision rather than something that was based off any measurements whatsoever. That's literally how the globe was created originally.
So when do you think the globe was created?
Well, it was first, okay, so it came from the way that people conceptually view the sky. You want me to read you some stuff about it?
I'm asking you, when did that happen? When first people thought the Earth is not flat but a globe?
Well, it was the first person to ever mention it, I guess. I think maybe it was Plato. I think that was the first time it was ever like written in a book or anything like that. But yeah, it was some tiny percentage of the ancient Greeks came up with the idea, but that didn't really catch on to the masses. It wasn't until much later that it was turned into the globe.
But do you know how Plato came to that assumption or conclusion?
Well, okay. So the celestial sphere came first. Long before the Earth was mathematically defined as a globe, ancient astronomers visualized the heavens as a perfect rotating sphere with fixed stars attached to its inner surface. This was purely a geometric and observational construct. It was a model of appearance, not of substance. The Greeks, Egyptians, Babylonians, and early Indian astronomers all described the sky as a dome, or a sphere revolving around a stationary Earth. The observer was placed at the center, and this is the celestial sphere. The celestial sphere was an optical projection. Angles and motions of the stars were mapped around the observer, not the Earth as an object. The coordinate system was celestial, not terrestrial.
Yep.
In this framework, astronomers introduced celestial coordinates to describe star position. Celestial latitude and longitude, later called declination and right ascension, were angular measurements projected onto the inner surface of the sphere. The celestial poles and celestial equator were imaginary reference lines created by extending the Earth's rotational axis and equator into the heavens. But originally, this was only a geometric analogy, not a physical proof of a spinning Earth. The sphere, quote unquote, of the heavens was thus was the first complete coordinate system built entirely from sky observations, not Earth measurements. And then later on, the transfer of coordinates, celestial to terrestrial. So later, philosophers such as Pythagoras, Plato, and Aristotle took the symmetry of the celestial sphere and imposed it onto the Earth itself. They reasoned that since the heavens appeared spherical and perfect, the Earth beneath must also be spherical, not because of empirical proof, but to maintain philosophical symmetry between the above and the below.
Okay.
Yeah, and that was, the first steps in what came to be the globe Earth. I mean, I can go on. I just don't want to keep reading stuff out, though. A little tiny bit more here, right? So the globe as an inverted celestial sphere. The Earth was then imagined as a miniature version of the heavens, a globe suspended in space with its poles, equator, and the rotational axis matching those of the celestial sphere. Essentially, ancient cosmology reversed the reference frame. The observer, once stationary at the center of the celestial sphere, was now said to be standing on the surface of a rotating sphere at the center of the universe. The sky, once moving around the observer, was declared fixed, and motion was reassigned to the Earth. The transformation was purely theoretical. It arose from geometry and symmetry, not direct physical evidence.
Yeah, so
yeah, that's how the globe came. It's like a conceptual way of looking at the sky. Well, think about this. Okay, so this is what the guys were explaining to you earlier. When you're out in the ocean, right? You've got that particular radius around you, right, based on how high you are above the surface. Okay, so as you go higher, that radius would get bigger, but the clouds that go over the top of you, they form like a big, kind of like a dome, right? Same with a plane, right? Just say you're out in the ocean and then a plane flew straight over the top of your head. It's going to look like it comes up from the horizon and then it goes up like a big giant arc over your head, and it's going to go down as it goes away from you. But that plane is not actually doing that, right? That's just perspective that makes it look like it's taking a big arc over the top of your head. Same with the streetlights. Same type of thing. Exact same thing, just on a larger scale. The clouds do the exact same thing, right? And then when it comes to the celestial bodies, that's when it becomes arbitrary. Okay, that's when it becomes... Yeah, that's where it starts to become how you conceptualize what you're looking at and what the stars are and how far away the stars are and that kind of thing.
So if I don't know,
it's based on random choice.
How high planes fly, I don't know how high the plane is. That's the
you do.
thing.
It's like 30,000 feet, 40,000 feet.
Yeah. But I know that because I know that.
Yeah.
If I wouldn't know that,
that's why Yeah, that's why you don't know what's going on with the stars, right? But you're still seeing them the same way, right? In the same fashion. For all we know, all of the stars could be laid out flat across the sky, right, above the flat plane. But we just see them in the same way that we see the flat cloud deck look like a big giant half dome over the top of us because of the way our perspective works. Right? That's why they're saying it's like a conceptual way of viewing the sky as a half sphere. Right? Obviously, when you're standing on a long street, right? Say you're standing in the middle of the street and it's nighttime and it's a really, really long street. You've got street lights going all the way down the street as far as you can see in front of you and behind you. Okay? It does the same thing. It makes, even though you know those street lights are all the same height, right? But it looks like a big, like a cone over the top of you. Or like
when street lights just look like a line lining up to the horizon.
No, it doesn't. It looks like the streetlights in the distance go down and converge with the horizon. It looks like they're going down.
Yeah,
and then if you had streetlights going 360 degrees, right? Just say there's 360 rows of streetlights, one every degree, going all the way around you. You're going to see a big giant like a dome of streetlights over the top of you if you plotted that out. Right, it's going to be a shallow dome. If the streetlights were taller, then the dome would get less shallow. Put the streetlights up to the height of the clouds and make them planes. Right, it's the same thing's going to happen. You see in a big, like a dome, due to the way that your perspective works. Now, if all of the stars were all at the same altitude as well, just hypothetically, you would still see them in that fashion of a big half dome because of the way your perspective works. That's why the celestial sphere was like a conceptual way of observing the sky, and then that was turned into a coordinate system. And then that was eventually turned into the globe Earth, the latitude, longitude.
I'm still lost a bit when you compare streetlights that are going away from you, which are definitely looking like all aligned to a line which is converging to the horizon. How you do make this the same argument like looking at the sky at celestials?
Okay, so the clouds do the same thing, planes do the same thing, hallways do the same thing, right? It's just basic perspective. But when it comes to the stars, that's when it becomes down to personal choice, because you can't prove exactly how far away they are and what's going on with them. Like, what are they? No one knows, right? That's why it's arbitrary. It's based on random choice.
When I was at school, which is a long time ago, I was in an astronomy course, and the teacher told me to make some long time photographies, like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And what I could see is that the stars are rotating in the sky. And this isn't
right.
That's why
That's correct. Yeah, we see the stars moving. Everything moves in cycles in the sky. Yeah. No one's. I mean, you guys are kind of denying that because you say it's you that's moving.
That's
we
not
say
a direct,
we say the stars are moving.
That, but what my point is that's my problem. Why streetlights that are just going in a straight line down to the horizon is the same thing like stars rotating in the sky.
Okay, so let's just say that the streetlights were inside a giant building and they were actually rotating like a planetarium. If that building was really big, you would see the same thing, right? You would see like a big giant, like a half, like a shallow dome of lights rotating around you, even though that they were all at the same height, just like the street lights. Just because now all of a sudden they're moving doesn't change the way perspective works.
Well, that's actually a good point. So if I'm standing in the center of a long, very big room with a ceiling rotating and having lights on it, I would see the lights on the ceiling, on the rotating ceiling, just circling around me. But that's not what I see when I make long time photography of the sky.
What do you mean? It's exactly what we see.
They are rising from the horizon, going on the right side, and then setting.
Mm-hmm. And if the room was big enough, that you would see the exact same thing happening with the streetlights rotating.
I wouldn't
like look at what I just posted. Let's say these streetlights kept going, like another 1,000 kilometers, right? Obviously, you can't see them all. Okay, so as they're rotating over the top of you.
Yeah, then the furthest away street lamp would just rotate around me at very close to the horizon, but it wouldn't rise and set and disappear. If it's the same distance from my location, then it would always be at the same elevation in my perspective view, if it's rotating around me. And that's not what I saw when I did that school experiment or measure or photography.
Yeah, no, I get you. I get your point.
Okay, thanks.
I'm just trying to think of an analogy. Maybe my analogy wasn't the best there.
So I'm going to post a picture, which is not my picture. I'm just Googling right now and trying to find out what's close to
you don't see the stars like going below the horizon or anything like that, though, right? Same with a plane. You don't see that happen.
I actually saw star trails which disappear behind the horizon, or just
you see them disappear out of your range of perspective. You don't see them disappear behind a horizon.
I'm just, when I try to follow the lines that the stars are doing and extrapolating that what they will do next, I will assume
you're claiming a geometric horizon, though.
No, I'm just saying what I'm observing. So I'm posting a picture which is pretty close to what I saw back then. And this is not what I would expect when a ceiling is rotating above me.
It doesn't matter what you think, right? You don't know what the sky is, right?
I'm just saying what I was observing.
Yeah, no,
how I interpret.
You don't. Yeah, but you can't compare it to anything because you don't know what it is. You can compare it to what you might imagine it is. Or imagine it could be.
Just comparing to what I've heard.
No, you're comparing what you observe to what you observe.
As an example.
You're comparing what you observe to what you observe.
I'm observing. I'm trying to connect to what I heard DJ explain. I can't connect.
Yeah. So that's the same thing. Like, okay, I thought of a different way of explaining it. Okay, so when you're standing on that long street with the street lights, right? So I'll repost it again. Okay, so you can't, like, if that street just kept going, you wouldn't be able to see all of the street lights, obviously, right? You can only see a certain distance. But if those street lights were like on a conveyor belt, right, constantly coming over your head, you'd see them all emerging from your vanishing point.
So the conveyor belt is left to right or front to back?
Well, anyway, if those streetlights were coming, like just so you understand the point of the vanishing point. Things coming beyond the vanishing point, like, okay, to change them to an aeroplane, the same thing would happen.
Yeah.
You're gonna see it all of a sudden. It's gonna come into your field of view, and it's gonna look like it emerges from your vanishing point. It's gonna go over the top of you in an arc, and then it's gonna do the same thing as it moves away from you. Okay, so think of it as clouds moving. The same thing happens, but if you go up to the level of that cloud deck, you'll see that that cloud deck isn't actually a big arc or an arch, right? It's completely flat. It's a flat cloud deck. I can show you footage of that. It looks like the clouds are going down and converging with the horizon, and then the guy takes off in his plane and goes up to the cloud deck, and you can see it's just a completely flat cloud deck.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah. So I don't know why you guys have such a problem with perspective. Look, here's another example of it right here on a tiny scale. Okay, so up here in this image, we're at the level of the horizontal string, right? And he's moving the little light across the horizontal string. As soon as he puts the camera down from a terrestrial view, okay, he puts the camera down on the bench, all of a sudden it looks like the string's going downward in the distance, and it looks like that light's going downward. It's not, it's just going horizontally. Now change that light to a whole bunch of little stars, or clouds, or planes, or whatever you want to change it to. You guys seem to have some problem comprehending basic perspective.
So I understand your pictures, and I actually totally don't have a problem with perspective. But the star
all of a sudden, when it comes to the stars and the sun and the moon perspective, all of a sudden it's a globe.
No,
it couldn't just be perspective making you see the sky like that.
Cannot be explained by perspective.
What can't be explained? You don't even know what they are. That's what I was saying before. You have no idea what you're looking at. You don't know what medium it's in. You don't know how it works. You don't know what distance it is. Lights also, right, all look round in the distance, right? It could be any shape, but you just see a little round dot. All lights in the distance just look like a little round dot. You have no idea what stars are, right? You've been told a story about what they are. That's all.
So even if I don't know the story what stars are, I can see what happens in the sky if I do long time photography, 15 minutes, and see star trails. And they are not moving according to perspective. They are not moving away from me. The length of the star trails that are caught by my 15 minutes photography is the same.
You're moving away from them, though. That's what you think, right? Same with the sun. You're moving away from the sun when you see a sunset. You think you're spinning backwards on a globe away from the sun.
No,
it just makes it appear to be looking like it's setting.
Anything. I'm just looking at the picture and try to imagine how this can solely be explained by perspective.
Yeah, things appear to dip towards the horizon when they move away from you. If there's such a distance away that as they move away from you, due to your limited range of perspective, they're not going to look like they change in angular size like something that's within your range of perspective, like a boat or something like that, or a car. They're already, right, it's the distance that they are away is already huge, right, compared to that small range of perspective that you're seeing the object move away from. How does it not align with perspective?
One reason that doesn't align with perspective is if you look at your streetlight pictures, you can see that the distance between the streetlights is getting smaller and smaller in the distance.
Yeah, that's because they're very close to you. They're within your range of perspective.
Yes.
Okay, so how come when you're spinning when you're spinning away from the sun on your globe model, when you're spinning backwards faster than the speed of sound away from the sun, you're getting further away from the sun, but it doesn't change in angular size. Why is that?
Finish my point.
Because you're so far away from it, right? It doesn't make much of a difference because you have such a small limited range of perspective. That small difference isn't going to make much of a difference to the angular size of the sun.
I'm not talking about the angular size, I'm talking about distances between the street lamps. they are getting smaller the further the street lamps are away from you. And if you look
Right,
at the
they appear to be getting
picture,
closer
the
together
lines
as well,
are-
right?
have the same length.
You
That's
mean
exactly
they
what
appear to be
clouds do,
getting
bro.
closer
Right.
together, right?
That's
They appear to
exactly
be
what
getting
clouds
closer
do.
together. Is that what he means, though? I just want clarification.
Yeah, that's exactly what he means. Yep. And that's exactly what clouds do. The exact same thing.
Yeah, but my point was the star trail photography. If you look at the lines of the star trail, the lines at the very bottom have the same length like the lines at the top. So it cannot be. If it would just be due to perspective, then the lines at the bottom would be much shorter than the lines at the top, like the street lamps.
No,
This is
because
not
they're
what
not
we see.
close. They're not close to you, like the street lamps.
Perspective doesn't care about.
Do you take angular size change, or like not size change, but angular distance, right, into account at all?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing at the moment.
No. With no. Listen, bro. I'm not talking about anything that we're saying. With what you believe, what the globe says.
About perspective.
Yeah, I'm just asking you a question, bro. Does the globe side take angular distance, like between the horizon and an object, into account at all?
I don't know what you mean with angular.
Okay, because there's an observation that we've got, right? Where someone with a high-powered zoom camera is at a shore, like a beach, and they're watching the sunset, right? And zoomed out, it looks like the sun is touching the horizon. And then he zooms in, and you can see that there's actually a significant gap between the horizon and the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Do globers take that into account at all? Ever?
Take what into account exactly? That the sun is now
That fact, perspective, bro, perspective.
Yes, of course. And I just told you that the star trails.
I don't hear them talk about it. I don't hear them talk about it.
I just
It's always us that have to bring it up.
Can't follow.
It's always us that have to mention it, bro.
Due to perspective. Because perspective means things further away have a smaller angular size than things closer.
All right. So to the human eye, when the sun seems to be touching the horizon, is it?
What?
So to the human eye, when the sun seems to be touching the horizon, is it? Or if you could zoom your eyeballs in towards it, would there be an angular distance between the horizon and the sun? Just like in that example. Right. It's perspective, bro.
So perspective. Yeah. Now what?
This is what DJ's talking about.
DJ showed me an example of streetlights, and the streetlights have the same distance to each other.
Yeah, and if you zoomed in, they would increase, right? And their distance between the ground and...
Do we have a still picture without zooming?
Right, the distance from the ground would increase if you zoomed in, right? Because they're not actually getting closer to the ground, are they?
No.
No.
Also, Almanator, I do get your point. I get your point, but you're making a false comparison, right? Because all I'm trying to demonstrate is how perspective works. Okay, and I'm not claiming. I said hypothetically, you could think of the like the stars, like a flat deck of stars rather than like a dome set of stars. That's all I was saying. I wasn't saying that that's the way that I think the stars are laid out, right? Like a flat star deck. I wasn't claiming that. I never claimed that. So you're comparing a set of streetlights that are all the same height and in your local zone of perspective and moving away. You're comparing that to the stars, which I make no definitive claims about what the stars are at all.
I just picked up your example where you said So we were talking about stars in the sky at the very beginning, and you brought up the streetlight example. So I just picked that topic
No,
up.
I'm just trying to bring this up, right? So do you agree now that when we see clouds look like the clouds look like they're going down, down, down and converging with the horizon, that's just due to perspective, right? Just like in this photo of clouds that I just showed. Okay, that actually, yeah, that's just perspective. Okay, so we see the sky like a big cone or a dome generally, right? Just due to the way perspective works.
At the snapshot now, at the moment.
Yeah.
But what I'm doing is I'm observing the sky not only current time now and then forget everything that happened before and after. What I'm doing is I'm observing the sky over a long time period and try to explain or
Yeah,
imagine.
you're trying to explain some lights in the sky that move in cycles that you have no idea about.
Oh, but I'm trying to make sense of the movements that I see in that long-term
It's still a
photography.
story, man. You can't go and verify it.
Exactly.
I can observe it. And
Yeah, but that's why that was kind of your rebuttal, man, to my talking about like measuring the surface of the Earth. You were like, "Oh, I have measurements too," and then you started talking about stars, and then my response to that was, "Well, you have to make a whole bunch of assumptions about that, right? That's not measuring Earth curvature."
So in the first place, I do not have to make assumptions. I'm just.
But you are. You're looking at the sky, and you're assuming the Earth is a globe based off of the sky.
Exactly. You have to make assumptions with the sky.
Would be a next step, but the first thing that I do is observe.
Well, I mean, you don't have to, but
and
you're
then,
forced to.
And then do a hypothesis next. What's your hypothesis? That's the first step is observation. What's your hypothesis?
My hypothesis is I try to explain why the stars move like what I see.
Okay. What are your independent and dependent variables?
So that wasn't even a hypothesis that I just mentioned. That's just.
Well, I'm just going with it because I'm going to show you how foolish your thought process is. You can't get past the observation. All you're doing is observing. You can't make a hypothesis. You can't even justify your hypothesis.
So I didn't even make a hypothesis. The next step after.
Okay, well, give me one because this is science, right?
So do you agree with the question why?
Asking a question is a hypothesis.
Yeah, what's my question?
Okay, what is your question?
The question is why do celestials move the way they move in the sky?
Who knows, bro?
Okay.
Because they're
that's the second step of the.
Because they've been ordered to, right? Like, who knows? Why? Why is it important?
You're asking me for a hypothesis before accepting that I ask a question. So
That's the question. Is a hypothesis
relevant.
Why they move?
It's not a hypothesis.
You're the one making the observation. You see the sky. You see the stars moving in the sky. You see the planets moving in the sky. The planets move differently from the stars. Okay, why do they do that?
That's a question. That's not a hypothesis.
Okay,
Dude,
okay, why do they do that? What's your hypothesis?
So based on my observations is that either the stars are rotating around me or I'm rotating inside the star field.
Okay, so what's your independent and dependent variables that you're going to manipulate in the natural world?
Would you agree with that question that I asked? Or was that hypothesis that this is a valid hypothesis?
That's it. Okay, fine. That's a valid hypothesis. Now we have to create a science experiment to prove it.
Okay.
So what's your independent and dependent variables? What's your method?
I'm doing a measurement.
Of what?
Of the elevation angle with respect to time.
Okay, what's your independent variable?
Over time. Elevation angle over time is my independent variable.
That's your dependent variable. Your independent variable is the thing that you manipulate.
I don't have a dependent variable when I do a measurement.
Your measurements are dependent. They don't change.
A measurement is not an experiment. I do a measurement.
So you have no independent variable. You have no science experiment. You're just making an observation and measuring the angles between them, and then you're concluding that your hypothesis is correct based off of some geometry that you do.
I'm doing a measurement. My hypothesis is that in the same time period, the angular change, the change of the elevation angle of the celestial is constant over time. And I do a measurement, and my measurement confirms that.
What? That's math. That's not science, bro.
I'm not talking about science, I'm talking about measurement. I'm just measuring what happens in the sky.
That's all, and that's all you're doing. You're not doing anything else. You aren't verifying anything.
I have a hypothesis.
You can't have a hypothesis
I'm rotating or the sky is rotating.
If you have a hypothesis, you need to have an experiment to validate your hypothesis.
I can have
So your measurements,
hypothesis which can be
your measurements you've taken. Your question was which moves, us or the sky. So let's break this down. You've taken an angle, elevation angle measurement. Does that prove the sky moves or the ground moves? Neither.
That was not my question. My question was, why do the celestials in the sky move like they move? And my hypothesis was either
that's a cause and effect relationship, not a measurement.
Either the ground moves or the sky moves. So you've taken an elevation angle measurement to a celestial. That does not verify the ground moving or the sky moving. So we've got to try something else.
My wording was rotation, not moving.
Rotation, moving.
Okay.
Who cares?
How did you measure Earth rotation? By looking at the sky?
I do not measure Earth rotation. I'm trying to connect what the stars do in the sky with...
Correlation does not equal causation.
Not necessarily, no.
The only way to validate whether or not correlation equals causation, you're going to have to create an experiment to prove it. Otherwise, you're just talking out your ass.
So you heard my hypothesis.
Well, the thing is, bro, have you accepted that the Earth is flat, and now you're trying to figure that out?
No, I didn't accept the Earth is flat.
Okay, so yeah, nobody here should be interested in anything you've got to say then.
Okay.
Bro, good luck on your adventures and and trying to figure out the sky.
Same for you,
bro.
Have good luck.
In my opinion, you're just looking in the wrong direction.
No, seriously, bro. If you if you got a claim to make about a relationship between the surface geometry and the sky, then make it and say it outright. Meanwhile, DJ's probably shown you. I wasn't here earlier, but he's probably shown you an example of an observation and a measurement across a lake or a large body of water, or horizon distance measurement, or something that totally goes against the globe geometry, indicating that the surface of the Earth is flat. But you want to talk about the sky.
Let me ask this. Let me see, because I've gotten a few correct answers out of this one. This one seems to be an honest, genuine question. Do you agree that if the surface of the Earth measures flat, then whatever is happening in the sky is only happening over a flat Earth? Culminator.
Side chat, he'll be back in 5.
Anyway, I got Matthew Learns to honestly admit to that one. I don't know if you heard that one yet, Matrix.
Matthew's an odd one. Like, seriously, he had a sook yesterday with me when he was telling me, when I went to say to him, in my lifetime I've seen the sun do multiple things, and when he was saying, no, I haven't, I said to him, don't tell me what I have and have not, and he bolted. I don't have to take this, and he took off.
I actually silenced him with a question. I led him down in a series of events because we all know how religious he is. And it basically came down to, do you believe what the Bible tells you? Or do you believe what science tells you? Well, I believe what science and the Bible tell me. I'm like, well, you have two conflicting views because Moses was told by God, so the word was inspired to him. No reason for him to lie. That the earth was created in this way in the first 7 days, the heavens and the earth. And so, you got the earth created on the first day, lights created on the first day. The sun, moon, and stars weren't created until the 4th day. So how do you justify that? Do you say that God lied to Moses? Or do you say that science is wrong and you go with what your scriptures are telling? And he was silent for like a good 30 seconds.
Wow. Yeah, that would have hurt him.
I was always in conflict with what science was trying to teach me and everything like that. I didn't even realize why until I started researching flat Earth and things started making sense. And I'm like, they're just trying to remove the creator, trying to separate us. Make you spiritually empty. I don't want to work today, y'all. But yeah, for those that don't believe in a creator, a little bit harder to get to that one.
So I'm back if anyone want to talk.
All right. So, what was I going to say before you left?
If the surface.
That's right. If the surface of the Earth is measured flat, do you agree that then whatever is going on in the sky is only happening over a flat Earth?
Yes.
Does that logically make sense?
Well, if the if is true, then we would need to check what's happening in the sky and how to explain that over a flat Earth.
No, you wouldn't. No, that exists in your mind. This necessity.
I can agree with him. I can agree with him to an extent, right? So you would, okay, to check what's going on in the sky, you're going to have to go validate what's going on in the sky first. Until then, you have no idea what's going on in the sky. Okay, so that would be your next step. Okay, so we can measure that the Earth's surface isn't curving, it's flat. Now you can see some crazy shit going on in the sky. Now go work out what's going on there. Good luck.
Exactly.
Can you repeat what I said, Alminator?
You said if the Earth was measured flat, then the sky doesn't matter.
I mean, that's like a very
not really. That's
rudimentary
not what he said.
version of it. No. So if the surface of the Earth measures flat, then whatever is happening in the sky is only happening over a flat Earth. Do you agree with that statement?
Because I do not only see the surface, I also see the sky.
No, but the
I
question
agree.
was,
Interested.
yeah. You're not answering the question though. It's a yes or no answer, isn't it?
Just treat it as a hypothetical if you want, bro. You don't have to be feel like you're getting backed into a corner.
And just pretend, man. Like pretend the Earth is flat for a minute. Would you agree that if the surface of the Earth is flat, then whatever's happening in the sky can only happen over a flat Earth because it measures flat?
If I would be ignoring what happens in the sky, then yes.
Why would you be ignoring what's happening in the sky? You're taking a first order measurement of the surface of the Earth
in the sky,
and then whatever's happening in the sky. The sky is completely independent of the Earth. You understand that, right?
No, I don't understand that, because the sky is equally relevant to our...
No, it's not. That's what's letting you down, my friend. That's why you keep clinging on to this like a mum with a newborn. Fair income. The sky is not the ground. I want you to say that. The sky is not the ground.
Okay, I repeat, the sky is not the ground.
Excellent. As long as you understand that, what you see up in the sky is independent of what the ground does.
No, it's not.
So you can stand on the rooftop of a car, the sky does its thing. You can stand on top of a building, the sky does its thing. You've now stood on two different locations and the sky is independent of what you're doing. So there is no relevance from you looking up the sky to you proving the shape of the ground. You can wonder all you like what the stars do, and guess what? You're probably not going to be the only one. I'll be honest there.
When I go,
it's crazy you don't realize how illogical what you're suggesting is, Almanator. Hold on a second, dude. But think about this. Let's say we have a giant deck that is built completely flat. Okay, it's like 100 meters long. You measure the whole deck; it's completely flat. Okay, and now, does what's going on in the sky change that? Does it make the deck not flat anymore? No, obviously not. Okay, now let's just extend the deck to like a big giant topographical plane. Now, it's still, what's going on in the sky doesn't change the fact, right, that most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water, right, like the deck, and it's flat like the deck. And you don't have any evidence that it's doing anything other than being flat.
Personally, don't live directly on a beach line. So when I go out of my door, half of the thing that I see is the ground or houses or trees, and the other
most
half
of the surface area that we know of is covered in water, though. Just because your little tiny area isn't, that doesn't really make a difference. That's why I said topographical plane.
Finish my point. My
well,
point
it doesn't really matter because just because you don't live near the water, it doesn't really change the fact that most of the known surface area is covered in water. That's flat.
My point is that half of the things that I see is the sky in my daily life. And why
you have no idea. You have no idea. You can't check any of that. You can't measure any of that. You don't know what's going on.
I just told you I can check.
No, you can't check. You have to make assumptions.
You can describe what you see. You can make angular relationships and stuff like, which you'll be using a flat Earth basically, right, to do. But bro, like, okay, so listen, there's it's one thing to say like, okay, like I see the sky do this, and if I think about it in a certain way, I can interpret that as being me being on the surface of a big ball, right? But if the ground doesn't agree with your idea, you have to throw that idea out, right?
If the flat surface, which is again half of the things that I see in my daily life, doesn't agree with what I see in the sky.
No, it's the wrong way around, bro. No, it's the wrong way around.
Why do you exclude the sky? And
Because you can't go to the sky. The DJ just told you can't go to the sky and check that, but you can. You're on the ground. You can check the ground.
Hey, T-Dub, check it out. This guy thinks he lives in the sky and the ground is this alternate place he can go to, and he's come down to us and he's looking back at the sky telling us about it.
I'm just saying the sky is how...
All you can... Alamater, all you can say is what you see. You look up and you see stars. What you call them is up to you. Do they twinkle? How I wonder what you are? That nursery rhyme was probably done just for people like you.
He seems like he's... 1 second, Sheepdog. I want to see if he's intellectually honest. He seems like he's being intellectually dishonest at the moment, right? Like, okay, so if you're in a giant stadium, okay, and you can measure the floor of the stadium to be flat. You can't find any curvature. You've taken all sorts of different types of measurements. It's flat, okay, and then it's a giant roof. You can't get to the roof, okay. It's just black, and there's some crazy lighting and stuff going on the roof. You have no idea, no way of validating what's going on the roof, right? That whatever's happening in the sky of the stadium doesn't change the fact that you're on a flat surface, right? A flat plane, right, within the floor area of that stadium. Is that correct? Is that correct? It doesn't matter what's going on in the sky on the roof of the stadium, does it? If you've already validated that the surface is flat.
Well, if I only look downwards to the surface, that's your point, right?
No, you're doing all sorts of tests on the flat floor, right? You validated that the floor doesn't have any curvature, right? There's no curvature, right? The floor's not a sphere; it's a flat floor, right? You can validate that by just checking the floor. Go walk over to the other side. Go check like a long distance across a particular section of the floor. Right, keep going to different spots on the floor, and all you find, right, you can run all the way across it, whatever you want to do, right? You can validate that the floor of that stadium or whatever is completely flat. You can't find any curvature. Okay, it doesn't matter what's going on the roof. It doesn't matter what's going on the roof, does it? It's not going to change the fact that it's happening above a flat surface. You can't just. How come you can't just say yes? Yeah, it's the same thing. This is the exact same thing on a smaller scale. Exact same thing.
Oh, I'm living in Germany, and you maybe
remember this was to see if you're being dishonest. Don't forget, this is a test.
In Germany, we have in the capital of Germany, which is Berlin. We have a tower, which is.
He hasn't answered your question, has he?
Can I make a point, please?
Well, you're not answering the question, are you? You're meant to be answering the question.
I just answered. I don't agree.
Oh, you don't agree? Well, then you're being dishonest. There you are. Sorry.
And I'm trying to tell you why I don't agree.
Not interested.
Okay.
It's not interesting. You don't agree that if something is flat, it's flat. Then that's just like I don't know. You just don't agree with words and definitions and just tautology.
Well, flat stadium
it's just not interesting.
The Earth is flat.
It's just not interesting. If you don't agree with a ball is a ball, we don't want to hear your perspective on why you don't agree that a ball is a ball. Is a rock a rock? Do your hands exist? We don't care anymore. You lost it, dude. You lost. You didn't pass the test.
I'm out.
Yeah, dude, Almanator, obviously, right, just because the floor of the giant stadium has been validated to be flat, that doesn't mean that the Earth is flat, right? We would have to go test the Earth to know if the Earth is flat. And we've done that, right? All of our empirical evidence shows zero curvature, right, over large bodies of water, which covers most of the surface area of the Earth. You don't have a single observation or measurement that matches up with the so-called sphere that you think you're standing on. And then when I said that you don't have any empirical evidence, you started talking about stars as your measurement of Earth curvature.
I wanted to pick up your argument with observing the ground and making conclusions about everything else, but I think it's not wanted, as I heard.
Well, you know what you said. Your response was, "How do you know that I don't have measurements of Earth curvature? You haven't asked me." And then when I asked you, you instantly started talking about stars, and I said, we're talking about the horizon, the geometric horizon, right? Because this all stemmed from you saying that the windmills on the ocean can be obstructed bottom up, and things can be obstructed bottom up. That's what led into this whole thing. Okay, you don't have any evidence that the Earth is a globe and that the surface is curving. You don't have any empirical evidence at all of that.
I do have.
Okay, and then when I asked you to present it, you start talking about the sky. So what evidence do you have?
The sky is.
See? Okay, what we're specifically talking about the ground,
that you
drop over distance.
Have you ever been in a planetarium, Alminator?
Can we finish one topic, please?
Real quick, this is important for you because we're talking about the lights above your head. Have you ever been inside of a planetarium?
So if you want to change topic before we finish, I can.
No, you changed topic. I was talking about surface measurements of Earth curvature, and then you changed the topic by saying the stars this, the stars that.
All right, I'm just going to be real quick because obviously you're not going to play along anymore because now you're upset. So I'm just going to say what I have to say and then I'll let you go wherever you're going to go. So there's these things called planetariums. When you go in there, they put you in a room and they show you the sky based off of how your vision works. And they project the stars on the entire ceiling of the room that you're in.
Andy, we never knew there was fucking planetariums. Wow, I guess we're on a spinning water ball in space.
Right. So again, they can project light in the sky above your head onto a surface, and the floor underneath your feet is flat. So again, the sky doesn't matter when it comes to the surface you're standing on. The things above your head don't matter about the things underneath. Don't correlate with the things underneath your feet.
Were you on a stellarium?
Stellarium,
planetarium, whatever you call
same
it.
things. Yeah, I've been in all of those.
So what did you see?
I saw lights projected above my head while I was standing on a flat surface.
And the lights, did anyone explain what the lights are and what's the...
Yeah, like, because the Earth is a ball spinning through space, going around the sun, and the Earth they didn't tell you how big it is, but it's really big, and it's too big to see the curve. But trust me, bro, it's flat.
I doubt they say that.
No, they don't tell us the distance to the stars that we see in the sky, where the constellations are. They didn't give me any numbers there.
At the moment, Alminator, all you've got is really cool stories. What we want you to do is validate and or verify what they are, the distances they are, what they're made of. These are all things that you come to us and say, the stars are X, Y, Z. Now, we want you to validate or verify, prove, confirm what X, Y, and Z is. And you have not done this. You keep telling us that X, Y, Z proves the Earth is a ball. Well, you don't even know what X, Y, and Z is. So until you've got that, you've got nothing.
So what is the topic?
Yeah, they told me that because of sunsets,
stellariums,
because boats go over the curve, therefore we know the Earth is a ball.
What's the topic right now?
Because of the day and night cycle, when it's daytime, the Earth is facing the sun. When it's nighttime, the Earth has spun away from the sun and is facing in the opposite direction. And what we're looking at are the stars away from the sun. And as we travel around the sun, we get to see different constellations throughout time as we move around the sun and spin.
Ladies and gentlemen, yes, ladies and gentlemen, the topic of the matter is man does not have the capability of measuring the objects in the sky and give you an accurate distance. Man cannot do that. Plus, they cannot tell you what those objects are made of. They can't tell you that either. They have to theorize it. That's all they got. So Alminator has to assume whatever's going on in the sky.
want to see how he's done
You
so
can
far,
take an angular
Alminator.
measurement of a
Have
thing
you
in the sky, right?
have you answered the question? Like, if the floor is proven to be flat, is the floor proven to be flat? Have you answered this question yet?
My question would be, how's
Just answer the question. If you prove that the floor is flat, have you proved the floor is flat? Just answer the question.
I didn't prove the floor is flat.
If I prove that the floor is flat, did I prove that the floor is flat, Alminator? Third time.
Yeah. Using a spirit level. Okay.
Literally in the statement itself, and you will not affirm it.
Yeah. Using a spirit level. Using a spirit level, you've proven the floor to be level. You use your spirit level. You've gone to every corner, middle, side, and you've checked it with the spirit level. It is confirmed flat. Have you proven it flat? That's the question.
No, you don't.
Ah, there we are, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, Alminator, check the screenshot in the side chat.
Measurements, thank you.
Right, this is very applicable to the situation right now. 13 minutes after the hour. Take note of that, man.
So you call me a liar and...
No. This is a rule, right? 24/7 rule. Liars get banned. Dishonesty gets you banned.
So why do you tell me that? Because you are saying I'm
because you're being a liar, you're being dishonest.
Yeah, you can't even hypothetically agree that if something's flat, it's flat, and it measures flat. You just can't. Why?
I want to see the evidence that something is flat.
Right, but at least agree, bro. Okay, Alminator. You've got two conflicting surfaces. One is flat, one is curved. Okay? If something is flat, it cannot be curved. If something is curved, it cannot be flat. Do you agree with that?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. We're getting somewhere. So if I say to you, this surface is not curved, it must be...
I think you expect flat.
Zigzaggy.
Expect flat? Bro.
I'm kidding.
Or triangulary, or cubic, or...
Surface.
Yeah, those are flat surfaces, bro. Those are flat surfaces, bro.
So if the surface is not curved, what is it?
You know what? I'm really curious about
Let's
this.
try the opposite way around. If the surface is not flat, what is it?
It can be anything else. It can be cubic. It can be circular. It can be.
No, bro. Listen. A line. Let's just
only a two-dimensional feature.
One sec. Let's just talk about a singular line segment, right? Something between 2 points. Between 2 points, Alminator. Between 2 points, right? There's a line. Now, if that line shows no rate of change of slope, what is it?
No change of slope.
No rate of change of slope.
It could be a corner.
Otherwise, a zero.
Bro, it's just a line between 2 points. It's just a line between 2 points.
So how do you define line?
Oh my god,
Right,
bro!
ladies and gentlemen,
Seriously.
clearly trolling here. Come on, this is silly. Becoming less and less of a joke now.
I want to, you know what? I kind of want to indulge in for a second.
Line has no corner.
What star did you measure the motion of?
Okay.
Which star did you measure the motion of, or which planet did you measure the?
We can't switch topics in a 5-minute rate.
I just want to see how much you know about the topic you want to discuss, which is how things move in the sky. So the thing that I want to know is what when you measured the movement, right? The angle, when you measured the angle and the distance that thing in the sky moved across in that angle over time, right?
That was a topic.
Which
hour
star
ago,
did you?
If you want to go back to that.
I mean, I can end it within 5 minutes because I'm going to go straight down a path to show that you don't really know what's going on. So which star were you observing?
Polaris.
Polaris. Which what did you measure? What did you measure?
I measure an elevation angle to Polaris.
Just one?
One per time that I measured.
Just one elevation angle, that's all you measured, or did you measure multiple elevation angles?
I measured, I remember I measured it 5 times.
5 times? Okay. And so you measured it 5 times. Like, we're going to skip the whole flat baseline thing because that's it's sequitur, but it's not going to go anywhere with Almanator. I'm just going to go right past that. I'm going to how did you measure these angles? What did you do to get these angles? And what angles did you get?
I had a straight baseline, which I used a spirit level to level out.
Straight baseline? Would that be a line between 2 points? Holy shit, bro. Straight line, you say? Does that have a rate of change of slope by any chance? Fuck me.
Hold on.
Oh.
All right. So how did you... What were the angles that you measured?
53 degrees. From horizontal to Polaris.
Okay.
Horizontal.
And that's the only angle you got?
Yep.
So you didn't measure any motion, you just measured an angle to Polaris.
Yep.
So then what the fuck are we doing?
You asked me what I'm measuring, I'm answering.
How does that prove the Earth is a ball?
Where do you want to go with that question?
How did you measure the stars to move? He asked you, how did you measure a star to move? If you're measuring Polaris and you don't see movement, you just see an angle, what are you measuring movement from Polaris for?
How are you measuring that movement?
That's where I was doing a measurement from, and I'm answering.
So 53 degrees angles proves flat Earth. Sorry, globe Earth. Obviously, it proves flat Earth, of course, but we don't want to go there because he doesn't want to go there.
Not that measurement alone, no.
You need a flat Earth baseline to make that measurement. So
measurements.
you needed to level. You needed to level your equipment and make it horizontal. You said level, and then you went horizontal. That's flat Earth language. So you needed to use a flat Earth to get that angle. Thank you. An argument.
What's the distance to Polaris?
That conclusion that you need a flat Earth for an angle.
Well, because you need a flat baseline.
Yeah.
And you need a ground position of the star.
I do not use the surface to measure horizontal.
You take a baseline. That baseline is flat. That baseline is the surface of the Earth.
So what
and
he's
that
done,
star has
Dog,
a GP.
What he's doing, he's assuming in the first place he's on a ball, and therefore he has to, not negotiable, has to generate, using a spirit level, a flat baseline. He knows in himself that he has to have a flat line to generate an angle off of, but his assumption from the get-go is he's on a ball and he needs the spirit level in order to get his flat baseline.
Yeah,
I know.
There you are, ladies and gentlemen.
Not the ground.
But he never measured any motion of the star, so I don't know why we're even considering the star then.
I don't even know why he hasn't been honest with the flat. If it's flat, have you measured it flat? It's flat. He hasn't said yes. Why is he still there?
Let's see if he knows anything else about Polaris. How far away is Polaris?
I don't know. Why don't
Then why are you taking an angled measurement to it?
Why not?
What are you hoping to prove?
Yeah, what are you hoping to prove as far as the Earth? It's just an angle. I could take an angle to this stop sign in front of me. It doesn't mean that the Earth is round.
Follow the conversation. I was being asked what.
This is a different conversation.
Elevation.
Yeah, he's realised he's boxed in and he has to rewind.
And I answered.
See, I don't run the same circles that everybody else runs in here. I'm more curious about how you know the Earth is a ball based off of 53 degrees in the sky.
Topic number 10 today.
You're lucky you haven't been banned yet. That's the thing. You came so close. Wow. DJ
Like
just
the
called
least
off
you,
your
The least you could say is like
you want to bet
Alpha Centauri moves across the sky at 6 degrees per hour or whatever the motion is that it moves. And I measured this motion at these times and got these degrees, then we could have a conversation. But you just measured a star that really don't move. The motion that it has is so negligible.
I measured Polaris.
That's great. So have I.
Measure anything else. So.
Okay,
yeah,
so
that doesn't prove the Earth is a ball.
High five. You've measured Polaris. What does your measurement prove to you?
That the angle to Polaris determines where I live latitude-wise.
Okay, excellent. You now have an angle measurement. Let's throw a random number out there. 22 degrees. You've got your 22 degrees. You now know where you live. What does that prove in relationship to the original conversation of the stars rotating or the Earth rotating? What does that prove?
It's not related to stars rotating. So I didn't switch the topic from star rotating.
So now you did want to go back to the original topic, or you don't?
Yeah, I mean,
that's what you were trying to prove to us.
We can always go back to
You were trying to prove to us that the stars or the ground were moving. Or are you trying to prove that the ground is a ball? I'm happy either way. But at the moment, you've got a single measurement, a random number, 22 degrees. Now, what does that prove?
I'm trying to be honest. I was asked...
You're not trying to be honest.
I measured.
You're not trying to be honest, my friend. You're either deliberately trying to be a pain in the ass, or you're as dumb as a box of rocks. I don't know which way to go.
The angle to a moving star.
Yeah.
Do you have an angle measurement to a moving star?
No.
So then why are you talking about it?
Because they keep moving.
I was answering a question that was directly asked to me.
You mentioned earlier that you measured an angle to a moving star, and then when I asked you about the star that we're to be discussing that's moving, you never gave me a moving star.
You asked me whether I measured the elevation angle to a celestial.
Which would be a moving star, right? Do you think a moving star is something you can measure an elevation angle to?
Whether I would have measured an elevation angle to a moving star, I would have said no, because I didn't do that. I measured an elevation angle to Polaris.
So how does that prove the Earth is curving if you measured an angle to Polaris?
Didn't say that's...
I mean...
I was answering a question for me.
How do you find... I'll ask you the Indio question. How do you find latitude without... If the sky doesn't have any stars in it, if there's cloud cover? How do you find latitude?
Actually look at my phone, and my phone is telling me where I am.
You have no phone signal. How do you find latitude?
I always have phone signal here in my country.
You're out in the middle of the ocean. How do you find latitude?
Pretend it's the 1800s, bro.
Find out.
All latitude and longitude are locations of things in the sky, not things on Earth.
Be cool if it was on the ground. There's a solid painted line, 22 degrees south.
That'd be wild if there was like lines painted on the ground.
Thick white lines on the ground.
22.
Like every 10 degrees.
How do you find out where you
like
are?
a football marker?
How do you find out what's your latitude, longitude?
It's based off of the location of things in the sky, not the things on the ground.
So when you drive your car, and you want to know where your car is, and you want to know where you want to go, you're looking at the sky, at stars.
It's just the
No, he's
location
probably
of the
already
stars.
planned where he wants to go. If he knows he wants to go to the shops to buy bread, he's probably already established that. He doesn't need to look up in the sky and wonder.
Well,
No, it's not the same question.
My location on Earth is based on what time the lights in the sky are in their location.
So what's your location?
That's it. It depends on what time of the day or night that the things are in the sky.
Your lat and long.
How do I determine my lat and longe?
Latitude, longitude, lat long.
Yeah, lat and long.
How do you
I
determine?
mean, it's the location of things in the sky.
How do you determine that for yourself for practical application?
It's the location of things in the sky.
I don't need to.
Oh, that's
for
very
practical applications, as you're trying to weasel in. I don't need to. If I want to drive somewhere, I look at the road sign that says, hey, this is where that location is. And I'm like, that's where I want to go. It says 27 kilometers. And I put my foot on the accelerator and off I go.
Have you ever, like, navigated 50 miles in the forest, Ominator? Like, just park your car and go on a 50-mile hike?
No.
Okay. Well, I have, right? And, like, there's a lot of things that take into account. But if the skies are not clear, you're not going to know where the fuck you are. You're not even if you have a compass.
You're
just going to have, in order to get back to where you came from, you're just going to have to remember where you were. You have to remember markers along the way. You draw or write down reminders saying, hey, I saw this rock at this location at this time.
If you leave your mobile phone in your car, I would agree. Just using a compass is very hard.
You've never been out in the forest, have you?
I was, but I didn't take a walk of 50 miles, which is
like,
actually pretty
you
unlikely.
don't get phone signal everywhere.
50 miles would take you.
You don't get phone signal everywhere. I know how long 50 miles will take. Done it about 3 times. Sucks.
Without a phone.
It didn't matter if I had my phone or not. I didn't get signal.
It absolutely does matter because your phone would tell you.
Illuminator, listen carefully. Phones don't work everywhere in some countries. Pissy little countries like where you fucking live, they have one cell tower, everyone gets reception. Happy days. Fucking great big countries like the United States, Russia, fucking Australia, Africa, one cell tower covers about 20 fucking people, no other cunt gets reception. Do you understand that?
How do you know where I live?
You fucking told us where you live, you doormat.
Yeah, then say it. Where do I live?
In Germany.
Okay, so we don't have cell towers.
Oh, okay. Oh, shit, he was listening. Oh, that's a bastard.
Flat Earther's wrong. I don't live in Germany. I live in Germany.
We don't have cell towers in Germany. That's what you are saying.
That's not what I said. I said there's not cell towers.
That is not the fuck what anyone said. Why do you misconstrue every single sentence to suit some twisted, broken agenda that you've got?
What's your point?
The point is quite simple. Reception not everywhere for mobile phone.
Have you ever gone anywhere in Germany and not gotten a phone signal?
Well, 10 years ago, yes, but nowadays the phone signals are pretty good.
Do you travel at all?
Sure.
Like how often? Do you ever go out to the wilderness and get away from all the noise of the city?
Sometimes, maybe every few months.
And you get phone signal the entire time?
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit being sometimes it goes out?
Any blind spots in the past few years?
You said you haven't found any blind spots in the past few years?
Yep.
Then you're not going far enough away from civilization.
Well, Germany has no big areas without population. Germany is pretty crowded with villages and country cities and so they're very.
I'll put it to you this way: not everywhere in the United States gets phone signal.
Yeah, the United States, I think, has large areas where no people or very few people live, but that's different in Germany.
Well, there you go. Not the whole world doesn't have phone signal everywhere, bro.
So I don't travel to whatever Africa to visit areas where no people live. But I visit
We don't have to go.
wilderness.
You don't have to go to Africa. I'm sure Poland doesn't have that phone signal everywhere.
Yeah, didn't go to.
You can go invade Poland. Did I say that? Let's, because I'm curious now.
Sorry, what was the question?
Well, I mean, I guess we can go back to if the surface of something measures flat or doesn't measure any curvature. If the surface of something does not measure curvature, what is it?
As I told you.
Repeat it. I have a bad memory.
It can be flat, it can be cubic, it can be triangular, it can be a pyramid.
Cubic is not a surface description.
Yeah, triangular is not a surface description either.
So you want me
You're
to say
describing Illuminator.
right?
You're describing the surface. Okay? It's either flat or it's fucking curved. You don't have to be a rocket surgeon to work this out. You could probably flip a coin and get it right. If it's not curved, what is it? Illuminator, shut up and listen. Answer the question. If the surface is not curved, what is it?
I just answered you, and I'm reminding.
No, you dribbled on with shit. You've done your best to avoid answering. If the surface is not curved, what is it?
I don't know. It can be anything.
He's a fucking idiot.
I'm not living in a 2D world. I'm living in a 3D world.
I didn't say you were living in a 2D world. I asked a very simple question about a surface description.
Yes.
Is flat a two-dimensional? Is flat a two-dimensional thing?
Well, you can ask Matrix.
The top of the Empire State Building, is that flat or curved?
It's, as far as I remember, the building. It's a
pole. It's a pole. I know. Bad example.
A valid surface.
Let me find a giant building that's flat.
I don't know, bros. We've been going on about this for like 45 minutes now. It's kind of tedious and boring.
I'm just trying to get him to be honest.
Anyway, there's other new people in here. Kikina 1010. If you have any questions, please ask. I've had breakfast, so I'm not going to bite you. You're pretty safe. Can't vouch for anyone else though. Who else have we got? Get in the list.
Lunar.
Yep, there's Luna. Welcome.
Lunar's pretty new.
Error. Someone Dib. I don't even know how to say your name. Oh, it is just Dib. Cool.
Error.
That was easy.
I've talked to Dib a few times.
Yeah, I'm a flat earther already.
Special K.
Yes.
How you doing?
Me? Awesome. How are you?
Do you think the Earth is a sphere, or do you think it's flat?
I don't think any of that. I know that the Earth is flat, measured flat.
Right on, man.
I think some
How long
people
have
join
you
this
known?
room
Go ahead.
so they can find the evidence that it's a globe. So we're waiting for someone to come in here and say, this is why I think it's a sphere.
I joined the group to listen to people who think they know what they're talking about, arrogant ballers, and then the people that hear. They don't expect to get crushed, but they always do. And I love it. My favorite part.
You're a little bit distant from your microphone, wherever that is, so I apologize.
Sorry.
Kind of made out what you said.
Driving a semi. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Will the real Globers please stand up?
What's up, Muyad? Nobody thinks it's a sphere? Everybody in here is a flat earther?
I mean, how do you prove that it's a sphere? It's hard.
Measured
hard to
drop
find
over distance. That'd be a great way of doing it.
I thought it was disappearing from the bottom up, but it turns out it's a mirage.
How would that prove the Earth is a sphere, measuring drop over a distance? What if you're just on a hill?
Well, if I thought that I measured the curve of a hill, I would take a different azimuth measurement, and then I would determine if that was also curving like the thing I just measured, and then maybe I can go to those locations and find out if I was on a hill or not, or if I was measuring a hill. I would go out and experience it.
Well, it would actually disprove the idea that the Earth is a sphere with the particular of having gravity causing the surface of liquid at rest to be equidistant from its center at all points.
You missed a step.
Go on, correct me.
Drop over distance, right? You got to qualify it. What you mean by it? Because I said a hill, and then you came up with water, right? So, which is it? Is it drop over distance, or is it measure hills or measure water? See, you got to
drop over distance over liquid over water. Because terrain, you can measure drop over distance.
Okay, yeah, so great. So
yeah.
Fair enough. So what you just proved is that water is a hill. Maybe. Why not?
If it measures that way, so be it.
Yeah, so you go out in the ocean and you're standing on top of some water and you measure a curve away from your foot, and now you're just standing on a hill of water on top of a flat ocean, right? Right, so you're still missing something.
A suspended wave? But what's going on there?
Well, yeah.
What do you mean?
Just one big.
There's an unspoken. Yeah, there's an unspoken assumption in here that none of you have said yet.
What is it, oh wise one?
Oh, you're asking for the answer? Thought it was going to be that easy?
Yes.
Well, let me ask this question. Have you ever measured diagonal level water?
How do you have diagonal level?
Horizontal.
Right. You can't have diagonal level water. Why not?
Because if one end of the water is higher than the other, then it flows till it is level.
Right. So there's something about the nature of how water functions in reality, right, that informs us that if we measure it in certain ways, then it can't be doing certain things, right? Now, we know we can take liquid water, turn it into ice, and it could be any shape we want, right? But liquid
that's
water
not water.
behaves in a certain way. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, but it's ice now. I'm saying it's not liquid water.
Right. So it's still water. Okay, phase change doesn't result in a item change. Right?
Right.
So liquid water behaves in a certain way, right?
Right.
And because of that behavior, we've attached the benchmark of level to water.
Water
Right.
level.
Right.
Sea level.
So if you got a spot of level water that's all at the same altitude, then if that is not curving, right, then that debunks the globe. It's that simple. I had a fight once with somebody that said you can't have flat water on a sphere. And so I told him, well, I could just take a bowling ball and then take a little bit of clay, and on the top of the bowling ball make a ridge around the top, and then pour water in it, and then the top of the water that's filling that ridge would be flat. Blew his mind. Now he then accused me of being like some kind of immoral person or something, which is ridiculous. But the whole point is that he couldn't think straight because he couldn't parse out the particulars of why he's even making that claim. You can't have flat water on a sphere, because he's actually talking about certain assumptions or certain points in the globe argument, right? But he's really talking about the nature of water level being wrapped around a sphere, not just having water on the top of a sphere, assuming that down is all in one direction, because you could. I mean, like logically, you can have a sphere and then make a containment on top of the sphere, and the water would be contained, right? So one of the arguments I was given in rebuttal was, oh, well, if you had water on a sphere, it would fall off. Well, that's assuming that down is a certain direction relative to the sphere and not inward, which is fair, right? It's perfectly fair. However, again, all I had to do was contain the water to defeat his point.
Yeah, it's like a trick question.
Well, yeah, because his argument specifically is about the nature of water being level and the Earth being a sphere, right? But he doesn't pass out the particulars, right?
Right. So yeah, so it can be the case.
Narrative.
Right. So logically, it can be the case, whether some flat earthers like it or not, as much as it sucks to hear. You can draw a picture of a sphere from the side view, which would be a circle, on a piece of graph paper with an X and Y coordinate, right? X being the sideways coordinate and Y being the vertical coordinate, right? And then you could take the rules that the direction of down is only decreasing on the Y coordinate, right? So towards what would appear to you to be the bottom of the circle, you can then draw two straight lines on the top of the circle and then color in between those two straight lines a flat line of blue, and then all the way down to the surface of the sphere or the side circle as being water contained. And then you would have level water on a sphere. Okay, so he doesn't mean, when someone says you can't have level water on a sphere, that isn't what they mean. So then why is it that they can't actually articulate what they mean? Well, the answer is because they're joining in to the globe Earth's worldview for a second to expect the globe Earther to understand what they're trying to say, rather than actually make and parse out every point in their argument. Kind of like why we're struggling with Altimeter for 45 minutes to get him to admit that if something's flat, it's flat, which is just law of identity. If it is flat, it is flat.
Kennedy?
Good grief. So a different track to go with someone like Altimeter here is to have him provide you with a flat standard or a curved standard. And then he's within his own worldview and his conclusions saying how you arrive at a conclusion that something's flat or curved. Right?
Well,
Because
just
it
look at
would
the
seem
sky.
to me, yeah, but I mean any object, like a three-dimensional object. For example, if I had a factory and I had machined parts, and part of my machine line that I was for one client was curved parts, right? Let's just say car parts. Okay, so curved car parts, machined out of a chunk of aluminum. Some of them are going to be curved. And then I also have parts with flat surfaces. Like, let's say, for example, a piston head, right? Piston heads, now some, don't get me wrong, some engineer them a little different, but most of them are just flat on the top. Kind I'm thinking of, right? So you have a piston head that's flat on the top, or you have any other type of car part that's flat on the top. So if my client orders, he wants a cylinder head, right? So the side walls of the cylinder that touch the place they're going inside the car, the chamber, it's going to be curved. And the surfaces are going to be parallel curves, where one is slightly smaller than the other. So I'm going to have to use my machining tools to make a curve on that surface. And then the other surface, which is perpendicular to that surface, is the top of the head, which is flat. So now I have to set my tools to machine that to be flat. So since I know that my client wants part of the object curved and part of the object flat, how in the heck, Mr. Altimeter, am I going to get that done for my client? Right?
Measure it twice, cut it once.
Well, first you need to know what the lights in the ceiling are doing. And then you need to measure a shadow. I'm kidding.
More like sometimes there's things called float glass or something, you know, where they essentially float something that's making the pane of glass on a liquid. And that's how they get the flattest glass. So they have this pan of liquid, and they put on top of it some stuff that's going to be on top of the liquid that's not going to mix with the liquid, and then it's going to dry or harden flat. And that's how they get it flat. So why are they using the liquid as the flat standard upon which they're manufacturing their pane of glass?
Because by nature, it finds its level on its own. It's very accurate at doing that.
Okay, that's fair, but then the second part is, well, why would they use that to make a flat piece of glass? If that level is curved, why would they use it to make a flat piece of glass?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, his only response, his response could only be scale. That at that scale, the variance between platonic ideal flatness and the pane of glass is so insignificant that it's functionally, virtually, perfectly flat. Right. And the only way to know that, the only way to know it's not flat would be what? And then he would have to have an answer for that, right? Some way of measuring what something that is functionally perfectly flat is actually curved. And the only way to do that, right, is essentially to get like a micrometer or something and like actually measure the surface itself. And some of those applications, they have a bump. So it's a dial with a rod sticking out of it that's very loose. Yeah, get muted, fool. Anyway, so they have this dial and it has this bump rod that's really loose but very sensitive, and so you put it on this straight arm and then you roll it over the surface and it will tell you, plus or minus the elevation of the surface. I had to do that when I redid my my rear axle. I had a differential I had to put in, and so the surface of the thing had to be, I think it was 5/1000ths of an inch. Yeah, 5/1000ths of an inch. So I had that bump meter and I was doing it. Right. So, but that's a direct measurement of the surface, right? I didn't put it on the table in the middle of the shop and then turn the lights on to try to get the measurements of the lights to the the surface of the pinion gear.
Yep, everything you said could be used to measure the surface of the planet, but you can't do that because it just trips people out, pisses them off. And they start talking about the moon and the stars.
Wait, planet?
Since when?
What?
What planet?
What planet?
I mean, the surface that we're standing on, whatever this thing is.
You're on a planet?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about the ground, the Earth.
Oh, okay, so not a planet. Yeah. All right. Yep.
Yeah, I have no proof of it being a planet, so can't say that.
Just checking.
Facts.
Thanks for the check.
We're here all day.
I'm just so used to saying it that way, from all my brainwashing years.
Yeah, facts.
Yep, facts. The programming runs deep.
Oh yeah.
Awesome. It'll probably be a while before that one goes away. But what was AI talking about? I don't want to interrupt too much. He was talking about measuring inches or something.
Well, when I got back, he was talking about opinion gear.
Pause.
What's that?
Rare differential.
Pause.
Okay. And like, what in relation to
He was talking about a tool that has a gauge on it and has a rod sticking out, and it measures the surface. It's a measuring tool to measure thousands of inches as it runs over the surface of material. I forgot the name of the tool, but he was using it to measure the surface of his differential and his axle of his whatever vehicle he was talking about, and explaining how that is what you could use to measure the surface, the flatness of something. And then someone said, well, I just look at the ceiling to see how flat the ground is.
Classic.
Yeah. But it was a joke.
What happened with Almanator? Why did he get muted?
Because of blurting out
We
stuff,
could
maybe.
say if the surface is not curving, then it would be flat.
I don't know why that word is like poison. You can't say the word flat.
That's not why he got muted. He got muted because not only couldn't he say it, but I had to listen to people try to get him to say it for like 45 minutes.
45 minutes?
So rather than accidentally drive my car off the edge of the earth, I decided to mute him.
Well, that was like what it was like trying to get that Gerber guy to understand that.
Wait, AI found the edge of the earth? Where'd you find it, AI?
Out that way.
Oh, it's over there.
Over there.
Over there? Okay. I'm going to go check it out.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of annoying, like how you can explain very basic, simple things, and like it just won't clock, and they just don't get it. Even after an hour of explaining it, drawing it out, saying it in 5 different, 10, 20 different ways, it's like it just doesn't click in their brain if they even have one. It's freaking annoying. And then it gets annoying for the chat. You know, earlier the chat was like, kind of, they were getting mad at me because I was explaining to the guy about how much of the sky you can see. And they're like, no, it's 50%. Like, oh my God. Come on, man.
Yeah, I think it's hilarious whenever you tell them you're trying to explain to them that it's flat, and they're like, well, then why can't I see everything from wherever I'm standing if it's flat? It's like,
so
Jesus
dumb.
Christ.
I know, like, so annoying to deal with because
it's called binoculars.
Well, it's like, what do they think we think when we don't see all of the Earth? You think we're just coping? Like, oh no, you can't see China because refraction or whatever. Like, we don't have to use all these excuses. What we see is what we see. So I don't understand when they say, no, you should be able to see the edge or see China. No problem. Like, and the fact that flat earthers don't see that, well, what are we supposed to think about that?
Well, how do they know they aren't seeing it?
Oh, well, I'll do that.
How do they know that when they look out at the horizon and they see what they see, that that's not what China looks like from that far away?
Okay, I see what you're saying.
So, what happened to the Almanator? Did he? What happened to him? Did he? What happened?
We already went over this.
I wanted to come back. Sorry, I missed it. I went out to take the rubbish out. I apologise. What happened?
He failed.
Say the word flat.
Sorry?
He's allergic to the word flat.
Oh yeah, I gathered that. I was wondering, did he get banned because DJ was hovering over that button? He was showing it.
I think he said in the side chat he had to go or something anyway.
Okay.
What did he write? Okay, I'm out for today. Enjoying the German cell towers.
Thank you very much, Tito.
And he
Yeah, so he saved himself.
posted a little snapshot from Google about different types of 3D surfaces.
Let's call that.
Silly ass. Come on now. See what I mean? He can't even answer a question properly. Surface, if is it flat or not. You know, obviously when you put a sheet of paper under a microscope, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to see it's not so flat. It's all the fibers are tangled in with each other there. Okay, but when you look at it with your naked eye, it's flat and it's measured flat. I mean, what's going on?
Yeah.
You can't, yeah.
They super struggle with that.
Because it's the truth, you see.
Yeah.
And those who want to keep a dream alive or who are seeking to deceive could never admit it. I'm not saying he's a deceiver, but he's definitely not being honest. He failed that test.
I think that's probably the core difference between a flat earther and our opponents is like why do you think they call us truthers? What's the opposite of a truther? A liar.
A liar.
Yeah.
A non-truther.
Yeah. So I think they're like allergic to the truth.
Yeah. We have no reason to lie. You know, that's the thing about flat earthers. If we're wrong, we're wrong. And what's going on here? You know. But Sheepdog was very disappointed that he didn't pass that test. I detected it from the tone of his voice now. Very disappointed.
Sheepdog is he's claiming that question. That's his question now.
Yeah. And he was very disappointed. You failed. He said you failed.
It's so bad. It's actually so bad. I mean, there was a time I turned on my camera and I started showing the chat different surfaces around my environment and how some surfaces were smooth and flat, some surfaces were bumpy and flat, some surfaces were curving and smooth or curving and bumpy or whatever, right? And it got to the point where I showed a guy, I think it was Elder Bear, which is, I'm not saying much there, but I showed him a picture of a table and he says, well, I don't know. I can't determine whether that's flat or not. I'm not able to see that. And then I'm like, okay, well, what about this table? I showed him another table, like a side table I have. And he goes, that's not a table. Like, this is how dishonest, this is so bad. I don't know. I can't tell if that table's flat or not. Okay, do you have any tables in your house that are curving on the surface? Why? And then why? What would be the purpose of that table? Pretty sure the idea behind a table is so you can put stuff on it. And if it was a curved surface, it's not going to stay on the table.
Maybe I have a curved surface because I need to shape sheet metal into curves. And I require the curved surface of that table.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a curved table.
Sure.
Hey guys, is flat as a descriptions of the surface, right?
Yeah.
That aspect of let's say a shape can also be flat as an orientation. I know I've heard Elijah mentioning that an orientation, right? Like it's based on a horizontal, flat horizontal, but also there is flat, like a flat wall, but that's vertical. It's not flat the horizontal. It's a flat vertical. There's a difference on those flats.
Yeah, flat as a pancake. Flat as a pancake or flatter than a pancake. There you go. That would be what's that place called? That's flatter than a pancake.
No, Gene. I mean flat as the orientation of the horizontal, right?
Oh yeah. No, sorry, yeah.
Not flat like your flat TV or your flat mirror.
Okay.
Well, I think I get what you're saying, but I would say that because we're just talking about any surface, and I usually argue that a surface is either going to be doing one or the other, and doesn't seem to be a third option. So whether it's vertical or horizontal, to me is irrelevant, but I get that might be important to highlight for others.
Go ahead, Troy. You were gonna say something about what I was gonna say. Go. Thanks, Stevie.
Yeah, no problem.
I was trying to understand why he was getting at flat doesn't necessarily have to be horizontal. It can be vertical or diagonal.
Yeah.
But then there is the orientation of the world, right? And that's also described as flat. That orientation.
Right.
Which
But I think
is
when
the horizontal.
when we're saying flat, we just mean not curving, or at least that's usually what I mean when we're trying to point out the flat Earth. It's like it's not. We could just say it's a not curving Earth or whatever. But there's a word for that, called flat. So, but
But you see, there's a difference because you let's say you have a flat TV, but that's not a horizontal TV, right? It's still flat,
but it's not curving.
Well, you can have a curving TV, but what I'm saying that you can have the fat on the different orientation, but then you have the flatness of the world and that orientation of the water. That kind of goes with the original flatness, the original state of the world flatness.
I mean, yeah, but it's like still a flat screen TV, even if it's like at an angle or tilted or on the ceiling or whatever, wherever it is, wherever its orientation, it's still a flat screen.
Yeah,
just
but
like
on that flat screen, you cannot put a bottle of water, right? You cannot stand on the flat TV, right? You cannot stand on it.
Yeah,
you'll fall from it. But you can stand on the horizontal floor.
Yeah.
That orientation, perpendicular to vertical.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would argue the surface is horizontal.
They do.
Wait, they do?
You mean of what? You mean the Earth? Water?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, plenty of globers too.
Oh, the globers. Well, don't they say it's horizontal though? That just means like to the center of the Earth or whatever.
No, that's not horizontal. They can't say that. They do.
No, they can't say that, yeah.
I agree. But they
certain
do say
textbooks do describe the surface of liquid at rest as being perpendicular to gravity, therefore horizontal. But that's antithetical to what they, in other textbooks, say that the surface of the Earth is and what water's doing overall, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you.
And Altimeter said when he was leveling his camera, he said it was, he leveled it horizontally, he said. Horizontal, level, flat Earth work there. Yeah, and he measured 53 degrees. And then he was asked, what does that 50 degrees prove? And I said, it proves that it's a flat Earth because he had to level it out first on a flat Earth before he began. Thank you.
Well, they can describe horizontal in the sense of it being a tangent plane perpendicular to their radial vertical, right, which is a line from the center of the ball extending out indefinitely, right, and then where you draw a perpendicular line where the surface of that sphere and that vertical line meet, you can call that a tangent plane, right, and they can call that horizontal because it's perpendicular to their vertical. But it's not horizontal in the sense that you can treat that line or plane that they've established perpendicular to their vertical as being at all points, right, perpendicular to vertical. Again, unless they keep that vertical the same. Because as soon as they walk out along that plane or line and then drop another plumb board to establish vertical, it's no longer going to be perpendicular. Their horizontal line's no longer going to be perpendicular to their new vertical. Right, that's going to have an angle less than 90 degrees. So that's a problem for them, I guess, in that sense that they, using the term horizontal by definition, right? One of those lines can't be vertical, or one of them can't be horizontal. But they can just redefine it, right? Just like they can say, well, I've got eye level, which is straight, right? And then I've got level, which is equidistant from the center at all points, right? So they can just mix it up and change it however they want to suit their needs and what they want to say. Yeah.
We're gonna have to add that to our list of things to do on opposite day, where we just like redefine terms. I know it means this normally, but to us, it means this. Yeah, we're gonna have to do
Right.
that.
They'll say that it's in a different context, right?
Yeah. Oh, ballers.
They claim to actually show this with LIGO, apparently. I don't understand the technical jargon in the paperwork, but I've been given paperwork which allegedly says that it demonstrates that from a single point they establish horizontal, which is basically their laser within the vacuum tube, right? And that they had to actually, to build the tube so that the laser didn't run into the sides, they had to account for Earth curvature.
Yeah, right. And they're buying it.
Well, essentially, they're saying that they forced the line, right?
Yeah. Story.
Just like Brian Mullins wanted to do. Was it Brian Mullins?
Yeah, Brian Mullins. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, force the line. Good idea. But
they're claiming they did that.
No, they didn't do that. They didn't do it like Brian Mullins would have done it. No way. Line. What a fish story. And they're buying it. That was good, that one. And then he sticks his tongue out through his triangle, you know? And look at him trying to pretend he doesn't know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Illuminati.
Dang, I just saw that clip like yesterday. Not for the first time, but it came in my feed.
Yeah. Yeah, Jim Carrey. Yeah, he called it out. Truman Show woke him up. You know that? Must have done.
What to think about these celebrities anymore?
I agree.
Bunch of demons. We're going to have to do an episode on Frontline Unfiltered about it.
Yeah, they're promoting us to eat insects. So they're showing us them eating insects and saying, it's delicious, good for you. Really?
Speaking of celebrities, I found a couple clips, or at least one good clip, where like a quote unquote celebrity is repeating stuff that we usually say here. And, it makes me wonder I know because people come in here, they're like, oh, there's only like 20 people listening. Oh, you only have 1,000 followers on YouTube, whatever. Yeah, but you never know who's listening. And it's just because there's 20 people here live doesn't mean in 20 days, some celeb or whoever might click on the link or just hear us or hear what we say, right? Or like a friend of theirs watches it and then shares that information with them. It's motivation to keep going, continue the mission. Doesn't matter how many people are live. It doesn't matter how many subscribers. It doesn't matter how many comments or people in the chat. Keep going. We're on the airwaves for the world to hear. And I'm hearing celebrities, people with big followings, repeat things we say here. Gas pressure requires a container. Stuff like that. I mean, again, that's not like new information that we came up with. But I'll say that prior to me getting into flat Earth, I never really heard that.
That's right.
You know, that argument. I heard that through you guys, through this community. Another example would be like the word globetard. Where did you hear that for the first time? Was it in here or out there? Good chance you heard it in here for the first time. So if we have big name celebrities saying the word globetard, you got to ask yourself, where did they get that from? So guys, keep going, man. You don't know who's listening. And if you think I'm joking, here's the clip.
Is the world round?
Yes, it's a globe.
Globetard.
If you don't know who that is, that's Andrew and his brother Tristan Tate. Like him or not, they got a big ass following. I've never seen as many people on a live stream as I have on one of his. This is right when they got released from jail. They did like a fake jail stream or whatever. And there was like 500,000 people watching live. It was like 500,000 people live or something like that. It was insane.
Yeah,
that's a big audience.
I really appreciate the heads up. That was a nice bit of information you just dropped there. Thank you very much. Yeah,
in that stream alone, when they were doing the jail stream, Andrew goes, "The Earth is flat and space is fake." And just out of the blue, just randomly, just says it.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. I give them credit for saying stuff like that because most times when you have a big audience, especially these influencers and stuff, they don't want to lose their audience. So they're not. I can see why they wouldn't necessarily be willing to talk about flat Earth in front of their audience, especially if they're trying to be honest. So I give all credit to people who are willing to question the narrative when the cameras are on them. I just played a clip last night, Tucker Carlson. He said, "Yeah, when I was younger, around the time when they quote unquote landed on the moon," and he made a big joke out of it in front of a huge audience. So credit to those guys, man. I don't think we're the only ones that know this information.
The Earth is flat, right?
That's right.
That will be right and left, not only right.
Wait, the Earth is flat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
But not only to the right, it's also to the left.
Well, anyone that thinks the Earth is flat is a...
Yeah, facts. Yeah, facts.
Yeah, no problem, man. Anyways, I believe the Earth is flat because, no...
Right.
Was that him or someone else?
I mean, who? I didn't hear anything.
I know I started hearing that.
He must have
Someone
cut
calling
out.
for his someone calling for his daddy, but I don't know if it came from his mic or someone else's.
Doesn't matter. Anyway, so yeah, the mission does not stop here, folks. Doesn't matter if there's one person listening.
Yeah, it doesn't stop. And my feelings aren't hurt.
No.
Anyways, I think the Earth is flat because whenever it's round, the people in Australia would just fall off. So I think the Earth is flat because they would just fall off. Hey.
Oh, where though?
Guys, I want to say something. Why'd y'all mute me on my other account? I was being honest.
Wait, but where would they fall to?
they would fall in the abyss because space is infinite. So the Earth got to be flat.
Wait, space?
Now look. I can ask the lie detector: is the Earth flat?
I think space is infinite.
Because space is black, and black people always steal.
Yeah, I mean, do they think we're like a bunch of libtards in here? Like, bro, you're not offending anyone. Like, I don't. They really don't know who they're talking to.
Well, do you remember Kovsky?
Yeah.
Remember what he said? He said everybody makes fun of you guys in the other chat rooms. They all think you're retarded.
They don't know what we think, so what they're doing essentially is calling their own ideas that they made up of what they think flat Earth is. They're calling that retarded, so therefore they're making fun of their own ideas. Congratulations, you played yourself.
Nice.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
If they actually understood our position, good luck making fun of that.
You think the Earth is flat?
Yes, we know it's flat for a fact.
Look at the video I just posted. It's a live video. Rocket. Space. Live.
Rockets don't work on a globe, though.
Wait, you know what's funny, guys? I remember many years ago. Should we flash back to 2017? Let's take a trip to 2017. They used to make fun of flat earthers for saying, or they say things like, "Oh, you think the Earth is flat because of videos you saw on YouTube." Now we flash back to 2025, almost 10 years later, and they're like, "Here's the proof because of a YouTube video." Oh, the irony, bro! It's too funny.
No. I'm not saying YouTube videos. I'm pointing out we currently have a live broadcast from a rocket flying.
It doesn't match the Earth.
Is possible.
It doesn't match the Earth, though.
So just look at the live broadcast. Do you think that is a real broadcast from that?
NASA is tricking us. Everything's a lie.
Is it showing a curved Earth?
Yeah, live CGI broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. Live CGI.
Is Laura Loomer telling us about a live broadcast?
Yes. Is that rocket in space or not?
Is it showing a curved Earth?
What space?
Is the video showing a curved Earth? I guess not.
The live broadcast. Is this fake?
But is it showing a curved Earth?
Can you answer the question first?
I'm just asking, bro. It's your video.
Yeah, I'm asking.
No, it's not a video. It's a live broadcast.
Oh yeah, sorry. Your live broadcast.
We're doing it live.
This is fake or real?
Is it showing a curved Earth?
Is this broadcast fake?
I'll just make the statement. If it's showing a curved Earth, it doesn't match reality. So then it can't be real because the Earth is not curving. The Earth isn't curving. So if it's showing a curved Earth, then no, of course it's not real. But just answered it twice.
Fake broadcast.
We just answered it twice, dude.
How would we ever know if it's a real live broadcast? How would you know it?
Deny reality.
No, I just pointed out how reality actually behaves.
Good luck with that. You do sound crazy.
That's crazy, bro. He laughed anyway.
Oh, he did.
You say, this is how reality is. No, you're denying reality because you're not trusting, you're not watching my YouTube video.
Yeah.
That's retarded.
Isn't it nice we could use the R word again?
Wait, we never could?
What, radius?
Go ahead. The radius. Yeah, somebody said that. They said that you can use the R word again, and I was like, that sounds retarded.
Yeah, that's. I'm gonna bring back the G word too.
What's the G word?
Rhymes with hay.
Oh, right.
No, that would be too gay.
That would be too homosexual.
Ah, man. Isn't that funny though, guys? Like, I don't know if you were there, but I was definitely there when they said, "You flat earthers, you only think this because a bunch of YouTube videos." And now they're like, here's some YouTube videos. This is the proof. Here, look. Wait. What?
Yeah,
I still argue with people about that same subject. They always make fun of me because I'm showing them stuff from the internet or YouTube. And then I'm like, well, wait a second. If you don't believe my sources, where are you getting your source? They're like, look, see, NASA.gov. And I'm like, oh, so that's real, right?
So what I
It's just
like to
everybody
understand is, so if it's false because it's on YouTube, when NASA posts on YouTube, is it instantly false too?
Right.
You would think so.
Yeah, I love that's the contradiction I love calling them in on. Like, okay, well, the university you mentioned earlier is also posting on YouTube. So does that mean that they're lying too?
These
They have
Globers
to
are
do it
just
the
like,
same way. Oh, go ahead.
well, it's just, I don't know. When I was a kid, I had little girls and they have a tea party and they just make up their own rules. And I'm in charge today, so I'm going to do it this way or whatever. This is kind of how Globers behave. They just make up their own rules on the spot. I can post videos, you can't. My YouTube videos are real, your YouTube videos are not. They like think they're little girls with a tea party.
Yeah, that's exactly what this is they can't actually go out to their they can't leave their parents' house, so they have to have their virtual tea party, and nobody will willingly have a tea party with them, so they come to do it with us. They feel like maybe they could hold us hostage.
How could everybody be in on it? How are they all keeping the lie together? I don't know. Maybe because they're all brainwashed.
Like because they're a bunch of people like you. And you just believe stuff. You're not lying to anybody. You're not withholding any secrets. You don't know anything. You just believe. And the majority of people fall into that same category. A believer.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's why people, like, when they're looking for like a video to watch on Joe Rogan's podcast or something, they go to the videos that have 7 million views, not the ones that have 400,000 views. They want to watch that one because it's obvious that everybody's watching it because it has the most views. So I'm going to watch that. Like, doesn't mean it's going to be good. They tend to gather around what everyone else is doing. And if everybody else thinks it's round and it's a globe, then it must be true, right?
Yes. And I think that's another difference between a flat earther and whoever these goofballs are that come in here is like they feel comfortable in a crowd.
Yeah.
Whereas to be a flat earther, you're an individual. You have to go out on your own against the crowd and say things that might not be popular. And that's difficult to do. But in another light, it's easy to do because you have the truth on your side.
Mm-hmm.
A million people lying is not as powerful as one person telling the truth. Either.
Yeah.
So, yeah, wield your sword of truth individually. Don't worry about the mob. The mob cannot defeat you with their their cap. So
Ice Fish, they ended the broadcast at a certain stage.
is
I
he
thought you
back? I
said it
thought he
was
left.
live. Oh, he left?
Yeah, he left a long time ago.
That was whenever they made their edits.
Oh, but at the more, like at a crucial point of the launch, they cut the live stream. Yeah.
Of course they
Decided,
did.
no, we're not going to show this step.
Do they really think because the video says live that means like something important?
He said that he cut the lives, he cut the feed at the parking stage. It's like it's parking on an orbit or something, and it's cutting the feed from there.
Do you remember when they used to say that shows were filmed before a live studio audience to give you the feeling that it was live, but it wasn't? That's what this is.
What?
They still haven't figured out what the filmed live before a studio audience means.
I don't understand how they can't consider that as a possibility.
Do you ever have anybody like pull up the live stream from the ISS on you while you're arguing flat Earth, and they're like, "Well, what's this?"
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, I don't know what that is. They're like, "What are you just going to deny it?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's on the internet." I mean, they're like, "Oh, look, you could see the skyline from the Earth, and you could see the atmosphere." And I'm like, "Wow, you'll believe anything, won't you?"
It's so NPC, bro. Goes to
Yeah.
Google, looks up video. Look, this video says live. It's showing right now. Really, bro? I don't really. That's what we're doing.
Doesn't Japan have like some satellite that like is constantly taking pictures of the Earth? And
the Himawari,
I forgot what it's called.
Yeah, it's called the Himawari. It's called sunflower in English, Japanese. Himawari. Himawari, it's called.
So it's like it's not really
must be real, right?
It's not there, really. No, it's all computer driven. All that stuff.
I had a kid a few years ago pull that out on me, and so I dug around the interface and saw where it said visualize data, and so anybody that tells you that it's alive has never watched TV to see that there's a weather map on it.
Wait, what does it say on it? You said you found something that said what?
If you dig around, it talks about the data visualization. You got to dig around the UI for it, though, because it's a weather map is what it is. So it's all visualized data. It's not actually a photo. And so that's why they've kind of pulled back, and they don't mention that as much anymore. They were mentioning
so
it
it's
for a
like
few years.
it's pulling all the data from the Doppler radars, and then it's producing the clouds on this globe, and then it like makes an image of it like every minute or something like that.
Yes, they've got a template going. Exactly. They have a template, and then they put the image onto that template. Yeah. Jaron actually highlighted that. I know he's a controversial character, but he actually highlighted that when the Himawari came online and was showing us those images. He showed us how they did it. So yeah. All right. There you go.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, I don't
More
think
lying,
that the
more
Japanese
deception.
actually lied about that. I think that that's just Globies lying about it.
Yeah.
There's obviously a big difference between the two. Because the space people, they survive on the power of suggestion. If they said, these things, but they can kind of subtly suggest what it is, and the basement dwellers will just eat it up like it's candy.
Yeah. I think it's also like you know how you see I mean, it has nothing to do with black people, but you know how whenever somebody's getting jumped in the streets and then like all of a sudden everyone's starting to jump the one guy on the street, like that's what they do with flat earthers on the internet. Like, oh, he's saying it's flat, let's all attack at the same time, and they just, you don't want to be the one that's getting attacked. You want to be the one that's kicking the guy on the ground.
That's exactly what.
Listen,
Yeah.
they tried that with me. Yeah, they lost. And not only that, there was one server I went to. The guy's from Brazil. His name was Jose. Okay, I got them to give me a 20-second silence in the memory of Samuel Rowbottom before I began the debate. Okay, I said, yeah, just 20 seconds. 20 seconds silence, please. And yeah, I goes, I'm not going to start talking till we get 20
Do you know that the earth is square? The earth is square, not flat and not circle.
Okay.
Moving on smartly.
Yeah, but I love that idea of asking for a 20-second timeout for Samuel Rowbotham, or maybe even Lady Blunt. I'll have to remember that someday and use that.
Yeah, I used it. Yeah, and then when the 20 seconds lapsed, I gave it a rebel yell. Yeah, bring it on, come on. And then they lost. I knocked them for 6, all of them. Yeah, in CBR1 versus the rest. They couldn't pile on me. Yep, that was my first debate on Jose's server.
When did you do that? I'm too bad I missed that. How long ago was that?
Oh, that would have been maybe 2017 late, early 2018. Somewhere around about that period.
Yeah, Jose's not around anymore. I don't know if you, Barrington, if you remember that guy.
Yeah.
What was his user handle? Just Jose?
Like Jose G.
Yeah, Jose GG or something like that. Jose G, yeah.
Is it Baltard?
Well, he started off being a member of the QE's panel.
Yeah.
And then he was able to drift a bunch of people to buy him like a P900. Then he took a bunch of photos and said, "Oh, it's a globe."
Yeah, and it began from there, didn't it? These shows. And then flat earthers would go in there and discuss and debate. It was always live, so that was good, you know. And I went in there, got a 20-second silence. Yep, Samuel Rowbotham, and then I let out that yell, and that was the end of their day. I loved it. I like their up and tumble, you know, because they can't do the insults and that. And I showed them the error of their globe, how it doesn't exist, and the curvature's not measured. You know, the usual stuff. Everything we can throw at them, I threw at them.
Nice.
Yeah, you know what they said? They said, you gave a great account of yourself, Jim. That's what they said to me on my first time, yeah. I said, well, of course, I'm going to win. We're telling the truth. You guys are just not telling the truth. Come on.
Yeah, I remember. It was like everybody went around, final thoughts, and they were like, yeah, Jin is amazing. Jin's the best. Yep.
Yeah, that final thoughts thing was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
When was this? 2018 or something?
Yeah, around about that time, yeah.
Like really early on.
Nice.
Yeah, I hadn't been on Discord long myself, probably just about a year-ish. And so my confidence wasn't there on the 24/7 because I was surrounded by those who are more articulate and articulating it than I could, yeah. So, you know, and I accepted that. But when I went on to Jose's, I just, like a bowling ball. There you go. I loved it.
Like the big downfall of Jose was the first time we did the arena. Like he cracked. Like I don't know if you can still find it anywhere, but he just popped. Like he couldn't handle like a structured debate.
No, he didn't like that. Yeah. He liked it rough and tumble, insulting the flat earthers, trying to embarrass us. But I'm embarrassed proof. That doesn't work. Sorry. You're not, and and I'm using the audience as well as part of my gang. The audience is with me, every level of psychology I brought in there with them, man. You can still have it under control because they gave me that 20-second silence. I knew I was going to win after that.
Say what you did there.
Thank you. Yeah. So I like to have fun with it, like you guys. It's good to have fun, isn't it? Yeah, it really is. We don't have to sweat it.
That's how you always beat the globalists, because this should be about fun. It's social media. It's Discord. If you're not having fun, why the fuck are you on it?
Yeah, somebody clip that. Somebody clip that.
So for the globalists, this isn't fun for them. This is like, on their point of view, this is a dangerous conspiracy theory that's causing the downfall of humanity that needs to be defeated. So simply by them engaging with the topic, they're spreading the topic. They're adding content.
Yeah. I love it when they come in and are you really a flat earther? Is this really a flat earth server? And the tone of their voice, like they're surprised, They actually arrived.
Have on Facebook
It's
was
like
I had
taboo.
this trophy that was called the FE Participation Trophy. And then I had a little text I would post with it of, thank you for helping to spread the message by Flat Earth by, continuing in our thread so Facebook shares this post more. And you'd be amazed at just the meltdowns that the Globies would go into.
Yeah, if you guys look inside chat, that's Hosea right there. One of the biggest things that happened, some of the lore there, is that someone called him a chihuahua. Basically just called him like a little dog barking, like a little yep, 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 like the way he talked. And the globalists decided somehow that was racist because he's from Puerto Rico. And you're
So
like,
the guy
okay,
holding the ruler or the level that's not level.
yeah. Yeah, that was the guy, holding the ruler. So then someone said, dude, you're barking like a little dog, like a little yip, yip, yip chihuahua. I think it was SE Montreal. And the globalists couldn't contain themselves. They're like, that's the most awful racist thing I've ever heard.
Is it racist against dogs or something? I don't get it.
Well, because somehow he's from Puerto Rico, but the globalists don't know geography. So they don't know that even if the dog was from Puerto Rico, which is not, is from Mexico, And like, even if that, like, globalists are constantly dehumanizing flirts. Flurmen. Call you like, you're subhuman mongrel and shit. So here this guy says you're yipping like a little dog, like a little chihuahua. The dog that probably thought of as a little dog.
Yeah.
Incensing. That was completely incensing. The globalists couldn't move on past that. They were stuck on that for a year, maybe 2 years. It was like nonstop. It was like, what do you think about, like the racist comment that SE made? And I'm like, which one?
Which one?
This might not necessarily be the platform for it, but this is why people are going like more edgelord with it, because that is somehow effective on people. They go, "Oh, you're racist." No, I promise I'm not. If you just lean into it, like, yeah, I'm racist. Like, it takes all the effectiveness from what they're trying to say away from them. It doesn't mean anything. Yeah, I'm full racist. Yep.
No, racism is immoral. It's unethical. It's absolutely disgusting. That must have been invented by a woman.
Yeah, anymore, like when somebody on Facebook or somewhere calls me racist, I usually just say, ooh, you said the racist word. I'm really scared now. Wow.
I'll just be like, yeah, I'm full on racist. Yep. And misogynist. Yep. And sexist. Yeah.
Based.
And then like what it does, it's not effective what they're trying to do, like by censoring you.
Yeah. They're expecting you to shut up, but whenever you don't shut up, they're like, what? It's not working.
Their I win button didn't work. Now they're going to flip out over it.
Yep.
Like, Jose went off on me. He went bono, man. Like one day in his stream chat, I asked him if because I was confused. I was like, okay, so you flat Earth, or do you think you live on a big spinning ball? And he's like, you rephrased that question, right? I was like, okay, do you think you live on a globe? Or something like that. Like, what's wrong with spinning ball? Like, he's like, and he's like trying to get me to force me to like send him a super chat or something with a rephrased version of that question. I'm like, no. And he ended up answering. He goes, I don't think I live on a spinning ball. It's an oblate spheroid, and it's turning on its axis or something, rotating on its axis. It's not spinning, or like it just like was so offended by the way I asked the question. It's like crazy.
Dude,
I never went back.
This is exactly what I've been. This is like the Water Hill thing. That's another example where you present them their worldview and they don't like it. It's funny how that happens. You live on a spinning ball, right? No, you can't say that. It is spinning and it is a ball, but you can't say spinning ball. Like, okay, what do you want me to call it, dude? It's so funny, dude. They hate the way their own worldview sounds. So I just love. That's why
It's like you're making fun of their. You're making fun of their religion. You're making fun of their god. You have to say Lord Spheroid. You can't say flat bouncy ball.
It's really funny. It's like, bro, that's your worldview. You don't like it?
No, you see, because you're not edifying it by using sophisticated terms. That's why they don't like it when you say that. You're not making it sound as good as it sounds in their head by using the proper terms, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm still going to say Water Hill, though, and then make them agree with it after denying it. It works every single time. You go, so you believe in a Water Hill? They're like, no, that's obviously ridiculous. Okay, so then what is the boat going over? Well, like the horizon? Okay. Is it curved? Yeah. Is it water? Yeah. Okay, so it's curved water? Yeah. So like a hill of water. Well, I mean, like, yeah, I guess. So it's fucking funny.
Don't they always say like you can't see the horizon? You have to go high. You have to go up into the sky thousands of feet to see the horizon. But then they also claim, oh look, that boat just sprang from the bottom up from 6 feet off the ground.
Yeah, it's incredible.
It's sad.
Another one is when I'm like, wait, so they talk about, they say, well, the proof is the sunset. And you're like, oh, so you think the sun goes underneath the earth? They're like, no, that's ridiculous. Of course not. And I go, okay, so if you had to point your finger at night to where the sun is, where are you going to point to? Like, well, down. I'm like,
the ground.
Under the ground then. It's like incredible. They don't like the way their worldview sounds. I don't blame them because it does sound ridiculous.
Every time someone says there's a sunset or a sunrise, I'm like, wrong. It's coming around. It's not going down.
Like, this is too easy. We're just having fun at this point.
Just waiting for that proof. I want to have some good evidence that it's a ball. Someone's going to join eventually.
We only say that as bait. Obviously, we know that's like saying, like, I'm waiting for proof that 2 + 2 is 5. I'm just waiting around. You know, it's kind of like a bait for them. They're gonna, it's like putting a battery in their back to come and try. That's the whole saying: a fool who persists in his folly may become wise.
Yeah,
but
did we convert that Josh character that was in here the last couple days?
I think so. Probably not. He's cooked.
Bro, his license plate has a NASA sticker on it, and the letters it's flat. Oh no, flat. But I think he's like used a couple of numbers as letter characters, but that's cool.
Is that real, or is he trolling with that?
I asked him. I said, a couple of us want to know if that's actually your car, and that's the actual license plate. And he said, yeah, 100%, for real. He doesn't care about doxing himself. He's given out so much information about himself. It's not funny.
Well, it's fine. We're not the crazy ones that are going to come after him and try to cancel him and all that stuff. Like, so it's fine.
Yeah, no, of course not.
Did he explain the license plate? He got it after being triggered by flat earthers or something?
She's just being ironic, yeah. Because obviously doesn't think it is.
That is funny. I thought that was like AI or something. That like he photoshopped its flat thing on there.
He claims it's real. And he claims he's an honest guy.
It flat. Wow! Imagine being that triggered.
You're living in his head rent free. You got to think about us every single time he gets in the car.
Exactly. Might as well send him a flat Earth 24/7 Discord sticker and put it on the car too.
And he's got to have the conversation with the cops every time they pull him over.
Hey, buddy, what's that license plate, man? Well, you see, I argue flat earthers on Discord because I'm triggered.
They'll be like, so you think it's flat? He'd be like, no, you don't understand. They'd be like, yeah, sure, buddy. He'd be like, let me explain.
No, there's no explaining. I'm gonna need you to step out of the car, sir. But officer, I wasn't actually going that fast. Due to gravity and the rotation of the Earth, according to my calculations, you're not factoring in.
Yeah, that's right. From another reference frame, I wasn't even moving at all.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I was actually going backwards.
You're not factoring in the reference frames, officer. Yeah, buddy, I wouldn't need you to step out of the car.
Have you been smoking any weed today, sir?
Yeah, it's like, yeah, we got Code Blue here. This guy's off his rocker.
So better yet, so the officer says, I see you didn't finish college for being a physicist. And he says, yes. And then the officer says, well, good. So then now that we're both want to be physicists, you understand that we have to hold each other to a higher standard and write the ticket anyway.
Allahu Akbar.
Oh, is it that time? Which way's west?
Hey,
sorry, guys.
Here's my thing, E. Why did you have to come in and do that, bro? Like, you can't just come in and have a conversation. You got to sing and disrupt the whole room.
What blasphemy is that?
I just wanted to be disruptive. That's all.
I muted him. I don't know if you guys actually want to talk to him or not.
Haram!
Here, let me unmute him for you. Let me see if he's still doing it.
Yeah. Why did you have to disrupt the room like that?
Oh, now he doesn't
Nobody in
want to
here
talk.
singing.
Abdul? Yeah.
Get the rocks. Get the rocks.
Well, we're not trying to be rude, but I mean, at least have some decorum for the room. Like you're the guest, right? You don't come in, go into somebody else's house and just start singing at the top of your lungs inside somebody else's home, right?
I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, just have some decorum. Maybe you're not used to being around adults.
How do you feel like you are an adult?
Obviously, you're not by the sound of your voice.
Well, you've got to at least be an adolescent to be on Discord, so hopefully you qualify as that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, not.
So just pretend like when you come in here, it's like when you walk into a classroom. Okay? At school.
Okay. I'm sorry. I said I'm sorry.
Alright.
You guys judging me so much, bro.
Well, we're just trying to help you understand, man. Like, don't take this as an attack. Take this as a learning moment.
Okay, take it easy.
I'm a bit hypocritical saying that, being like, because we were we were having a bit of a laugh, but I mean, like it was to do with like it was having a dig at heliocentrism. So, but yeah. So, what brings you here, B? You interested in this topic? You want to talk about it? You heard about Flat Earth before? You talked about it with anyone else?
What the hell? Are you guys asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you seriously. Yeah, like that's what this channel is dedicated to
I don't even
discussion
know how I get here,
about
bro.
the Earth. You don't know how you got here?
Yeah.
Do you know how to tie your shoelaces? Can you read an analog clock?
No.
You get digital, and you wear Velcro. So good, man. So yeah, if you want to be here, bro, like then you're gonna have to engage in the discussion, right, of the topic,
all right,
which is the Earth. What do you think the Earth is?
I don't feel like Earth is flat, bro, because bro, I'm not really good on geography, so.
Did you pay attention in school?
Hmm?
Did you pay attention in school?
I barely go to school.
Hey pal, you just blowing from Stupid Town?
You barely go to school. How do you get away with that? Hopefully, you substitute it with something like like a job or deliver papers or something at least.
You work at all? You have a job?
It's pointless. This kid's a time waster. Come back when your nuts have dropped, all right?
What the hell? I don't even ask you guys to ask me questions. I'm just here.
We're not asking. They're asking you questions.
I'm just listening.
This room is for educational purposes.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no worries, man. If you want to listen, just listen.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Great.
Yeah, be a learning experience.
You can check out our YouTube streams.
Y'all doing all right today? Nobody fell off the flat Earth yet?
I got close, bro. Me and AI got close.
Y'all gotta stay away from those cats, man. They'll knock you over.
I'm a decent kitty.
So who's the Cookie Monster? Is he Glover, or is it Cookie, the one that guy that Flat Earther guy used to be in the home server years ago?
It's like a concaver now.
Oh, Concave, right.
Like, if that's not a troll, then what is it? Honest to God. Just muddies the waters for newcomers. Yeah. Still have the curvature problem.
Yeah, that's always been my discussion with concave earthers. I'm like, you realize you're still invoking curvature, right?
Have any concavers ever given any dimensions, like the rate of concavity? Nope. Like,
Yeah, it's like the same as
Yeah,
the
it's
Earth.
going to be negative 8 inches per mile squared.
oh my gosh.
Not even joking.
Yeah, he's right. I've spent a lot of time in their servers, and yeah, it's basically the same globe model, except for it's inverted instead of like out.
Yeah, they've got some wild ideas, man. Like, hey, they solve the gas pressure without a container problem, right? And then for them, like, space is this crazy place that you enter, and the basically space-time slows down, and the further into the center of the core of this ball you go, the smaller you get. And so distances can seem to be extremely vast, if not infinite, because you may never reach the center, the point of origin, as space-time crawls to a halt.
Yeah, some sort of singularity in the middle.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm even trying to kind of like envision a concave Earth. Like, I guess I've never seen what they presume it would be constructed like. Is it like a bowl? Is it the whole thing a bowl, or is it that donut-looking thing I've seen? Oh, you're on the inside of a ball. Oh,
yeah, yeah.
So it's still a ball, but you're on the inside. Okay.
How does this
what about the sun? I can't help but feel like a glober right now. How does the sun fucking work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
well, they've got a couple.
lot of... Go ahead, Crit. Yeah,
They've got a couple different ideas. One of them is it's like some sort of dialectic where it's like the sun and the moon are the same thing, just differently charged pathways. They're connected. And then other of them think that it's like if the sun is moving around that singularity, in the backside is a dark body, which presents as the moon.
Hello.
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 Welcome. What's your name?
My name is Muhammad.
Herman?
Muhammad.
Muhammad. Okay. Well, Muhammad, do you live on a ball or a magic carpet?
So the voice is clear.
I'm sorry. Microphone like you believe what you're saying. Even if your English is bad, go ahead and give it your best college shot. Man, this server is so much different than the other one. I mean, the other one, the trolls just come barging in, shouting, screaming, acting a fool. In here, you barely hear anybody say hello.
Hey, Sesu, it sounds like you're on a rotary phone.
No kidding?
Yeah, keeps cutting out. It's super muzzled, fuzzy.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. I am trucking down the road too, so it might be picking up that noise. I'll shut up.
Okay. Has anybody heard anything about Dr. Shiva's Flat versus Globe Earth Summit on November 8th? Besides MC Toon.
It's still happening? I thought that was shit canned.
So I've got an update. MC Toon on his McToon Tuesdays, whatever he calls that. Sometimes I check in to see what they're all saying because it gives me a sense of what the beat's going to be like for the next week.
Oh yeah, they get their orders.
Exactly. That's where we got Three Horizons from on Black Swan. Anyway, he said that he was doing this review and a roast of David Weiss. David Weiss apparently was invited to do a debate with Will Duffy and then didn't show up, and it led to some confusion. David Weiss said that he never intended to show up, that he didn't even know about it, but Will Duffy said he did, and MC Toon's trying to craft a narrative, it sounds like, whatever the case is. But he was addressing David Weiss during the roast on Tuesday and said, are you going to show up to Dr. Shiva's summit, the Flat versus Globe Summit? It's this Saturday. People that you know, Dave, are going to be there. And as we know, MC Toon has kind of been working with Dr. Shiva behind the scenes to get it going. So I went to Dr. Shiva's Twitter feed and I started poking around. He blocked me, by the way. That's a whole nother whole nother episode to get into later if you haven't heard it. But it looked like Dr. Shiva had deleted entire threads and replies. Starting on or around September 25th, he made his initial announcement, and those are still there. As is, I think, a post on the 27th. But for the next few days, it was a total shitstorm. You had a bunch of flat earthers saying that they'd like to be invited to throw my name into the hat. I'd like to represent flat Earth, and in some cases he would oops, hold on a second. It's a crazy intersection. In some cases he'd say yes, I'll have you join us, and others no, you're not qualified, and so on and so forth. He's trying to sort everything out. All of that back and forth dialogue is gone, deleted. All of the all the replies that led to me getting blocked, deleted. Indio getting blocked, deleted. Whole bunch of stuff pertaining to this entire event, deleted. And it's almost as if in his process of mocking flat earthers for not following through with being participants, that he himself may have backed out of this summit that he's trying to organize. So it looked like that was the case for a while until MC Toon yesterday or 2 days ago said, it's Saturday. And it looks like there is a summit going on at an MIT auditorium on Saturday. But it appears to be about health and wellness, which is kind of his thing anyway. And I saw a list of guest speakers. There's nothing about flat versus globe Earth. So I'm like, what's going on? And I'm just really confused, wondering if anybody's heard anything. Is it possible it's still being held? Is it possible that in addition to the participants having to dox themselves to be a part of this, that they also maybe signed an NDA and there's some kind of blackout period? I don't know. I'm really intrigued, kind of trying to figure out what's happening here.
As soon as he blocked Indio, that was a disqualification.
And do you believe in aliens, in UFO? Do you believe in another civilization?
Aliens, did you say?
Yeah, aliens are a thing. I mean, people from one country going into another country. There's aliens, sure.
The real aliens.
I'm an alien.
No.
I'm an alien in the United States.
Quiet, Chimsy, they might catch you.
Hey,
What do you mean the real aliens?
I am an allowed legal alien, not an illegal one.
Bro said the real aliens. Like, what?
Yep.
Real ones?
Well, since this is the English channel and context and the meaning of words is important, alien means foreigner, someone from another land, not natural, not from where they were born, right? So that's the legal meaning of alien. But then in a fiction sense of the word alien, in the globe sense, beings from other planets, or the fictional characters that you see on the TV, that fiction, you can use alien for that fictional meaning as well. So when you're speaking about the globe, you will definitely be using the fictional meaning because the globe is fiction.
Extraterrestrials, man.
It's for educational purposes only.
What, the abductions?
No, the globe.
And the probing?
The probing,
Just
globing
educational.
stuff.
Pause.
The probe will continue
on the bottom of the globe.
The bottom of the probe.
For sexual.
The bottom of that probe says not for educational purposes.
As long as the bottom of the probe has a flared base, we're going to be okay.
Someone's a party animal.
So you can't say balls deep. You got to say flat deep.
What if the Earth is the flared base just on the bottom side of it, right?
Oh yeah. You never know. It could be.
So the guy that asked about aliens, do you got an answer? Maybe, possibly. You got any other questions? Were the replies too real?
Well,
I mean, if they claim extraterrestrial life, if it's microbial life, do you think that's the same as intelligent life for like the implications on creation stories and belief in a creator? Like, how do you think that news would interact with those that hold a particular faith?
I'll tell you what I think. Listen, like Vostok Lake in Antarctica is completely cut off from all other ecosystems in the world. And there is microbial life. There's other life that's macroorganisms that nobody's ever seen outside of Vostok Base. What's to say that if conspiracy theory hat on, that they just grab a teaspoonful of that water and then present that as outer space aliens? No one would know the wiser.
Well, it's extraterrestrial because it's extra terrain on the bottom half of the globe.
Yeah, anything alien related in outer space would completely destroy any concept of atheism.
Atheism's already been destroyed.
Ooh, what? So you're saying that abiogenesis would wait? I'm interested. Wait, why do you say that? I would think that would mean not an intelligent creator, that we're just springing up all over the place.
Yeah, because right here, look what I posted there. How atheists think Christians will react when they discover intelligent life in other worlds. You got the fedora wearing neckbeard. Aliens exist. Will actually, and how Christians will actually respond. Okay, my Jesuit army, time to convert some aliens.
Isn't that
time to teach them the globe?
All you got to do is simply look back at human history, where you had Jesuit armies marching across the globe. Nothing's going to change until you remove that Jesuit piece from manned spaceflight. That's something atheists have not been able to do. You'd have to do that first. Like, government and religion should be kept at ground level, but you can't do that because two atheists can't even decide on what the definition of atheism is, let alone what it would mean if it's true.
I guess that makes sense from like what would happen in the future. I guess my question was more aimed at what are the implications on the context of our existence, right? Like how does Genesis change if we figured out there's intelligent life outside of our, known existence?
No change.
Like like if we found microbial life on Mars, it just makes me think that some higher being like crop dusted our solar system. They zoomed through and like these rocks look good for harboring life, and then they were fertilized basically.
Wait, Josh, you just mentioned microbial life, and Joder gave you an example from isolated regions of the world that have different microbes. And if someone grabs a cup of that and present it, look, alien microbes, how are you going to be able to tell the difference?
I'm not sure. To be honest with you, I guess from my point of view, Lake Vostok wasn't always separate from the rest of the Earth, right? Continental drift. Antarctica wasn't always Antarctica, etc. No, it wasn't always under ice, right? So at some point it got split off, but I don't think that it's always been, separate due to, my understanding of tectonic plates and shifting and all that jazz.
Okay, but then you add an intelligent life, right? So you're saying from the microbes, there's a separation, microbes and intelligent life?
Oh yeah, if something's able to, if I say hi to something and it responds, I think it's a little bit different than like having a slide on a microscope and seeing some flagellum, floundering around.
So if you're saying that our life comes from an intelligent design, from dumb life to intelligent life, from an intelligent design, that's disprove the atheist side of you, right?
Oh, I'm not atheist. I'm aggressively agnostic. Like I don't think that any of the world's religions have it like 100% right, but I don't deny the fact that we could have come from some other, intelligent being. I just don't think that it's, it could be construed as God, right? Under the right circumstances. I don't think that anybody's got it figured out, but I don't think I can definitively say no.
I think that's a fair position to have in that topic. Nobody has 100% of the answers to everything, obviously, right?
But as far as like dogma goes, like dogma is fucking stupid from my point of view. I appreciate the social and moral benefits of organized religion. Like, don't be an asshole. Support those around you. Feel some sense of purpose in your existence greater than oneself can really help with mental health. So there's definitely benefits. I just I go to church on Christmas and Easter to see family, not to talk with God.
What about scams? What do you think about scams like the outer space global scam thingy? What do you think about scamming people out of their hard-earned work, sweat, and take that?
Before I answer that question, if I'm providing you any good content, my full name is Joshua Ingersoll, and if you put a hyphen in between the two of them, that's my username on Venmo. So if you want to send me some money to get me keep talking in here, that would be great.
Nobody cares.
Sounds like a flu medicine or something.
Yeah, no, that was a joke. I haven't seen any scams.
Any skims? Like a side hustle?
Skims?
Yeah, like a skimming. Like you're skimming the top.
Oh, skims.
Yeah.
Oh, when you say that, I think of like fucking the shapewear from Kim Kardashian.
You know what that is?
Skims? I have a
Josh,
wife.
how many times have you been to Antarctica, Josh?
How many times I have not been to Antarctica? It's on my list.
Oh, have you been invited yet, or you gonna get invited soon, or anything like that?
Invited? No. Well, I got invited. So there was a voyage. If you Google it, it's called Space 2C. There's a buddy of mine who got Neil deGrasse Tyson and a bunch of astronauts and Bill Nye and Will Shatner, and they took a charter boat down to Antarctica for a 2-week cruise in winter of 2024, last year. I was invited to go, but it was my kiddo's first Christmas, and I wasn't gonna miss that. So, but no, it's on my list. We'll get there eventually.
Smell that? I smell cat.
Can I get invited when you get invited? You say, yeah, I want to go, but I have another friend that wants to go. Can you do that?
Yeah, we have to share a bed. Are you down with that?
Yeah, we'll go. You and me.
Sick.
If I have
I'll sleep on the floor. Yeah, you don't have to be pushy. I'll sleep on the floor though.
If I have a 400-acre ranch and I let you visit 10 acres, did you see all of my ranch?
No, but you go fly a drone. You get views outside of that 10 acres. Corroborate the area that you're in.
No views
Are you
outside
allowed
of
to
the
fly
20.
drones in Antarctica?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Oh, it's not going to
They did it
disturb
at
the penguins?
They did that at TFE. They flew a drone all over the place.
He did everything but long distance measurements and observations. They missed out on taking a Nikon P900 infrared converted camera.
Oh man, how did they forget to do that?
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
They remember to pick up all their poop and bring that poop back with them, right?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, they took Jaren back with them.
Wait, isn't it Antarctica? Isn't it Antarctica like a bunch of plateaus that are flatter than pancakes?
No, I mean the ice shelves are pretty flat, but like you get past that and there's mountains and shit.
Yeah,
Even
well,
like
did they see
at the top
all
of the ice, there are mountain peaks coming out of the top of the ice
ice wall.
Top of the ice. You know when you go up. They said like the ice goes for about 8,000 feet or something, even higher than that. And at the top of that ice, there are mountain peaks that are coming on top of the ice.
That doesn't really make sense, right? Having a mountain there.
No, there's land under the ice. Like they've done like airborne ice penetrating lidar, like to figure out the terrain under the ice. Like most of that is published, and they did a bunch of that's like airborne like studies that have done that.
Wait, who's questioning that there's land over there? No, nobody said that there's no land, right?
I asked if
I've
you
never
could
been there.
see 400 acres if I only let you see 10. I don't know why we're getting off into this.
Well, he said drone. He said he could fly his drone around your ranch and see all the cows pooping.
What I was saying is that Antarctica, big part of this terrain that you're talking about has been surveyed, or they claim it, and they describe it as plateaus, flat plateaus. One of those is the Great Antarctic Plateau, which is over 1,000 kilometers in diameter.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's very flat areas. I don't know if you're talking about like above the ice or below the ice, but it's kind of like there's like topography, and then you just drop like hundreds of thick, hundreds of feet thick ice on top of it.
I think there's one thing that they need to do. It's not just going to Antarctica, because we all know they go to that one spot and you can only go so far. But they should really go to Antarctica from South America, and then go all the way around the bottom and go to Australia. Let me know whenever you do that. See how it goes.
There's a boat race.
And don't tell me that you're going to freeze to death and that you can't do it because you're going to die. Because that's what they always say.
Well, no, there's a boat race that does a lap around Antarctica like every year. I'm trying to remember the name of it, but
I thought I heard that they debunked that.
I have no idea.
People
there's a sailor who actually won. There's a sailor that actually claims to have raced it and said that they fake the speeds, so he doesn't even think that they're going as far as he says they're going.
Going as far as they say they're going. Well, that would be the opposite direction, right? Because on a flat Earth, the circumference
they don't go around it. They just they go to a point and then they turn around and go back.
Oh, okay. So you're not saying you're starting and ending at the same point and actually going all the way around.
Yeah, that's what he says. He's a world famous sailor too.
Well, let me ask this, right? Can they actually see the coastline of Antarctica from where they're racing?
I have no idea.
Yeah, it should be on the left-hand side the whole time if they're going counterclockwise around it, right?
It would not be that close, bro. It takes icebreakers in that region. The distance you need to be able to see the coastline, even with a telescope, it's going to be freaking freezing. and either really mushy or iced over.
I have no
It's
idea.
not going to be easy sailing. You wouldn't risk the lives of small yacht sailors to go like in that region, man. I don't think it's even anywhere near it, bro.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I'm looking for it right now. I'm gonna post it in the side chat for you.
Appreciate you, sir.
Yeah, he said. I believe, if I remember correctly, he says he's not anywhere near the land. Most of the time, they like kind of do like a circle, or they just go around points. They just take these points that they're given. They have to navigate to this point, and to this point, and to this point. And when the cameras are filming, right, it's not live, and then it seems sped up. And the reason why I said it seems sped up, because he was watching it, and he's like, that's not how fast we were going. Those buoys aren't coming at me that quick. And so he went out and did like some kind of personal observation to show you what his speed was versus what the speed they were saying was. And he's like, they're manipulating the footage. It's not what we're doing.
I thought he was going faster than what they reported.
Slower. I was shocked when he said it too.
If anybody wants to go, if you're an American citizen and you want to go work in Antarctica, like there's like they still need, baristas and janitors and bartenders and mailmen.
Yeah.
Like there's a couple sites you can like sign up for. You can sign up for a tour.
I'm not good at NDAs though, man.
Yeah, go visit the 10 acres, please.
I mean, okay. Or you can go all the way to the South Pole, right? The South Pole Station. A really close buddy of mine who I went to school with just finished. He wintered over there. He was one of like the 40 people that stays over through the 5 months ish of like complete darkness. And he was the satellite. He was a satellite ground station technician for their telecom system down in McMurdo.
Anyway, Josh,
So on my 10 acres, I have a favorite log cabin. And, oh yeah, you're right. Cookie Monster is there. It's okay. We speak with a lot of people who can't speak English very well, but we manage and make do. Just open the mic, bro. All your questions can be answered in real time.
Is Josh, whenever you get the invitation to Antarctica from Neil deGrease, just send me one, or you know what? I got Gene CBR that might go with you as well.
So I gave first dibs to Jamal from over on the Clubhouse Flat Earth gang, but if that falls through, I'll let y'all know.
Really? You holding them at a higher standard? Why?
Oh, because I've known them a lot longer. They're good people over there.
They're good people over there. But isn't the girl that went to Antarctica there? What's her name?
Elizabeth. Yes.
She already went, so they already had that site. Now it's this group. I got Gene CBR to go with you.
I honestly, I don't know, man. Like I'm trying to think what I'm gonna do for this Google fellowship this next year, Maybe we do a TFE. Maybe we do a TFE part 2.
Sounds
Well, that kind of makes the TFE no longer the TFE.
It's the penultimate experiment, I guess.
What is it? It'd be like a TFE 12, like the Fast and the Furious.
Yes, TFE, 2 TFE. No way, 2T, 2FE.
Check DM, Jamesy.
okay. Just gotta say that. Remember, if you're gonna go to if Josh get the invitation I gave again from the high priest. Remember, guys, this is the top, the cream. You know, so we need a good representative.
Come on.
I was assessing, and no, not Jamesy, not Jamesy. He wouldn't be like the best option. So that's why, if Josh gets his invitation and an add-on next to him, I want one of you guys to go.
I'm not gonna lie, I'd probably pick Yoder just based off of my conversations in here.
Thanks, Josh.
There you go.
Yeah, TFE, man, that was like a screw up and a half anyway. The only one I halfway trusted was Witsit, because at least he thinks critically. But he screwed up as soon as he hit the vape.
He's so close. Like Witsit, like he the way that he like sees the world is like almost identical to like mainstream. You just like it's like I observe this, and this, and that. Therefore, this must be true. But he's like the reasons he thinks that this must be true are a little bit off. But he gets to like the same conclusion that like the mainstream cosmology does. It's really interesting. Like he thinks there's some sort of like superfluid vortex above the Earth that causes, you know, things to move at a speed that's, you know, equal to the inverse square law of how far away they are from the Earth's surface. And I'm like, yes, you've just described circular orbital motion. Like that is exactly how it works, but you know, not because of some superfluid vortex. It's just due to gravity.
I first heard of that from a University of Maryland research paper and effort. It's called SVT, Superfluid Vortex Theory, or Superfluid Vacuum Theory. Pretty fun paper.
I mean, yeah, I mean, if a superfluid is a lack of fluid, right? Like, I don't know. I need to learn more about it, but that at least based on my understanding, it's not how things work. But what you said, superfluid vacuum theory, SVT?
Yeah, that's right. Yep. And
right, because
it's
either
not
it's a vacuum or go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say it's not the same thing that Witsit describes, however, but it's maybe analogous.
Yeah, I was going to say it has to be some sort of like frictionless medium up there. Like it's either a vacuum or some sort of superfluid, or else the ISS would catch on fire and burn up very quickly.
You know, the Bose-Einstein condensate was first created and you could say discovered around at the same time as the second International Polar Year. Fun factoid. And also pretty much all the research from the second IPY has been lost or destroyed.
What is an IPY?
Okay, a quick history lesson. I'll have more time later to talk, but the first International Polar Year was organized by the Habsburg Empire in the late 1800s, along with the United States, UK, and Russia. And they decided to explore the polar regions. And so back then they sent balloons and ships and dog sleds and everything they could to go try and figure out what this place is and map it out. The second International Polar Year started, I think, in 1933. Hello. And this was also when computers were first starting to get popular, and they developed what was called the World Data Center Network. And this was when they started exploring more in the Antarctic regions, and some of the first bases were set up. And
the data centers were set up, but all the data that they'd collected and put in those data centers, I think, were destroyed in the war, they said. Then came the third International Polar Year, and they called that the International Geophysical Year, and that became the space race.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yep, and the fourth one was in 2008, and I think that was led by NGA.
Good old National Geospatial Intelligence Agency.
NEMA, DMA for the older folk.
Big fan of the NGA. Oh no, appreciate that. That's interesting. I'll have to dig into that a little bit. I during some of my space policy courses, we took a couple space history courses, and the third the National Geospatial Year or the International Geospatial Year was popped up a couple times.
We have space history. We have history of space.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's the Space Policy Institute at George Washington and University. It's run by Dr. Scott Pace, who was my graduate advisor, but he was the executive secretary of the National Space Council under the Trump administration the first time. And he was one of the technical leads on the Columbia accident, the commission that was stood up to like figure out what the fuck happened in 2003. Really smart dude. I really enjoyed taking classes under him and doing research for him.
Josh, was outer space discovered or invented?
What do you mean? I don't like it's always been there.
But
But
it was
when people
realized.
started talking about outer space, like putting it on paper and started speaking on it, was that made up by a discovery or made by a like a storytelling on a book?
Theory.
Yeah, I think it is a theory, at least, right? You see the pressure drop asymptotically towards zero, right? But you see there's other shit out there, like we know the planets. I actually don't know. Like I understand like, Robert Goddard and like the history of rocketry past like, before World War II. But like when you get more into like, astrophysics and like just understanding the context of our existence, I'm not as familiar with that. My understanding is very focused on hardware.
Where does outer space start? Is it like 250,000 miles up?
Do you want
Where
the
does it start?
legal definition? Do you want the political definition? Like it's
No,
just
like
you
just
draw
the
a line in
distance,
the
like the
sand.
measurement. Like how far up do I go? How far up do I go?
I don't know. How far do you like? There's like 4 or 5 different definitions where airspace ends and space begins. Like the legal definition is 100 kilometers. That's the Theodore
100 kilometers and you're in space.
Yeah, according to the shit. What's the international body? I don't think it's the UN. I'll have to look at it again. But the international.
So you're saying there's 4 different
census. Yeah. Like there's the American definition is I think it's like 82 kilometers, like 50 miles, or something close to that.
So there's like different interpretations of where space begins. Kind of sounds like a religion.
No, it's just political lines, right? It's like how do you define the border between New York?
Kind of sounds like religion.
Yeah, like there's different types
of it's political lines. It's political lines. Like that's what religion is. Religions are political lines.
I mean, sure, but you could take the physical definition, right? Like the X,
which is what
per million. It ends up being close to 80 kilometers, right? There's like it's the point at which the the density of the gas, you can't define it as a continuous medium anymore. Like the atmosphere ceases to be like this continuous volume of gas, and then you flip over to an interpretation of individual molecules like moving. And it's an aerodynamic definition where you can't say it's a continuous medium anymore. It becomes a rarefied medium. But that's a physics definition of like, if I draw X volume, this is the number of, molecules of air that are in it.
Can you explain that to me like I'm 5 years old? What are you talking about?
Like, I don't let's say
gas has to have a container. So what do you mean?
It does.
Like it has to.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the misconception here. There's a boundary, right, where the gas pressure evens out with gravity, where you've got a tiny amount of like pressure asymptotically approaches zero, right? So there's an altitude where that pressure is low enough that the pressure pushing up on each of those gas particles is equivalent to the force of gravity of them pulling it down. So it's at equilibrium.
So it's like an invisible container lid.
Yes.
Basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. That's how my 5-year-old would understand it.
Yeah, no, it's exactly what it is. And we lose. Sometimes we lose atmosphere to space, and it's because like that invisible lid at that specific altitude, right? In equilibrium, the tiny amount of pressure is balanced with gravity. But then if you get like a highly charged particle from the sun, you get like radiation coming, and it hits that specific atom of oxygen or nitrogen or whatever, it energizes it and actually like kicks it off into space. Because the gravity wouldn't be enough to pull it back in, and the pressure wouldn't push it out. So it's like a stable point. So if you like fuck with that stable point, you can actually like, we lose atmosphere. That's what I hypothesize happened to Mars. And the magnetic field of Earth actually acts like a shield for a lot of these energized particles. So that's why we don't lose a ton of our atmosphere. Like that's why we don't like shed all of our atmosphere, is because of the magnetic field, like, deflecting a lot of these highly charged particles from the sun. But that's where you can define space as, right? It's that altitude, that invisible layer, that invisible container where gravity and the pressure balance.
Altitude of what?
Altitude, distance, radial distance above the ground.
Above the ground. That means above the what?
Your head is 6 feet in altitude above the ground ish. So you just keep going up.
On the sphere?
Yeah, it could be, or a flat
plane.
Could be.
How you have elevation when Earth is moving 66,000 miles per hour? Is it moving linearly?
Well, no, I mean, I don't care about the derivative of position. The derivative of position doesn't.
Okay, is it down of the sphere also elevation?
What was the last word?
Is it down of the sphere also elevation?
Is down in the sphere also elevation? Well, no. I mean, you could say your position relative to the surface of the Earth, or you could say your position relative to the center of the Earth.
In which moment? Now or in 1 hour?
All times. You're moving at the same speed as the Earth.
It's not the same.
Why wouldn't it be? Are we moving? Or do we have some sort of tangential velocity?
Because you're 66,000 miles away in 1 hour from that point where you was.
I'm assuming that we're moving with the Earth, and so the elevation is constant.
We are moving with the Earth.
Yeah, I'm in an Earth-centered, Earth-fixed reference frame currently.
Yeah, and where is the elevation in the space?
Where's the Ella? I just told you it's relative to either the surface of the Earth or the center of the Earth, and the reference frame that I'm moving in.
Yeah,
I'm not.
but
The
Earth is
velocity of the Earth
moving
doesn't
through
matter.
the Earth is moving through the space. Do you understand that?
Correct, and in my reference
Yeah,
frame
but
is moving
but
at exactly
your
that
your
same
reference
speed.
your reference frame is, you are saying that somehow that Earth is stationary and then up it's, let's say, 100 kilometers. But when you move 66,000 miles away in 1 hour, then it's different up 100 kilometers. Do you know? Oh no, it's the same.
No, it is the same.
It's how do you know that?
You hold your hand out in front of you, and your hand
I'm
is,
not speaking about. I'm not speaking
5
about
feet off
hand.
the ground.
I'm speaking about 100 kilometers, 66,000 miles away.
Boundary.
Yeah.
Yeah. The atmosphere moves with the Earth.
Oh, it moves with the Earth.
That's why the Coriolis effect occurs.
And where is moving?
Sorry, what?
Where is moving atmosphere with the Earth?
Where is it moving? It's always moving. Like it's moving at the
Is
same
it
speed
moving?
as the Earth.
Is it moving in the water?
In the water. I mean, the whole thing's moving with the Earth.
Yeah, that things at Earth and atmosphere is moving through the water.
Through the water? No, it's maintained. It stays above the water.
Where is moving then?
Relative to the solar system, relative to outside of the Earth, the whole Earth. If you drew a volume around the Earth, right, and all of the water and all of the air, everything moves as one unit.
Where?
Around the sun.
In the fog, in the water, in the gel, or?
Through the vacuum of space, there is no medium.
Oh, through the vacuum. You're saying that gas is moving through the vacuum of the space. 66,000 miles per hour.
Yes, and there's nothing there to interact with it, so it doesn't
And
matter.
you think that's obvious?
I mean, that's how we see meteor showers, right? It's like bugs hitting the windshield of us as we're going around our orbit.
No.
Okay,
Do you know
I'm
what
just explaining to you.
Do you know what is wind?
What is wind? Wind is a pressure gradient from a hot area of the atmosphere to a cold area of the atmosphere. It's not the atmosphere moving itself.
Yeah, that means the wind is moving itself in the movement of 66,000 miles per hour.
Correct.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Wind is moving relative to this fixed frame that's going around the sun, and that's what you feel on your skin.
Interesting. And how we prove that?
How do we prove that? I mean, you go up, you take pictures of the Earth, you see the clouds moving.
Hey,
right?
Gib, you're hot miking.
Right. Obviously, we're not getting 66,000.
But clouds are not in the vacuum.
They're not. They're inside of the atmosphere that's moving along with the Earth.
Yeah, but you said that all things that happen is vacuum. I guess how you can prove that? And you said you watch the clouds
from above, from outside of that control volume that I just drew around the Earth. That everything moves together in it, and if you get outside of that, you can see that everything moves together relative to the sun, but relative to the Earth, the clouds are going across, and you see the jet stream and hurricane or whatever. Yeah, maybe you just have to remove yourself from that control volume.
Hurricane, it's not in the vacuum of the space. Again, I said how you. Yeah, you are now speaking about what is happening in the atmosphere. I asked you how the atmosphere, the gas, it's moving through the vacuum, and you said the story, and I said how you prove that, and you said you look the clouds, you look the hurricanes.
Yeah, I said you get outside of the control volume and look back at it, and you can see that relative to the sun, we're moving at that prescribed 66,000 miles per hour. But you can see that relative to the Earth, the clouds move across the sky at a gentle rate, or a hurricane.
It has nothing to do with the vacuum. What you claim that is doing, the gas is moving through the vacuum. That's clouds.
Yes,
you are just saying that. Yeah, but clouds are not moving in the vacuum. Clouds are moving in the atmosphere. Yeah, but why you saying that it's the same thing?
No, you move some sort of sensor out into the vacuum and look back at Earth, and you monitor the Earth in relation to the sun. Therefore, you can see it moving through the vacuum. And then you look at the clouds relative to the Earth, and you see that it's moving at a gentle pace. So therefore, you see that the gas is moving through the vacuum at the 66,000 miles per hour, but you can still have the existence of wind and other pressure differentials. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
You explained to me, if I look the clouds moving, that means that I can realize that the atmosphere is moving 66,000 miles per hour through the vacuum.
Oh, Lordy. No, I'm not saying look up from the ground. I'm saying go out into the vacuum with a camera on a satellite or some other platform.
How I can go in the vacuum?
On a rocket.
On the rocket? Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Any other way?
No.
Okay. Only rocket. Okay. Thank you.
Correct.
How does propulsion work in a vacuum?
Newton's third law of conservation of momentum. For every action, there's an equal opposite reaction. The exhaust from a rocket is you burn and expand the exhaust out the back of the nozzle. At the interface, at the end of the bell of the nozzle, all of the velocity is in the direction opposite of the rocket out the back. And so all of that momentum crosses that control boundary. Therefore, according to Newton's third law, an equal and opposite amount of force has to be applied in the opposite direction, and that is what propels the rocket forward. It does not. The vacuum is irrelevant to the rocket.
Doesn't work, bro.
I disagree. As somebody who does does propulsion and things for a living, yeah, no, I disagree with that.
Have you seen a rocket do that in space?
Oh yeah, all the time. We've had 5 launches in the past 4 months.
Did you ever see rockets entering to the space?
Enter into the space? Yeah, it takes place right around staging between the first and second stage.
Can you show me one video showing that rocket is entering into space, please?
Yeah, it's on my profile, third link.
No, okay. Can you post it on voice text chat the video?
You can click on my profile and click the third link.
I know one thing. Maybe I'm wrong. I know there is no thing that anybody recorded that rocket is entering into the space.
I disagree with that.
Okay, I want to see the video of that, and I will say I agree with you. Okay.
For you, Josh. Josh, I'll post it for you.
Appreciate it. That is from I think it's the KAO2 launch from over the summer. We put up 27 of our Amazon satellites on an Atlas V rocket.
Mm-hmm. And you have a video recording all the travel of the rocket entering into space, not the computer data.
No cutscenes, right?
Okay, good.
It's all
I want to see that.
Out of the rockets from over the summer.
Okay, I want to see that. Not today.
Not shot in Hollywood.
So, yeah. How I know? You have a launch of rocket, then you see the rocket, everybody see, and in one moment nobody see any more rockets. Then rocket is seen on the screen on the computer. Then you're following the rocket on the computer.
That's the way it was done maybe 20 years ago. Now that we have Starlink in orbit, you can get live video feed the entire launch.
Can we record the elevation profile of 50 kilometers? If we can do that with it.
I'm not sure if the video I had, because that's from ULA, not SpaceX. I'm not sure if it has the overlay for the altitude and velocity, but if you go look at it,
I gotta add this in real quick. I gotta add this in real quick, Josh. Every video I've ever watched for a launch, they always cut to computer graphics.
No, they don't. Not anymore.
Once they reach a certain altitude.
No, not anymore. I was going to say within the past 6 or 7 years, they've switched over to live views, except for
when I watched Artemis, they switched. When I watched Artemis, they switched.
I was going to say
it's like 11 minutes in, they switched.
Yeah, no, you're right there. I didn't think about SLS. SLS is an old fucking rocket, even though it's quote unquote new. So I'm
Well, they
talking
claim to
about like
switch
Falcon
due to national security. I don't know
Not
why
for
they
that
say
one,
that,
no.
but that's why they say they switched is due to
No,
national security.
they switched to those for NRO launches. For SLS, I'm assuming it was just old tech on that rocket. Like it's for the SpaceX ones, they have Starlink antennas, and for ULA, they're only showing the first stage, not the second stage. But yeah, no, for SLS, yeah, that's a good call out. Ariane 6 and SLS don't have live footage all the way up.
Do you know how exactly they're able to transmit a live feed of video without a gigantic antenna from that distance? Because it seems pretty astounding to me.
Because it goes up to the satellites in orbit. Yeah, I was going to say, it's the little patch antenna, like the little pizza box you get for Starlink. Like if you wanted to go to Best Buy and like buy internet. Like it's almost the same exact antenna they have on the side of the rocket that goes up to their Starlink satellites and then back down to the ground.
Yeah, wait till you find out what your iPhone can do now.
Oh, fuck, dude. Direct-to-device is insane. We're going to be able to do like a couple megabits per second data, voice, and text directly to space from your handset. Like, that's going to be nuts. Direct-to-device is stupid tech.
Wait.
Yeah,
Starlink is in
find out what
space?
those
Or is it-
antennas are
I
doing.
thought Starlink is in low Earth orbit.
I mean, same potato.
Oh, so it's the same thing. Low Earth orbit and space are the same thing?
Correct. Low Earth orbit is like 250 kilometers up to 2,000 kilometers, whereas, as we discussed, space starts anywhere between, 80 to 100 kilometers, depending on what definition you're using.
Well, I'm talking about space as in past the clear, invisible dome that's holding the gas and the clouds in. That's what I'm talking about.
It is past that point.
So Starlink is past that point. The Starlink
Correct.
satellite.
Yes.
Oh. Interesting.
Yeah, it's like 2 or 3 times higher. Sorry for the hot mic. Someone was trying to back into me and they're still in reverse. I don't know what the fuck they're doing.
They're not taking the Coriolis into account when driving. That's why they're backing up into.
Yeah, what the fuck? You'd think they'd know this by now.
Yeah, they just don't know math, don't they?
But yeah, even like re-entry is usually, if you had like ground-based comms for re-entry of like capsules and things, like you always hear there's going to be like a blackout, a comms blackout, and they're like, oh, are the astronauts surviving? Whatever. It's because a bunch of plasma forms on the heat shield as they're re-entering the atmosphere. But one of the cool fucking things with the new Starship rocket that's been launching for the past couple years is while it's sort of like belly flopping through the atmosphere coming down, it's got Starlink antennas still pointed up towards the sky on the far side of it, like the leeward side. And so they're able to get live video feed, even though there's a huge amount of plasma on the side of the ship that's facing towards the Earth. On the backside, they're still able to close the link, so you can actually like see all the plasma and shit for one of the first times live.
So I'm gonna scrutinize this just like I scrutinized VapeGate. You said it says no cuts on your profile; it's unedited or whatever.
Yeah, up until the stage separation.
4-minute mark. Yeah, it does that, and then there's several skipping points over like a 5 or 10 second period. Like it'll go 5 or 10 seconds and then skip to something else. And then skip
Correct.
to
On the second stage, it does that. I was focused on the first stage there.
I got you. I mean, I'm being scrutinizing because, like,
I get it.
the argument is that zero uncut footage ever. So that's all. Cool rocket launch. I don't know I can't determine the altitude of which all of that stuff is going on at.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think ULA does the overlay on theirs, but I wanted to grab one that was from a launch that I actually was a part of. I could probably go grab one of the SpaceX ones that we had.
I mean, that's
as well.
That's personal for you.
Might have a better video.
Kudos to you for being a part of that particular mission, whatever's going on in that mission, and it's cool to be proud of something that you're doing for your work.
Global internet, man.
I mean, I bet the janitor that cleans the toilet after Buzz Aldrin uses it probably is like, bro, I just walked in right after Buzz Aldrin and cleaned the bathroom. Coolest thing ever.
Oh man, I think he's the only person that I've shaken hands with that I like fangirled right afterwards. I'm usually pretty chill, but meeting Buzz a few years ago is something else.
Do you felt the aura coming out of him?
Yeah, he's kind of an asshole. He's a crotchety old man. Like I asked him what life decisions allowed you to be the second man on the moon, and he said being at the right place at the right time and a whole lot of bullshit.
I call bullshit on that. I think he has a pedigree that allowed him to be in the right place at the right time.
Well, I mean, yeah, being a test pilot is not easy.
No, I mean, the whole idea that you could be, oh, you want to go to space, go become an astronaut. Yeah, right, dude.
Oh, man.
You're welcome to go and be go through the Air Force, be a pilot, and then try to, get yourself transferred over to NASA. And you may at some point even make it to one of the alternates, right? But you'll never be the likelihood of you being an actual astronaut, NASA astronaut, is not going to happen.
Oh yeah, it's super low. I mean, it's easier to be not an NASA astronaut at this point, right? Like the most recent astronaut candidate class that was announced like a month or two ago. It's the first time that NASA ever has an astronaut candidate who's already been to space. I think her name's Anna Menon. And she went up on a private launch with SpaceX called Polaris Dawn in fall of 2024. And so she was like a private astronaut through SpaceX, like completely unrelated to NASA, and then applied to become a NASA astronaut. So it's like the first time they've ever done that backwards.
Maybe so, but that probably made her a better candidate for them because they're like, oh, she already knows the script.
She's already been to space, yeah.
No, she already knows the script.
That's like history in the making. That's such an amazing thing that happened. That it's like progress, right? Big progress there.
I mean, it just means that, Crew Dragon from SpaceX can launch a bunch of people that aren't just NASA astronauts. Like they've been doing a bunch of other private missions. Like they actually.
Does that mean Katy Perry's an astronaut?
Actually, yes. Which is kind of, I don't know how I feel about that.
Oh no.
Technically, there's like political, not debates, but like there's like policy discussions going on right now about the difference between an astronaut and a spaceflight participant, right? Like, there was a time in the early 1900s where we flipped over from everybody being a pilot to like riding in an airplane, right? You don't get on a puddle jumper.
Wait. She didn't go to space. She did not cross the Kármán line, bro. She didn't go to space.
Yeah, she does.
No, she didn't.
I was going to say, New Shepard definitely crosses the Kármán line.
No, it only goes to about 63 miles, doesn't it?
No, you're thinking of Virgin Galactic.
Well, how high did it go?
It's like 101 or 102 kilometers.
Really?
Oh yeah,
That's the Kármán line.
correct. They built the system around its political definition so that they could say they're taking people to space.
Oh, come on, bro! So they cross it by like a kilometer, and they can say that. You kidding me?
Hey, thanks for agreeing.
Hey, $500,000 will get you on the next seat.
Yeah, just make up a definition. That defines space, right? Definitions.
Yeah. That's. I mean, we literally had this conversation, but that's how they designed how big the tank and how powerful the engine on New Shepard was going to be, so that they could get the capsule up to that altitude.
Right, a high altitude, right?
Yes.
Cool, so they're high altituders. Yeah, cool.
Orbit doesn't matter how high up you go. Orbit matters how far or how fast sideways you go. Like I could go, 500 kilometers straight up, and if I'm not going sideways, I'm going to fall right back down.
Well, when you say orbit defines how fast sideways you go, does that mean that quantum levitation is an orbit by that definition?
What about airplanes too?
No, because you're still in the medium of the atmosphere, so you're not orbiting. So you have to be.
I thought you said it doesn't matter how high you go.
No, it doesn't matter how high you go, but you have to go so fast sideways that if you're too low, you just burn up. That's why I was saying that the reason the ISS is where it is because it's up in space, so the vacuum is thin enough that it doesn't burn up and get a bunch of friction. Like technically, you could orbit technically at any altitude, right? Like you could be at 200. You could be at the height of a commercial airliner and quote unquote orbit the Earth, but the amount of you'd create a bunch of sonic boom.
No, you couldn't. No, you couldn't. No, you couldn't. No, you couldn't, because you'd have to reach a velocity that causes you to reach the escape velocity. No, to reach escape velocity.
No, escape velocity is an entirely higher level of speed than orbit. Like escape velocity is
bro, you would have to reach a velocity which would counteract your gravitational pull. You go flying off into space. Gravity wouldn't be able to hold on to you, bro.
We're speaking different. We're speaking different.
Josh,
I think I see what you're saying, Josh.
Earlier, I asked Josh earlier if space was discovered or invented, and he just said that politically they can change where space starts at. So does that mean it's like a political invention?
No, there's a line drawn in the sand, actually Theodore von Karman, where the Karman line is derived from. In his own math, he was driving towards that physical definition, which is somewhere around 80-something, 85-ish kilometers. That physical definition I talked about, where you can flip over from assuming that the atmosphere is a continuous medium to having to treat it as a bunch of particles. That's the physical definition. And basically what happened was after his death, his students sort of rounded up his answer from 85-ish up to 100 because it looked nicer. I did a whole deep dive on this when in 2021-ish when they were Virgin Galactic and Blue Origin were in a dick measuring contest over who was actually going to space. But yeah, no, there's a physical definition, like I said, where you flip over from a continuous medium to taking things as, assuming things are individual particles. And there's a legal definition that says that above this is space and below this is the airspace of a sovereign nation below it.
Cool. So let me know when they get to an Earth measuring contest with some conclusive results.
We could be waiting a long time on that one.
Yeah, it's like, how did they figure that out before they started sending things into orbit? Because you need to know how big Earth is to know how fast you need to go.
That's some. You got to go do some digging into like the V2s.
Oh, I've done a lot. Yeah, Redstone.
Yeah. There's a lot of like range finding, right? Like how high do we get stuff up? Put a bunch of pressure sensors on it. Figure out like what the drag is as a function of altitude, and then you they
weren't measuring the Earth.
Move up from there. No, they weren't. You're right.
Right. So.
But it's a function of like your orbital velocity is not a function of it's a function of the gravitational constant or gravitational parameter. So it's called mu for the Earth. It's basically like little g, which is like the E negative. What is it? E negative 11 term? No, E negative 31. I don't know. I'll have to look at it. But the gravitational constant multiplied by the mass of the object. But it's a lot of guesswork, I think, initially.
Yeah, you need a radius value. Otherwise, you risk crashing,
Correct. Yeah, because your altitude doesn't matter. It's the distance from the center of the object.
Yeah, that hasn't been measured.
That's a good question. How did they figure out orbital velocities? I'm assuming, just shooting from the hip here, is that they took antiquity measurements of what they assumed the Earth's diameter was, or circumference, right?
Trial and error, right? They got lucky, like Kerbal Space Program.
Well, you can take data from every launch, right? It was like, we think, our initial starting value is this, and even if we're like 2 or 3% off, you get a bunch of avionics data back from the rocket you send up, and then you can, fine tune your initial guess for, what your position away from the center of the Earth is, and then you iterate from there. But this is all hypothetical. I actually don't know how they did it.
Yeah, they got lucky.
I mean, to be fair, assuming you subscribe to the current cosmology, right? Eratosthenes' original guess was off by only a couple percentage points. So even if let's just say that it's quote unquote a globe. If I was Werner von Braun in Operation Paperclip, and I needed to create an original like an initial guess for what my avionics would be, I would maybe start with that number and see where things go.
Dude, are you aware of what the Eratosthenes story is? Like, there's so many problems with it. Simultaneous timed observations, which weren't possible on a line of longitude that didn't exist, over a distance that wasn't standardized units and measure, and using a framework of cosmology that baked in the conclusion into the assumption, or other way around. I mean, the whole thing is also geometrically invariant versus a flat Earth with a more localized, or rather a radial.
Yeah, you have to assume the sunlight is parallel.
And so even though his process was all effed up, he still made a lucky guess. And then if they were to use his assumptions, his lucky guess, and they made a lucky guess, this whole thing is just a string of lucky guesses.
Until they got something up there.
And then
but hang on a sec.
Real quick. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I'm just thinking. Let's say they did what you said, and then went, and it didn't work, and they went, well, either it's not a globe, and Eratosthenes was wrong, right? Or we've got the radius value wrong. Like he's wrong either way, right? significantly wrong because this didn't work. So, sorry, boys, we're going to have to fake it.
Here's my question. This is a question I've always wondered. Is Cyrene and Alexandria on the same latitude or the same longitude?
They were supposed to be on the same longitude.
Right. Well, from what I've been able to gather on, digging and everything like that, Cyrene is in Libya and Alexandria is in Egypt.
Syene is Ashwan in Egypt.
Syene?
Yeah, today it's called Ashwan, Ashwan.
Okay. Because they say Cyrene in the Wikipedia.
Oh yeah, it's Syene, but it's not called that today either.
All right. Hey, y'all. I just got home from work. Appreciate the conversation. Love the candor.
Later.
I'll be back.
And there goes Space Manji.
Interesting.
What happened
Appreciate
to
it,
John?
Yoder.
I posted the link to the city.
So he was born in Cyrene, but he did the
Yeah, there's no
observation with Syene.
there.
Is it in Syene? Syene? Not Cyrene. Isn't it
Listen, that's just a
Syene?
Mandela effect. It's just a Mandela effect. Don't worry about it.
Okay, all right. Fair enough.
Like every time somebody goes back in time, there's a new Mandela effect. So,
well, stop it.
I know this is true because you guys can't decide which one it was, right? So then that must mean there's time travel.
And
it was spelled Ceyene, I think.
Syene.
Yes. Now listen, that was circular reasoning, but remember, circles are perfect. So therefore, it's perfect logic. I rest my case.
Sheepdog, did someone ask Josh for an uncut footage of the rocket, and then he said, "I got it in my bio," and then
Yeah,
it
I
was
told him about
actually
that.
not
He
that,
said it was
not an uncut one.
He said it was uncut for the first stage.
But that was after you told him because he presented it as uncut, and then you told him, "Hey, it's cut."
Correct.
And he said, "Oh no, I meant for the first stage."
Right.
Okay.
He also said there's 4 different versions of where space begins.
Yeah, because earlier I asked him, "Hey, was outer space discovered or invented?" Like a made-up story. And I think he said space starts like at a political line, so it's made up by politics or something. That's what I got from.
I mean, it's internally consistent with their beliefs, right?
Yeah. It's like a religion.
Yeah, so I just looked it up, and they're not even on the same longitude either.
It's all
Those
effed up,
two.
dude.
Yeah. So Alexandria is 31 degrees north, and Aswan is 24 degrees north. Alexandria is 29 degrees east. Aswan is 32 degrees east, almost 33.
Yeah, come on, guys. That's pretty close. Come on. Give him some slack.
Yeah, it's close enough, dude. It's real.
Yeah, we can figure out how far it is by just we'll send a pace runner. He can just count his steps. And then we'll somehow synchronize our clocks. I know. We'll use smoke signals.
Smoke things, go work out a series of coding,
And we're going to be measuring different angles to the sun. But we know the sunlight's actually going to be shooting off parallel rays. That must mean Earth is curved.
Hey Yoder, do you know how big the sun would be if it was infinite miles away?
Yeah, I know where you're getting at, but they claim it's effectively infinite.
So is it infinite minus one?
They say it's like 93 million miles away, right? The sun.
Yeah, it may as well be infinite.
How do they get pictures of the sunspots on the sun? That's got to be one killer camera with a badass zoom. 93 million miles away, you could see a sunspot.
No, it's about angular resolution, though. Because they can claim those sunspots are the size of 10 Earths, as long as the angular displacement or separation is fat enough. Your optic can resolve it. So
amateurs are doing it, apparently, getting detailed images of the surface of the sun.
Yeah,
who's gonna take
million miles?
93 million.
They might as well just say 93 trillion million miles. I mean, come on.
It's not really that far. I mean, I drove a car with nearly a million miles.
I know.
There's 93 of them. No,
You guys should be more concentrated on who's gonna go with Josh to Antarctica. He said he's been invited by, in the past, he didn't go, but he mentioned Neil deGrasse Tyson, he mentioned astronauts, so he's up there with those people. So he's here. So whenever he gets invited to Antarctica, one of you guys should go with him.
Hey, I'll go if he can prove to me it's not a secret trick sex party.
Oh, what's the fun in that?
You're going to get greased by DeGrease Tyson.
Well, when I told him I wanted to go, he said, when I told him, I told him, when you get invited again, can I go with you, Josh? And he said, yeah, we can sleep together in the same bed. I'm like, no, I'll sleep on the floor.
How else are you going to keep warm, Jemsy? Come on.
You need to stay close to him so that way he doesn't leave the room and create a cutscene.
You got to tell him, listen, Josh, remember, the safety officer said, do not go near the crevasses.
And then you can demonstrate gas pressure needing a container and Dutch oven him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what they mean when they say they use probes to check the black holes?
Well,
probably, yeah.
Do they have to use different probes for the hairy black holes?
Well, they're
Then
just
the
going to
dark matter comes out of it.
Is that black hole bald or hairy? Let's ask. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Is it even black?
There's some white holes.
Why has it got to be a black hole, huh?
Yeah,
Racist.
They got bleached white holes too in space.
Is that something that repels all things, including light?
Yeah.
Well, that would make it truly black.
Oh, shit.
So the black holes consume all light.
That's like a reverse Olber's paradox. You know, it reflects so much light that it's got to be black. Reminds me of all the trippy things that like Eric Dollard would say. Like, hey, you know the sun's invisible. Because you got to have something interacting with the radiation for you to detect it. If you don't interact with it, then it's invisible. It's kind of like what they say about like a magnetic field. Like, is the field there if nothing is there to detect it, provide some kind of impedance or resistance?
Well, I mean, it'd be invisible to a blind person, right?
Yeah. Not to his skin, though. I mean, they can get sunburned.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So, and this kind of goes into why it's possible why measuring things changes the outcome, because observations. You know, if you have something detecting something, it has to be providing some kind of resistance to that thing.
Oh wait, does that mean we can't say the Earth measures flat?
Oh crap!
We changed the outcome by measuring it. That's
yeah. Waveform collapse flat.
So now that you guys are here, I know TW probably replied to this earlier. Is there a separation between flat when it's meaning like my flat wall, or flat as a horizontal level of the Earth? Like my flat screen TV.
Different context, yeah. With some shared traits,
right?
Like the flatness.
Because the flat screen TV wouldn't be.
Dude.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's not horizontal, but then go ahead.
No, I got you. Yeah, I'm like, I need to actually go rock my flat screen TV a little clockwise because it's not level.
Right. I mean, perpendicular is ideal anyway, isn't it? Like, you're gonna find something that's true. Like, isn't there always a level of tolerance or error margin?
So I do need a little help if you don't mind giving me some advice on that. Our TV's a little off too, and I started by trying to draw the tangent lines so then I could make a parallel to the tangent lines, but it didn't work.
Just use the gravity vector; it never fails.
But make sure you guess at it. Like, don't do any like math.
Well, when I use the gravity vector, it turned my TV into a ball. Turned into a perfect little sphere floating through space.
Yeah, I was watching a carpenter on YouTube, Builder, and he was critiquing his employees' work. His employee wasn't there, but he was like, yeah, he was just critiquing this beam laid horizontally, and he was just eyeballing, and he goes, "Yep, it looks pretty flat to me." Like that was his critique of his employee's work, like, because the employee had said something about it was a task that was basically going to qualify him for the job, and he critiqued it and went, "Yeah, it looks pretty flat to me. He's got the job." I think he might have put a level on it at one point, but didn't bother doing the whole lot. I think he was just felt like he was experienced enough to be able to tell whether it looked funky or not. I don't know.
So I was only in and out of it for a little bit while Space Manji was talking a little earlier. What did he ultimately say was his definition of what space was?
Doesn't have one.
He didn't have one. He said there's like 4 of them, and they're all political.
I thought that's what I heard him say, but what do you make of his waffling on that?
Well, I said the same thing.
Go ahead.
I said the same thing that everybody else said. It sounds like a religion, because that's what religions disagree on: politics.
I think it's certainly consistent within his worldview to say that. I also think it's a big red herring.
I would, if I was a globe, I would just say, look, it's the point from the surface. It's it's the place at which point you would measure 10 to the negative 17 tall.
I mean, go ahead.
No, brother, you've got something more to add, I'm sure, than I do.
Well, I mean, like, that's arbitrary, right? I don't know where we would even begin to measure that on this, like, sliding scale of gradient that expands in all directions.
Yeah, that's right. It's arbitrary. So if they're going to define it, then it's got to serve a purpose. Maybe for military, maybe for international treaties, maybe for commercial use, for delineating, for delineating and optimizing use of that space, kind of like what they do with the electromagnetic spectrum. I mean, we would still have that issue on a flat Earth.
Would it not be a logically sound statement for a Globie to more or less kick that abstract concept can down the road a little bit by saying that, that we know what space is not. We don't really know what space is, but we know what it's not. And so the closer you get to what it's not is where we would say space is. And so depending on your intended purpose, you may draw a few different conclusions.
Well, don't both of us observe a gradient?
Sure.
Yeah, so they just think theirs goes out further than we think theirs goes out to.
Yeah, like for instance, they've recently changed to say that the gradient goes beyond the moon.
Well, it goes on until it hits another region where the gradient starts to become denser, right, in their cosmology.
Certainly.
So that's
it can't
the
be
point of
continuous.
disagreement.
Can't be a continuous gradient then.
In their worldview, no. I mean, it's now the space between is going to be vast, but it's definitely not continuous for their cosmology to exist. And you're right.
But it evens out at some point until it reaches another body around which there's another gradient.
Right. And I don't think they declared that the maximum it gets to is 10 to the negative 17. I think they just throw that out there as what they kind of extrapolate their guess to be, possibly within any potentially
Could be higher,
reachable
could be
area from
lower.
space.
Yeah. What's a few thousand, zeros? Who cares?
Yeah. I mean, in 10 years, they might say 10 to the negative 21.
So it kind of goes to my point that they don't really know what space is, but they know what it's not.
Well, yeah, like if I heated up 3 bowls of water to different temperatures and said, which one of these is warm?
Yeah.
Mickalika hi, licka heiny ho.
Hello.
Hello. What's up, Kilo?
Yeah, hey, Kilowatt, you're hot micing. We might have to mute you if you don't mute up. All right, there you go. Yeah, so what is the point of delineating where space is? So flat or globe, you've got a gradient. I mean, for political purposes, it'd be just the same thing, I would say. So I kind of wonder if this question that people ask is a holdover from back in the good old days, and everybody thought that flat Earth was a paperweight dome sitting on God's desk. You know what I mean? So I get lost when people start asking that. I'm like, where is this supposed to go? How is it like enlightening or a gotcha? Maybe I can add that to my list. That might be number 49.
What is it? A question about define space?
Yeah, like as if defining where space begins or ends is some kind of flat Earth proof. Because you shouldn't be able to do it on a globe. I don't know. I don't know why it's asked so often.
Yeah, because if they don't even know where space starts, then how can they say they've been to space?
Well, they get to make up their own definition. Same flat or globe, right? Like, let's say that we got this gradient and it gets super duper thin up there that you might need some kind of different kind of aeronautics to move around than what we conventionally use down here. But so it's a gradation.
Yeah, so the talking point, hey, Flurf, just go to space and look at it. Okay, sure, where would that be at? Oh, I don't know. Okay, so you don't know where I would go to look down and see the Earth as a Baltard. But I would go to space at some point. I would do, but where that is, no one knows. It's undetermined and can't be determined. But all I would need to do is do that, and that would prove it's a globe.
I think it can be determined pretty easily, honestly. You said an arbitrary place. It's kind of like what I said before. Why does the FCC have frequency bands?
It's a good question because we know that UHF is different from, say, like HF. But what is 144 megahertz? How is it different from, say, 135 megahertz? But they're two different bands with two entirely different purposes.
Yeah, they're neighboring each other. It's kind of like, well, how come down here we have to use airplanes and up there we have to use balloons? and we can't use airplanes anymore. You know, why do I need, why is it way down here on the low end of the spectrum I can transmit seemingly forever, but up here I can't? And I need different equipment to transmit even in these higher frequency bands and the ones in lower frequency bands. Just like I need balloons for up there, and I can't use airplanes up there, and I have to use them airplanes down here. There's still a spectrum, a gradation of pressure. Just like there's a continuous gradation of EM that's available for you to use. So yeah, I mean, you know, set an arbitrary place. Say, well, you know, maybe space is where airplanes under current technology can no longer fly, and where satellites, somewhere around also where satellites can have their minimum altitude in the globe paradigm. Somewhere in there is where space begins, and then just be done with it.
You know, here's the question I would have is, for marketing purposes, you may define space as one thing, but for technical things, you may give it a different definition. So, of the multiple definitions, which of those definitions appear to be from, say, a marketing standpoint, and which appear to be from a technical standpoint?
I'd just go with where the gradient stops. That's what I'd do. Like, I don't know. It's just me though. That would be the ultimate goal. You get to that place, right?
That's hilarious. Where the gradient stops, it's continuous. So, like they say, our atmosphere extends beyond the sun.
Could be true.
Okay.
I can't say that.
I got to sneak out of here. Good night. Good evening, guys.
See ya. I know it stops below your feet.
That's right. Because why?
Yeah, it's like, show me your container, Flurf. Hey, look down at your feet. What are you standing on?
That doesn't make any sense. I'm going to act like a Glober. That doesn't make any sense. It's not the sky.
I know. Joke's on you. We're walking on one of the walls.
Mm.
Shit, I forgot I had a cookie.
Oh, yeah, AI, are you there? No, he's not. Damn it. Oh, never mind. When it got quiet the other day, he was asking, like, yeah, all right, so, you know, let's talk bad arguments or stuff like that, right? Or anything that, you know, like any sort of thing you've been thinking about that you're sort of questioning or... And so, because I was thinking the other day, and I couldn't remember at the time when he said it what I was thinking of, and then it came to me later. But the other day I was thinking, Is saying the Earth is practically used as flat when people ask how we know it's flat an argument from pragmatism? I mean, alone it would be, right? If you were to just say that and not say it observes and measures as well. If you say, we practically use the Earth as flat. Because a lot of will just agree with you on that, right? But if you were to conclude that because of that it is flat, is that an argument from pragmatism? Because something works, right?
Yeah, just because it works, it must be true.
Right. Is it a pragmatic fallacy?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it'd be more like another topic. You'd say X works, therefore it's true. It's not like you're using the Earth as a practical. It's like it's being the baseline for something else, like canals or aqueducts.
Well, then they make the same error, right? They say, "Oh, we look at the sky. The sky looks spherical-ish based on our vision and how we take measurements to it. So, therefore, so they make the same argument. They make the same fallacy. So now we're back to finding first-order measurements." Am I wrong on that?
Yeah, the practical benefit of using the sky to measure what the ground is.
Yeah, that's what, because it works, they say, oh, because the globe model, quote unquote, works, and it's good for practical uses, therefore it has to be a globe, because there's no better explanation. That's a pragmatic fallacy in itself, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, yeah, yeah. Yeah, if you're claiming, yeah, a benefit or something, a practical use case built on
Because
assumption.
the formula for gravity, it works, and it invokes the R value, and therefore, because that formula works in observations, it's practical. Or when you talk about buoyancy and density, right? What does buoyancy have in its equation for gravity? Okay, well, so therefore the Earth's a ball. Like, that's just a pragmatic fallacy. And it may be a pragmatic fallacy for us to say it's observable, measurable, and practically used as flat, but we're the ones with the first order measurement. Feels like we're doing more for science in that field than they are. Yeah, I'm going to say this too. You know, if they throw that in your face about it being a pragmatic fallacy to say that the Earth is practically used as flat, you just throw it back into them and say, "Hey, this is." I don't even know if you're still here, dude, but I'm going to speak on it anyway. You could just throw it back at them and say, you know, me saying that it's practically used as flat is just giving you a demonstration for everyday use. That doesn't mean it's flat. You still got to go out and make the measurement. That's probably how I would approach it. But it just leads more credit to, like, you know, we know the Earth is flat. We use it as flat. We just choose to do it with something else for whatever reason.
I feel like I'm seeing a ghost.
Who's a ghost?
Never mind. Never mind. No, yeah. Right.
Was it you that was talking about pragmatic fallacy, T-Dub?
Yeah. Yep.
Did you hear what I said about it?
Yeah. I was going to respond. Yeah, of course. Right. So,
I mean, for them to say, oh, you know, like, we don't have any use for flat Earth. We know it's a globe because of XYZ. It's like, okay, but like we have all this other evidence that just gives credence to a flat Earth, right? And yet, even though it gives credence to it, you won't even go out and make a first order measurement. You just like, oh, I just trust them. Like, okay, what does that even mean?
Maybe it is a ghost.
Is the Shredder here? Is this Ninja Turtles Part 2? What ghost are we talking about, dude?
I was unrelated to what we were talking about. Yeah. Sorry.
Y'all are fucking up my head, man. Excuse my language, English hub.
Something's fucking with mine right now.
Is it Shaggy that keeps leaving? Somebody keeps leaving and coming back. There's Hope. He's new. What's up, Hope? Is that how you draw a triangle on a sphere? Sorry. Is that how you draw a triangle on a sphere, Tard? Nothing?
What are you referring to? What's going on?
Hope has a triangle drawn over the top of a sphere, or drawn over a curved surface on his profile. Sounds like he has hope that the Earth is a sphere. Tard.
Hope's flat earther, pretty sure.
Oh, okay. Is he in all of our servers?
Yep.
Yep. Gotcha. So he knows what a sphere tard is.
Yeah, he's demonstrating that globies do not actually measure spherical excess with their theodolites. That's what that means.
No, even when they make those dip observations, right? Those little angle dip observations. Just take a half a second and look to see where the horizon is. It's probably not in the geometric place that it's supposed to be in, which is just, gives credence to it's got to be something else that's causing this quote unquote dip.
Yeah, they claim to have leveling accuracy out to the distance that they're dipping from.
That's the other problem. That's the main number one problem is using it beyond the limits.
They're also claiming that by those 3 points they're measuring, those 3 down vectors, that they're actually able to measure the angle that those subtend to where they meet in the center of Earth. That's even worse than the horizon, right? That's like 3,959 mile. That's very, very good accuracy for being plumb.
Right.
It's the dip angle from 1 foot.
I was going to make a comment, but then I remembered what server we're in.
Measurements from hell.
How much dip should there have been for Felix Baumgartner from inside the capsule? As portrayed from inside the capsule, from the camera position inside, looking out.
Like 3 degrees, I think.
Does the image show that?
Yeah. Like how do you measure that when you see a gradient on the horizon? Do you like aim for somewhere in the middle of that fuzz? I mean, and then what if it's actually dark over there because that's not where the sunlight is reaching, and that's different than the curvature of the Earth. That's the Terminator line. Yeah, like you couldn't tell unless you knew what time it was.
Direction, sun position.
Yeah.
Right. We know that the horizon is not Earth curve. If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,950 miles. Can we hang a crossbow from a string in a vacuum chamber, and then remotely like load it and then remotely activate it, remotely shoot it? To demonstrate opposite equal reaction. Have it like hanging from some sort of like same sort of shit that they've claimed to have the Foucault pendulum set up to, right?
Do we need a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum?
No, it's not, because they're. See, this is in the weeds, right? This is, without, just like taking gas pressure away from gas pressure without a container, right? Argument. So we're within the narrative. All right, space exists. Okay. Do rockets propel within it? Right? Can they do that? Like, does that happen?
Well, strangely enough, rockets are certified at sea level for their thrust output.
Yeah, I mean, like even Globo like should question it's possible. Because like the Action Lab, right? So he set up the syringe inside, hanging from a string inside a vacuum chamber, and it expelled. Was it gas or liquid? It did not propel. That syringe did not begin moving until a significant amount of the content inside the syringe had expelled into the vacuum chamber. It did not move. It should have been instant. As soon as it left it should have started moving. As soon as the fluid started leaving the nozzle.
Yeah, there was an appreciable delay in from when the gases exited the nozzle and it started moving.
So what's the Glober's rebuttal to that? What's the refutation? Is there an excuse or what?
Maybe you need higher pressure. I've heard two different explanations, and perhaps they're both valid in the globe world. One is what Josh gave, the third law of motion. The other one is, I guess, Newton's second law. Basically, the gas is expanding in all directions, including the front of the chamber. And so that forward pressure in the chamber is pushing the bulkhead forward.
That's what they claim.
Yeah. So, I mean, my issue is the entropy of gas. You're heating it up inside a near perfect vacuum. Those gas molecules go on their own. Nothing has to push the gas molecule. You warm it up and off it goes. So those things are escaping on their own at thousands of meters per second squared. That's why they call it a free expansion. It's free because no work is being done. You just warm them up. And the funny thing is after they bounce off a wall, they don't lose velocity unless they really cool down. So, in my mind, I guess the rocket would have to overcome the entropy of gas in the vacuum. Like something about it would have to provide enough of resistance faster than gas can escape. So then they say, well, I mean, it pushes off of its own chamber inside, and well, how's that any different than when you diagram like the force transfer by mounting a fan on the back of the boat to blow the sail at the front of the boat and expect movement? You need the fan to remain in a fixed frame so that as it blows, resistance is being forced down through the stem of the fan and down into the earth. And then
just having a fan sitting on the boat blowing onto the sails.
Yeah.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah, that's like how the gas in a vacuum propelling a rocket is explained. Same analogy, same thing. So, and maybe they can propel the gas. Maybe they can create a pressure gradient that's enough, but I can't imagine that even if they could, that they would get much out of it. But their claim is that rockets work more efficiently in a vacuum than they do on Earth.
Right, because sorry, we saw the movie Gravity, right? You seen it? Like,
yeah,
so Sandra Bullock got the fire hydrant. That way. Well, no, back this way, but steering stuff. Is that real or what? Like, would that fucking happen or what?
Yeah. I mean, in space. I mean, how strong is that fire hydrant, fire extinguisher? Like the valve. Would the valve survive that? When it reminds me of these stories, like at the Sandusky Vacuum Lab at the Glenn Research Center in Sandusky, Ohio. They say that when they turn on that vacuum pump and it starts pumping all the air out of the vacuum chamber to simulate 10 to the -5 or -6 torr, that dust and debris outside the chamber tends to wander towards the cement walls of the chamber because the vacuum is pulling through the layers of concrete and steel. And you're going to take a soda can up into space. You're going to take a fire extinguisher, and that little valve is going to hold up.
But didn't she have to like use it to like stop her spin? Like she was in spinning out of control.
Right. Yeah.
She was barely an astronaut too, and somehow she managed to survive.
Hey, y'all ever search Flat Earth for fun in this server?
No.
They talk about us in other servers. Or not other servers, but other rooms.
Other channels, yeah. Yeah, well, one guy came in yesterday and said, "Oh, look, I've just got a question because, like, some of us have been talking about this, like, you guys in another channel, like, what?
That'd be
Can't you
great.
just Sorry, go on.
I was gonna say that'd be great if they'd start talking about flat Earth and the other channels. You know, just like we had.
They were talking about flat Earth.
Sorry, I keep cutting you off. I'm sorry.
Me too. Sorry, go.
No, just like if they're hanging out and I don't know the some other English channel and say, "Hey, you ever look into that flat Earth thing? Those guys upstairs here." Like, yeah, kind of weird stuff, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know. They got some great points, don't you think? Oh no, those guys are a bunch of morons. No, but hear me out, okay? I mean, it might be fun to go be a fly on the wall in some of these places and see what they're doing.
Right.
A lot of us have been preemptively banned from the other chat rooms in the politics server just because we're mods in the 24/7 Flat Earth channel.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
Because I don't join them, so I don't find that out.
Right. So if
How
you
do we
review
know
like
that?
mod logs, it'll say no access when people are banned, which means they're banned from a room you don't have access to because you were banned.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I just there was a guy in this server in a politics and religion room says, I didn't know there was a VC named Flat Earth. Told him, come join us.
So, Amy, none of those people then should, like, any of those mods in those rooms where we're not, we should expect to never see them in the Politics 24/7 channel then. Shit.
Right. You know, it's funny. It's like those guys are just NASA fanboys. And we got like an actual like NASA guy who hangs out with us every day named Josh in here, and he loves us.
Yeah, he wants to be friends.
He wants to take me to Antarctica with him. Gemsy too, it sounds like.
Why not?
Why not? I keep getting invited to all these Globers hangouts. It's crazy. Dr. Phil said that he'd put me up in a 5-star Marriott or something in Melbourne.
Ooh.
So he could show off his Mercedes to me and then go back to his place for steaks.
Yeah. It only cost you a kidney?
Yeah, you got to. You only live once.
Once his weekend car.
Oh, I meant to talk to you about that earlier, but the conversation kind of went into a different direction, and I didn't want to be disruptive. You had mentioned that doctor that has you blocked now. Apparently, they're trying to get Dave Weiss to join their conversation. Over, I think it fell apart, and I think what's his name, McToon, is trying to gaslight him into going.
Oh.
That's what it sounds like. Sounds like it fell apart, They have nobody else to show up. They need a big name to make this even semi-legit because they don't want anything stupid happening on the back end, I guess.
Yeah.
Because, you know what I mean? Like, they need
Yeah.
somebody intelligent to do it. And let's face it, like, you and Indio are perfect subjects for it. But the fact that you need to dox yourself, like, there's no way, man. Like, people have lost their careers over this shit.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about like doxing. It's more about the principle of the matter. Like,
You can come in with a face and a voice changer.
Yeah.
Hey, they got those AI videos now. You can always like just make something up.
Right.
Have you seen those yet?
Oh yeah, yeah.
They do like
AI
a
version of
hot chick overlay and an AI. Like you can be Taylor Swift, bro.
My
Britney
avatar
Spears.
picture is made with AI.
That's cool. Mine is not. Mine was pre-AI, and I just brought it back.
My PFP's real. That's me on the moon. Low birth weight. I'm kidding. Yeah, obviously I am.
Oh, so you don't have a big, luscious white mustache like that?
No, but I probably could grow one. It'd probably take me like maybe 6 months to a year. No, I actually hate them, man. I'm a bit lazy and I don't shave often, but I know it's time to when I get coffee in my mustache or food in my mustache and it's like no, shave it off. You're gone.
Yeah, you know it's long when like you're eating and you bite down on your mustache and pull hair out of your face.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, Tom Selleck.
Yo.
Hello.
Welcome.
Yo.
Guys, what's up? What's happening?
Chilling.
What's happening?
Oh man, what's happening here? Why everyone else is muted?
They are self-muted because they're behaved.
So what brings you to Earth?
Sorry, man. We talked at the same time. Yeah, you go ahead. Repeat that.
I was going to say, what brings you to the Flat Earth Discord? To the new guy.
Probably because he saw my post in the critical thinking room, the serious chat. Or maybe, I don't know. I see a few people coming in here. Yes, this room is full of flat earthers. Even Josh is a flat earther.
Especially Josh.
He's a flat earther. He just has an NDA.
You can use a globe on flat Earth for coordinates just fine. It just might mean there's potentially more land and stuff like that, but that's not interesting enough.
Go explore other planets.
Extra land, hey. Different interpretive framework. I love it.
But they say every raindrop contains a piece of dust. That's land, right? There's land in the sky after all.
Like Petey says, listen, man, Earth is curved. Earth moves. How do you think you make footprints in the sand?
Retarded.
Earth is moving all the time, man. What do you think earthworms do?
They turn the Earth.
So is Rolling My Boulder a flat earther now?
Doubtful.
So I Googled, or not Googled, I searched flat earth in this server, and Rolling My Boulder 19 hours ago said, I've noticed a lot of people pop in thinking they're going to destroy flat earth quickly and easily and end up back on their heels because they didn't know nearly as much.
Yeah, he's almost there.
Yeah, man, once it clicks, it changes you forever. I don't think it's clicked for him yet, but we are waiting. All right, I have to get going in a few minutes. I'll be back on YouTube.
All right. T-Dub, have you seen my my Getty images for flat Earth?
Not sure. Maybe, but maybe not.
Like, if you Google Getty images, flat horizon water, flat horizon Getty images. Oh, that's what it was. Sky, sea, flat horizon. I had to narrow it down. I'm sure there's more than that, but here's 2,400 flat horizon images by Getty Images. Getty Images is just like a aggregate for like professional photography. But here's 2,400 times they knew it was flat.
Oh, I like this one with the crepuscular rays coming through the clouds. Yeah, a couple of curvy ones in there, but oh, that one's got to be AI. Big ring hovering over the water. That's the last one. Oh, next.
Talking about
yeah.
Getty Images.
Yep. Yeah, looking through what you posted.